In this mysterious world, a place of legends and legendary swordsmen, one name echoes in every corner: the Shenjian Sect. Here, even a random disciple could be a prodigy, a master of deadly arts. And then, there was Jiang Kellen, who with a weary smile, considered herself the only useless one in this entire prestigious sect. She was so tired of this endless sect meeting, wishing the chief would just wrap it up. But her life had been as lucky breaks like a meat tree falling from the sky, and it seemed another one was about to land right on her head. The chief's voice boomed, announcing he was handing over the legendary Sword Pavilion to his last disciple, Jiang Kellen. The announcement hung in the air, thick with ridicule. Her cultivation was a joke, a fact her peers were all too happy to point out. With her turquoise robes, she was nothing more than a weed among peonies. Fine, she thought, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. Let them call her a weed. She would get her revenge eventually. But the reality was harsh. She was now the manager of the Sword Pavilion. Yet own subordinates treated her with open disdain. It was okay, though. She would make a comeback. With a deceptively smile, she decided to delegate the issue, shamelessly declaring it was a master's duty to utilize their subordinates' talents. Her real task was to care for the 7 legendary swords of the Sword House. But their powerful spirits felt impossibly distant, refusing to acknowledge her. One was an ethereal demon with crimson eyes, his beauty both alluring and terrifying. His voice dripped contempt, calling her ugly, while another spirit, a warrior with eyes as dark as the abyss, unleashed a suffocating, murderous aura. The spirits were a gallery of handsome but dangerous men. One who agreed blindly, another filled with nonchalant arrogance, a small one trembling in fear, a statuesque warrior looking down on her with disdain, and another shrouded in cold distance. The most breathtaking of them all was a silver-haired deity, his gaze as cold as frozen lake. But Killen's resolve hardened. Fine. If she couldn't tame these wretched spirits, then she didn't deserve the name Jiang Kellen. This little weed was about to turn the tide. Welcome to the tomb of famed swords. Our story begins in the Shenjian Sect, a place known for forging the world's most powerful swords. With its perfect feng shui, the land itself hummed with energy, a paradise for any swordsman. The only problem? Jiang Kellen wasn't a swordsman. She was, in her own words, a salted fish, a professional slacker and a sea of overachievers. In this sect, there were 3 people you never ever offended: a shrewd merchant, a wise teacher, and a famous fortune teller, each with legions of fanatical followers ready to eliminate anyone who showed disrespect. The sect was a microcosm of the world, filled with diligent disciples who practiced until they nearly died from exhaustion. It had standard swordsmen obsessed with their craft, and the rare, dazzling winners in life. Everyone here was talented, everyone except for her. And now, at this painfully long sect meeting, our little salted fish was about to be thrown into the deep end. Her eyelids felt heavy as the chief droned on and on. He was talking about the North Gate's master, whose health was failing, leaving the Sword Cottage without a manager. A replacement had been discussed. Finally, he was getting to the point. Tears of pure relief streamed down Kellen's face. Persistence really does pay off. She clapped her hands with genuine glee, congratulating her handsome senior brother Feng Yi on his new position. A smirk played on his lips. He leaned in, his voice a low tease, asking if her legs were numb from standing for so long. She flushed, sputtering that her physique was just poor and she was being sincere, so he shouldn't laugh at her. He wasn't laughing, he assured her, but she was celebrating far too early. Kellen blinked. Her expression clouded with confusion. What could he possibly mean? Before she could ask, she was violently shoved aside by a wave of adoring fans. They swarmed around Feng Yi, their congratulations echoing in the air, leaving her forgotten in his shadow. He truly was as popular as a god. The chief confirmed everyone's assumption, praising Feng Yi's talent. Then a sharp cough cut through the air. Shan Qingyuan, the world's greatest sword forger, stepped forward, his expression grim. He had already made a decision regarding the Sword Pavilion. His piercing gaze landed directly on Kellen, and with a voice that sealed her fate, he declared he was handing the Sword Pavilion to his disciple, Jiang Kellen. The world screeched to a halt. Kellen's amber eyes widened in absolute heart-stopping shock. Her? It couldn't be. A wave of disbelief and anger rippled through the crowd. Her? The master of the Sword Pavilion? A girl who hadn't even cultivated a proper foundation yet? The whispers turned venomous. Why her? What made this useless inner disciple so special that the master would choose her? The words were like daggers, and as someone tried to quiet the gossipers, Kellen's face fell, the humiliation stinging her cheeks. Suddenly a loud Shodi silenced the crowd. Feng Yi had slammed his feet to the ground. With his fists clenched and his face a mask of cold fury, he bowed deeply to the master, his voice tight with desperation, pleading for him to retract the order. Our story opens on a tale of swords and destiny. A young girl caught between 2 powerful, handsome men, one radiating a gentle light and the other a dangerous, alluring darkness. In the heart of the sect, a tiny girl named Jiang Kellen kneels on the cold stone floor, her small frame trembling before a crowd of her peers. With her head bowed low, she pleads, her voice barely a whisper, confessing that her own ability is so low. She's afraid she's not qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. But her humility is met with scorn. An elder glares down at her, his voice booming with contempt. Not qualified was an understatement. She didn't even have any talent for cultivation. His words were like daggers, and he twisted them deeper, demanding to know what she was even doing in this sect if she couldn't do this or anything else. Killen could only bow her head further, her blonde hair hiding the shame burning on her cheeks, feeling utterly worthless under his cruel gaze. Just as his humiliation became unbearable, another elder interjected, his voice cutting through the tension. He questioned the decision, reminding the others that the position of Sword Pavilion Master was still under discussion by the North Gate Master. The man in question, a statuesque figure with flowing white hair, called for the chief to speak with him alone, also summoning a young man named Feng Yi to join them. As the powerful figures departed, the rest of the crowd dispersed without a second glance, leaving Killan completely and utterly alone in the vast, empty courtyard. She was a forgotten doll, her shoulders slumped in defeat. A worried voice called her name. Her friend Tang Huan rushed to her side, grabbing her by the wrist with a warm, firm grip, insisting she quit looking so gloomy and come with her. Tang Huan led her away to a quiet, sun-dappled grove, a safe haven where no one should be around to bother them. With a cheerful grin, her friend began to rant, saying she couldn't understand why Killen would care about the bitter words of those jealous fools. She pinched Killan's soft cheeks, trying to coax a smile out of her, but Killan just winced, protesting that it really hurt. With a heavy heart, Killan explained that her friend had misunderstood. She wasn't being stupid. She knew she was criticized not out of envy, but because it was the truth. Her eyes, usually so bright, were filled with a desperate earnestness as she spoke. A world where power is everything and talented people are everywhere. She clutched at her chest, her trembling as she asked what the truly talented and hardworking disciples would think if someone as unqualified as her was given such an honor. Tang Huan's cheerful face fell, her expression softening with understanding. But their private moment was shattered by the venomous whispers of other disciples nearby. They mocked Killen, sneering that she had the 5 spiritual roots, that any random outer disciple was stronger than her. Their laughter was like poison as they gossiped that the master must choose disciples based on their pretty faces. Tang Huan's face flushed with rage. She spun around, her voice cracking like a whip as she shouted for them to wait a second. She demanded an apology, her fierce loyalty on full display, while Killan looked on in stunned silence. The group of bullies just scoffed, one girl smirking with superiority as she mocked Tang Huan for defending someone who hadn't even officially taken the role yet. Another chimed in, asking how long they'd been eavesdropping, his expression dripping with disdain. The ringleader, a smug-looking boy, then pointed a finger right at Tang Huan, his words turning personal and cruel. He insulted her appearance, calling her a worthless weed of the Sword Pavilion. Tang Huan was speechless, her eyes welling with tears, while Killen watched, a cold fury beginning to stir within her. The bully called her a simpleton, his voice laced with venom. A senior female disciple then stepped forward, her smile thin and dangerous. She warned Tang Huan to be careful, threatening that once Killen inevitably steps down from her position, her days of being protected would be over, and she'd personally take care of her. Just as one of the bullies reached out to grab a terrified Tang Huan, a small hand shot out and blocked the attack. It was Killen. Her expression was no longer one of despair, but of icy calm. She agreed that if the sect was a garden of flowers, then she was indeed a weed. She then turned her piercing gaze to the senior disciple, her voice deceptively sweet. Seeing as she was so proud, she must be a beautiful peony, right? The sarcasm was thick enough to cut with a knife, but Sheed was still managing the Sword Pavilion, while the perfect puny was stuck as an outer disciple. The bullies' faces twisted in rage, utterly humiliated by her words. With a final dismissive glance, Killen declared that a ruling flower should maintain its temperament, because being this bitter must be damaging. She grabbed Tang Huan's hand and walked away, leaving her tormentors fuming in her wake. In that moment, something inside Killen shifted. Her original plan had been to quietly manage the pavilion for 2 months and then step down. But seeing her friend threatened because of her weakness ignited a fire in her soul. A fierce determination hardened her gaze. No more running away. She had to stand her ground in the Sword Pavilion, no matter what it took. And so begins a new chapter for our heroine, as she steps into the lions. The Sword Pavilion stood before her, an imposing and magnificent structure. With renewed spirit, Killen pumped her fist, ready to give it her all. A few moments later, however, reality came crashing down. She was drowning in a sea of documents, with disciples shouting for the pavilion master from every direction, demanding approvals, reports, and arrangements. The sheer volume of work was a tidal wave, and she was utterly overwhelmed. Her eyes wide with panic as she realized she was far more useless than she'd ever imagined, bursting into hopeless tears. Defeated, she finally collapsed onto the desk, completely drained of energy. A gentle voice cut through her misery. A handsome man, her senior brother, was standing over her, a warm smile on his face. He remarked that it was rare to see her so exhausted and congratulated her on her new position. He presented her with a small, elegant box, calling it her reward. Inside was a beautiful bracelet, pulsing with spiritual energy, meant to help her with her practice. She immediately panicked, trying to refuse the lavish gift, insisting she was already too indebted to his kindness. But he just chuckled, his eyes crinkling charmingly as he told her to accept it, assuring her it wasn't as valuable as it looked. Then his expression grew a little more serious. He had a favor to ask. Her demeanor instantly changed, her resolve returning as she promised to do her best if she could help. He laughed at her earnestness, patting her head like a doting old brother before asking her to simply look after the Yunwei sword inside the sword house. Her eyes went into shock. The sword house? Seeing her reaction, his gentle smile faltered slightly. He realized with a hint of disappointment that she hadn't even gone there yet. With a soft sigh, he took charge, declaring he would handle the urgent matters for her. From now on, he explained, she didn't have to do everything herself. Her role was to make the final decision. He gestured for her to follow him, his voice low and compelling. It was time he told her the true responsibility of the pavilion master. With a new chapter beginning, our heroine arrives at the famed Shenjian Sect. Her handsome senior brother, Jian Killen, leads her to a grand, traditional building nestled in a quiet corner of the pavilion. She was stunned. This was the sword house, she never would have guessed. He glances down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, he confirms, and all the swords kept within this sacred place possess a sword spirit. A sword spirit? Her eyes widened in disbelief. She'd heard the legends, of course, but to think they were real, that she was about to see one with her own eyes, it was unbelievable. His expression turned serious as he formally addresses her. Sword Pavilion Master Jian Killen, listen up. She immediately straightens her posture, an alert yes on her lips. He explains that her most important duty, the very reason she was brought here, is to preserve 7 legendary swords, a responsibility that is now entirely hers. Her face reflects her solemn understanding. She would knot him down. These 7 swords, he continues, must be maintained with the utmost care. But there was one more critical thing she needed to know. The sword spirits, their appearances are no different from humans. Her mind went blank with confusion. What did he mean? And on top of that, they were treasures of the sect, so she couldn't let anyone come and go as they pleased. Her face fell in disappointment. What's wrong, he asks, noticing her pout. She'd been hoping to let her friend Tang Huan see the amazing sword spirits. A warm look enters his eyes. As long as she doesn't let anyone else see, it should be fine. He considers it a small privilege for the Sword Pavilion Master. Her spirits lift instantly and she beams, calling him senior brother. Oh right, she suddenly remembers what about Yunwei sword he mentioned before. His expression shifts slightly. Ah, that one. He warns her to take extra special care of that sword because it has a severe tendency to self-destruct. She'll understand, he says cryptically when she meets him. Her mind reels meet him, he gestures toward the entrance, telling her to head inside. But just as they are about to part, a flash of golden light swoops down, alerting him to a message. A beautiful ethereal bird made of pure energy materializes before him, then dissipates into sparkling dust. His face hardens, he's sorry, but the master has summoned him for an urgent matter and he must go immediately. She gives him a bright, reassuring smile, telling him it's all right. She can go in by herself. He should hurry and take care of it. A slight smirk touches his lips as he quickly forms a hand sign. A brilliant magical formation appears beneath his feet. See you later, little sister, he says, vanishing in a column of light, as his presence fades from the sky. She waves a cheerful goodbye. The moment he's gone, however, her smile fades, replaced by a look of deep concentration. Something was off. It felt like her senior brother had more to say before he was called away. Her mind races, replaying his strange warnings. Sword spirits that have a human appearance. A sword with a tendency to self-destruct. What on earth did all that mean? Gosh, the more she thought about it, the more nervous she became, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. She touches the delicate bracelet on her wrist, a silent vow to herself. No, she couldn't get scared now. There was no point in dwelling on it. She had already decided to stand her ground in the Sword Pavilion, and she absolutely could not back down here. Taking a deep breath, she pushes open the massive doors. As she steps over the threshold, she offers a polite apology for the intrusion. The sight that greets her steals her breath away. The hall is impossibly spacious, with 7 pillars of light, each housing a magnificent sword. She wanders through the sacred space, mesmerized by the glowing weapons, each one radiating a palpable, fascinating energy. Still, she couldn't see anything that looked like a sword spirit. Her attention is then snagged a particularly exquisite blade, and she can't help but hurry over for a closer look. It was breathtaking, a masterpiece of craftsmanship that pulsed with a gentle, ethereal light. She felt drawn to it, an invisible force pulling her closer as she approached the pedestal. What a gorgeous sword, she thinks, her heart pounding with a strange mix of awe and desire. She just had to touch it. She had to feel its power for herself. Her hand extends, trembling with anticipation, her fingers just inches away from the hilt. But suddenly, a cold, chilling cuts through the silence, stopping her dead in her tracks. Her blood runs cold. The voice came from right behind her. But who was it? Who else was in the room? I haven't. Before her stood a being of impossible beauty, an ethereal figure wreathed in pale flowers, his silver hair cascading like a frozen waterfall. As he turned, his long, flowing hair seemed to capture the very light of the room, and Killen's breath caught in her throat. Her heart pounded. Was this a sword spirit? He was far too beautiful, like an exiled god cast down from the heavens, his crimson eyes holding a universe of ancient sorrow. But just as she was lost in his divine presence, his perfect face twisted in a grimace of pain. The illusion shattered as the godlike man suddenly coughed, spitting a shocking spray of crimson blood, a stark contrast to his pale form. A single drop of blood dripped onto the pristine floor, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. Killen's eyes widened in sheer panic, her mind struggling to process the scene. Without a second thought, she rushed forward, her voice trembling with concern as she asked if he was all right. The beautiful spirit merely touched his fingers to his lips, wiping away the blood with an unnerving calm. And then, in a blinding flash of light, he was gone. He had returned to the sword, leaving Kellen staring in disbelief. How could a sword spirit throw up blood? She called out to the blade, her worry palpable. A smooth, new voice cut through the air, telling her not to be alarmed as another man appeared from thin air, clad in elegant dark robes. He explained with a knowing smirk that the other spirit often threw up blood, and it was simply something they had to live with. Her mind reeling, she timidly asked if he was also a sword spirit. He confirmed with a charming smile that he was the spirit of the Ki Xing sword, adding that the others were quite interested to meet her. Before she could even react, a figure materialized right beside her, his presence suffocatingly close. A handsome man with pointed ears and long, pink hair glared down at her, his expression dripping with disdain. Killen froze, her body trembling under his intense scrutiny. The spirit then let out a theatrical cry of despair. The dark-robed man sighed, chiding the newcomer for scaring their new master, but the pink-haired man just huffed indignantly. He continued to stare her down, his eyes scanning her from head to toe. No matter which way he looked, she was just ugly. Killen could only blink in confusion. He couldn't believe it. She was a girl, so how could she be so utterly clueless about how to dress? The Qi Xing spirit quickly apologized, assuring that Xixiao meant no harm, and she waved her hands dismissively, insisting it was fine. But inside she was mortified. This was the first time in her life anyone had called her ugly. Her old master had prided himself on choosing disciples for their looks. Just then, a cheerful voice boomed through the hall, welcoming her excitedly. A new spirit appeared, thrilled that the boredom was finally over. He announced himself as the spirit of the Posi sword. With a dashing wink and a salute, he greeted her. Killen managed a small hello, still feeling overwhelmed. He told her not to be picky. He wouldn't hold her ugliness against her as long as someone new was joining. Her face fell into a perfect deadpan. This was her life now, being insulted by a harem of handsome but wretched sword spirits. The Qi Xing spirit apologized again for his noisy companions, who had apparently gotten his clothes dirty in their excitement. He complained about how loud they were being today. It seemed the other sword spirits were also making their grand entrance. A new figure strode into view, his roguish charm radiating from every pore. Dark, unruly framed a handsome face with sharp, intelligent green eyes as he casually asked who this newcomer was. Now surrounded by an entire assembly of gorgeous men, Killen felt incredibly small. She took a deep breath, swallowing her nerves. She introduced herself as Jiang Killen, their new pavilion master. She declared that from this day forward, she would be taking care of all of them, humbly asking them to bear with her inexperience. With that, she offered a deep, respectful bow. The roguish man's eyes glinted with amusement. So the new master was just a little girl. A dangerous smirk spread across his lips as he clenched his fist. Whether an old man or a little girl came, he didn't really care. He leaned in, his face inches from hers, his voice a low, seductive purr. But a little girl, he whispered, was still better. Killen's face turned white with shock. This man was unbelievably frivolous. The Qi Xing spirit, Long Yuan, immediately stepped between them, telling the rogue to back off and stop scaring her, only to be told to quit nagging like an old lady. Killen's spinning. Then she noticed a tiny figure peeking out from behind Long Yuan's robes. A little boy with gray hair shyly looked at her before quickly hiding again. Her heart absolutely melted at the sight. Was this adorable creature? The other spirits called him out, telling Chun Jun that she had already seen him, but the little boy insisted he wasn't hiding. Killen was floored. This child was a sword spirit? They came in different ages? Before she could recover, the pink-haired spirit yelled for someone named Cheng Ying to stop eavesdropping and come out. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind ripped through the hall. A figure descended from above, landing with a deafening bam that shook the very foundations of the room, a ferocious, murderous soha exploding from him. As he looked up, his eyes burned with raw fury, and Killen froze, pure terror seizing her heart. The pink-haired spirit just laughed a reaction, teasing that the little pavilion master was truly scared, even though the new guy only looked fierce. Pushing down her fear, Killen put on her brightest, most professional smile and reintroduced herself, saying they could all call her Killen. The spirits murmured amongst themselves. Some thought it was nice, while others found it terrible. A wave of relief washed over her. The sword spirits were surprisingly easy to get along with, despite their abrasive personalities. Perhaps she had worried for nothing. She ran their names in her head. They all seemed to match their appearances, except for the first one she met, the Yunwei sword. He truly did look like an exiled god, a name she thought would belong to a beautiful woman. She was still marveling over the fact that such an ethereal being was a man when the roguish spirit, Long Yuan, commented that it was impressive for someone so young to become the pavilion master. He leaned in, a curious glint in his eye, and asked her to come closer. She cautiously stepped forward as he repeated that he was just curious. In the blink of an eye, he was behind her, his voice a dangerous whisper right beside her ear as he tapped her shoulder. How, he asked, did a little girl like her become the pavilion master? An ethereal figure stood amidst a shower of cherry blossoms, his long pink hair and blood-red robes, making him a vision of otherworldly beauty. But for Killan, the world had just frozen solid. A cold, suffocating dread crawled up her spine as the terrifying realization hit her she couldn't move. A devastatingly handsome man with eyes like polished obsidian, Long Yuog, his voice a smooth, chilling balm. He told her not to panic, explaining with an infuriating calm that he had simply tapped her acupoints to restrict her movement. Her senior brother, clutching her younger brother tightly, cried out Long Yuan in disbelief, his face a mask of worry. Long Yuan's sharp gaze, however, remained locked on Killan, a predatory glint in their depths. Since she was to join their ranks, he purred, it was only natural to test her, wasn't it? Killan's mind spun, her wide, innocent eyes pleadingly searching their faces. Why were they doing this to her? A condescending smirk twisted Long Yuan's perfect lips. He sneered that relieving one acupoints was a basic skill for any cultivator. If she couldn't even manage that, what possible use could she be to them? The beautiful pink-haired man chimed in, his voice as soft as silk, but his words with venom. He agreed completely. He didn't need some clueless outsider trying to boss them around. The others were just as cold. One grumbled about the inconvenience, but admitted he didn't care, while another simply offered a dismissive. However, her little brother, held safely in her senior brother's arms, could only whisper that he would listen to what everyone else decided. With a heavy sigh, her senior brother finally relented, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine, he would respect their wishes. Killan stood there, paralyzed and utterly alone, a single thought screaming through her mind. What the hell was going on? The familiar, bitter taste of rejection filled her mouth. It was always the same story. Whether it was people or sword spirits, she was always the outcast, the useless weed, the trash to be thrown away. The pantheon of godlike men stood before her like a panel of judges, their gazes cold and appraising. Long Yuan's was the worst, his eyes stripping her bare. So little girl, he mocked, his voice a low drawl. Think you can release yourself? He then presented his cruel ultimatum. If she agreed to resign her position as pavilion master, he would graciously help her. Killan's jaw tightened, a flicker of defiance igniting in her soul. And if she refused, Long Yuan's smirk widened into a grin. He was savoring struggle. Refusing was fine, he chuckled. She could always call for outside help. But he added, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That only proved she was as useless they thought. If that happened, she shouldn't even dream of setting foot in this place again. Frustration finally boiled over, her cheeks puffing out in an adorable show of anger. As he could clearly see, she retorted. She didn't possess a single shred of spiritual energy. How could she possibly use a power she didn't have? His test was completely and utterly unfair. The pink-haired man spoke up, an amused glint in his eyes. Where did she get that thought? It was true she had no spiritual energy of her own, but she did have the red obsidian. That stoned could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for her to use. It shouldn't be that hard. Killan could only whisper the back, confused. Red? Obsidian? He gestured to her wrist. It was the bracelet, he clarified, adding with a touch of arrogance that his eye for gems was infallible. Killan's eyes widened as she stared at the delicate bracelet, a sudden realization dawning on her. Her senior brother, had he given her this because he knew this would happen? A new thought sparked. If she managed this on her own, what would be her reward? Sensing his opening, Long Yuan leaned in, his handsome face invading her personal space. A reward, he purred, his tempting rumble. How about this? If she released her own acupoints, she would earn his approval. Her senior brother looked away, his expression pained, as he declared he would not interfere in this matter. Killan met his gaze with a small, determined smile. It was okay, she understood. If she wanted to stay here, she had to be accepted. This was a trial she must pass alone. The pink-haired man examined his flawless nails with a bored expression. He was already done, and this girl still hadn't managed to get through the door. Perhaps they should just let her go. Killan's mind was racing. She'd memorized the cultivation manuals, but how did one actually use the energy from a red obsidian? As the sun began to set, casting the world in shades of fire, her resolve solidified. Her eyes burned with determination as she declared loudly, I accept the challenge. She was a small, unmoving figure, but her spirit was anything but. There was no need for them to leave, she said, her voice steady, noting how none of them seemed the least bit anxious. Long Yuan simply stood there, a statue of sculpted muscle and smug indifference, watching her every move. The pink-haired man's condescending attitude made a vein throb at her temple. His words made her want to pick a fight. But she pushed it down, closing her eyes and forcing herself to concentrate. A sudden, intense heat bloomed on her wrist. The blit was getting hot. Her eyes flew open just in time to see a brilliant burst of crimson energy erupt from her hand. This was it! Spiritual energy! Was she actually going to succeed? But as quickly as it appeared, the light flickered and died, extinguished into nothingness. Her slumped, a wave of crushing depression washing over her. From the sidelines, one of the men laughed at how openly she displayed her emotions. Another joined in, his tone cruel. Did his friend feel like beating her up right now? Night fell, and the pavilion was swallowed by darkness, the moon a lonely sentinel in the sky. Hours bled into one another as Killen continued to struggle, her body trembling from the strain. She held her breath, focusing all her will on the bracelet, which would glow faintly before sputtering out time and time again. Sweat dripped down her face. How could she be failing so miserably? One of her tormentors called out from the shadows, his dripping with scorn. Her arms and legs must be numb by now. If she would just beg for forgiveness, they could end her suffering. Long Yuan added his own sharp critique, a cold smirk on his lips. It seemed she wasn't just untalented, but dim-witted as well. Killen bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the floor. They could say whatever they wanted. It was always like this, wasn't it? As usual, she was being belittled, not taken seriously for a single moment. Despair began to creep in. She thought of all the people who had been kind to her, who had believed in her. They had done so much for her, and she couldn't even do this one simple thing. If she couldn't even unfreeze herself, maybe it was better to just give up. Just as she was about to surrender to the darkness, a familiar voice called out her name from outside. Killen, are you in there? The voice sounded worried. I swear I heard something. Killen's head snapped up, her eyes widening as a brilliant spark of hope ignited in her chest. Tang? It was Manhwa. She came to find her. The ethereal figure of the sword spirit stood amidst a shower of cherry blossoms, his gaze distant and melancholic. Back in the pavilion, the immediate danger had passed. Tang Huan's voice, thick with relief, cut the tense air as she cried out her name, exclaiming that she'd finally found her and was worried to death. She urged our heroine to go back with her now that it was late. Beside the impossibly handsome Qi Xing, the pink-haired spirit let out a delicate yawn, murmuring that it was finally over. He'd been entirely unbothered, though a faint blush on his cheeks suggested otherwise. Our heroine's eyes widened in surprise as Qi Xing, with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, told her she could go back first. He still had something to do, he explained, his gaze lingering on her for a moment too long while the pink-haired spirit shot her a knowing smirk. Qi Xing's profile was sculpted like a god's, a faint, almost predatory smile playing on his lips as he watched her. Elsewhere, the young boy Duan Nian looked up with wide, worried eyes, while the green-robed man beside him let out a sigh of relief. Steeling herself, our little pavilion master put on a brave face, her expression one of grim determination. As Tang Huan turned to leave, she hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing her features. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Asking if our heroine was truly okay, her voice didn't sound right at all. But our girl just waved it off, insisting she was fine, just a little tired from the day's events. Tang Huan finally relented, telling not to stay up too late before departing with a final, worried glance. The moment she was gone, the facade crumbled. She had successfully sent Tang Huan away, but the terrifying reality of her situation hadn't changed. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as a horrifying realization dawned on her. Damn it. She couldn't feel her feet. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, a violent shudder that threatened to send her collapsing to the floor. The agony was immense, and a small voice in her head whispered that it would be so much easier to just give up. But she grit her teeth against the pain. No, even if she lost her legs here, it was far better than living with regret. Suddenly, a calm, ethereal voice echoed in her mind, instructing her to close her eyes and concentrate, to find the opening. Her eyes snapped open, and she found herself facing the ghostly apparition of a young man. He asked why she wore such an expression, questioning if she regretted pushing everyone away. She answered with a firm no. He pressed further, his voice soft but piercing. Did she not want to release her acupoints anymore? She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the vision away. Another, more familiar voice filled her mind, the spirit of the Yunwei sword. He commanded her not to become distracted, to feel the subtle changes in the temperature of the bracelet on her wrist. His own spiritual form manifested before her, a guide in this sea of pain. He instructed her not to get rid of feeling, to accept it not as a foreign object, but as a part of her very body. She had to bind it to her wrist, to absorb its power. A brilliant light erupted from her hand as the bracelet's energy surged into her, a visible current of power. The spirits watched in awe. The pink-haired one couldn't believe his eyes. The little pavilion master had actually succeeded in drawing energy into her body. Qi Xing immediately shushed him, his voice a low whisper, warning him not to disturb her now. Her face was a mask of concentration. The Yunwei sword's voice continued its guidance, telling her to channel the energy from her hand. She had to move her attention away from her wrist, guiding the glow as slowly as possible up to her elbow, her shoulder blades down to her ribs, and then to the seat of Qi acupoint. It was a path of constellations mapped onto her own body, but each point of light was a burst of searing agony that made her cry out in pain. Disappointment, she pushed forward, her will unbending as she reached out with a trembling hand. "Empty your perception," the voice commanded, and let it out. With a final, guttural scream, a massive shockwave of energy exploded from her body. Had she done it? Had she finally opened her meridians? The world rushed back into focus. Her eyes flew open, wide with disbelief. She could move. She pushed herself up, but her newly freed legs were weak, and she immediately staggered, a dizzy spell washing over her. She stumbled forward, her balance completely gone. Just as she was about to crash to the floor, a strong arm wrapped securely around her waist, catching her. She looked up into the deep, dark eyes of Qi Xing, who held her steady, his voice low as he told her to be careful. He offered a rare, genuine smile, congratulating her on successfully opening her meridians. She could only look up at him, breathless and overwhelmed, her lips forming his name, Qi Xing. The little boy, Duan Nian, watched them with wide, innocent eyes. The green-robed sword spirit rushed over, his voice booming with excitement. Wow, she was amazing. He couldn't believe she had stood for whole hours, joking that he should learn from her incredible lower body strength. A vein throbbed on her forehead. Was this sword a complete fool? The golden-eyed, muscular yawned dramatically, declaring the whole affair boring before announcing he was going to sleep. She was utterly speechless at their ridiculous antics. Qi Xing's grip on her remained firm as he told her she had done well for her first day. The pink-haired spirit, however, looked at her with disdain, telling her to go take a shower immediately, as it wasn't good for a girl to be covered in sweat and grime. She could only manage a meek okay. The green-robed man clapped his hands, congratulating her once more and saying he looked forward to working with her, while little Duan Nian peeked out shyly from behind his legs. I was astounded by it all, but a massive, radiant smile finally broke through her exhaustion. She did it! She first day. A wave of gratitude for the Yunwei sword washed over her, but her moment of triumph was shattered by a violent banging at her door. A voice roared from outside, demanding the pavilion master open the door at once. She whipped her head towards the sound, her brief moment of utterly ruined. She stood before the door, her body aching, her mind weary. With a sigh, she shuffled over, calling out that she was coming. The door slid open to reveal a man with his hair tied back, his expression one of pure arrogance and disapproval. She politely asked who he was. He introduced himself as Chang Lu, sent by senior brother Feng Yi to be in charge of her, sent by Feng Yi. Chang looked down his nose at her, stating that since she knew nothing, he would be helping her with trivial matters, and should be grateful he even bothered to come. A saccharine smile spread across her face, though her eyes were cold as ice. It was late, she pointed out, reminding him of the morning meeting and questioning how he expected to become the pavilion master with such behavior. The other spirits groaned in the background. Not again. They had just finished fighting with the sword spirits, and now she was starting a fight with him. Chang Lu was about to explode, but she cut him off, declaring she had no energy to deal with him right now. Then, to his utter shock, she simply turned her back on him and collapsed onto the floor in a heap. He stared, flabbergasted. What was she doing? Was she trying to make him mad? He yelled at her, demanding to know if she was even listening. But it was no use. She was already dead to the world, completely passed out from exhaustion. As darkness claimed her, one final thought drifted through her mind. People were so much harder to deal with than swords. Being the master of the Sword Pavilion was not going to be easy at all. Our story continues inside the opulent Sword Pavilion, where the air is thick with cherry blossoms and unspoken tension. A stressed-out steward named Chang passed nervously, presenting a scroll to his new pavilion master, Killen. The swordsman is in a hurry, he insists, his voice tight with anxiety. If she delays it, will she be able to accept the consequences? But Killen waves a dismissive hand, a picture of serene nonchalance. Okay, no, she purrs, also adding that these documents need to be taken care of. Even if this task was sent by her own senior brother, she'd still quit, she declares with a sigh before turning a surprisingly sweet smile on the fuming steward. She notes how quickly he adapts, how much experience he has in recording and manpower allocation. Chang Lu puffs out his chest, completely falling for the flattery. Of course he is, he boasts he's not like some people lucky. He climbs step by step to reach position, and supervising unsophisticated people is also the responsibility of a steward like him. Killen's smile widens, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Since he's so good at this, she can rest assured then. She'll just leave this for him to handle. Chang Li's jaw drops to the floor, his entire body freezing in disbelief. What? As the master of the Sword Pavilion, how could she even think about not doing anything? But Killen's expression shifts, her gentle demeanor replaced by the quiet authority of a true master. Putting her subordinate's power to good use, she states calmly, is also the responsibility of a pavilion master. She just used his own words to trap him, leaving him sputtering in her wake. As she walks away with her friend Tang Huan, The sound of delighted laughter fills the air. Ha ha ha, that was so cool. Tang Huan is practically beaming, exclaiming that Killan is amazing. Chang Li's face had turned completely green, and it was just so funny to watch. Killan admits she didn't want to piss him off, but she has other more important things do. Tang Huan's smile fades into a look of concern. Is Killan going to the sword house again? Are those swords really worth offending Chang Li for? She's worried he'll come and cause trouble, especially if Killan doesn't want to offend him. Han just smiles knowingly, ha ha ha, that too. Tang Huan scoffs, dismissing the steward entirely. What's so great about him? He's not as talented as they are. So what if he has dual spiritual roots? How dare he walk around with his nose in the air all the time? Killan looks genuinely confused. Hey, isn't having less spirit roots better? Tang Huan throws her hands up in exasperation. Not at all. Having one incredible spiritual root is the dream. She explains that while Chang Li has dual spiritual roots, they're fire and earth, two elements that mutually restrain each other, making them weak. Plus, their size is just average. Tang Huan proudly places a hand on her chest, explaining that although she has 3 roots fire, wood, and water, her fire roots are much stronger than the others. Even solidifying fire isn't a problem for her. Killan's eyes widen in genuine admiration. Whoa, Tang Huan can mobilize the fire element? Amazing. A blush creeps up Tang Huan's cheeks. Humph, it's nothing, she says, but she's clearly eager to show off. Concentrating with all her might, her face scrunches up in effort. A tiny, flickering flame, no bigger than a candle's, materializes in her palm. See? Did you see it? She asks, her eyes shining with pride. Killan smiles gently. It is indeed amazing, Tang Huan. Thinking to herself it's about as convenient as a flintstone, but she wouldn't dare say that out loud. Tang Huan laughs, admitting Killan exaggerating. With 3 spiritual roots, she's practically nothing in the grand world of martial arts. The weight of her own situation suddenly hits Killan, her cheerful expression falling into a sad, distant look. Tang Huan immediately notices and grabs her friend's hand, her own face a mask of mock anger. What are you talking about? Getting depressed in front of me? She's the owner of 5 spiritual roots, the worst of the worst. If anyone gets to be angrier, her momentary anger melts into a warm smile. She apologizes, reminding Killan that she's now the disciple of the sect master. Who would ever dare to look down on her now? But Killan just looks away, her voice barely a whisper. She doesn't even know why Master accepted her as a disciple. Tang Huan leans in close, conspiratorial glint in her eye. She her eye. The whole sect knows that the Master accepts disciples based on their looks. It's because beautiful silly. Killan's face explodes in a blush as she chases her friend across the bridge. You brat, don't run. How dare you make fun of me? Later, Killan arrives at the sword house, the atmosphere shifting from playful to somber. She places a heavy book on the table, her presence immediately drawing the attention of the sword spirits gathered around. The handsome, green-robed spirit's eyes widen in recognition. Killan, you are... He stammers, clearly shocked to see her. Killan beams, offering a polite bow. She explains that she succeeded in relieving the acupoints and can now enter freely. She's looking forward to working with them all. The fiery, paired sword spirit, Xiaoxing, is having none of it. She scoffs, her arms in defiance. Killan is really broad-minded. Wasn't it enough that they agreed to let her in? And now she's just moved in? Xiaoxing gestures wildly at the new furniture, complaining about the ugly table and the excessive number of chairs. Was Killan planning to rotate sitting in them all by herself? Killan simply explains that she thought it must be inconvenient for them to not have a place to rest when they come out of their swords. So she brought them some chairs. The green-robed spirit gratefully thanks her, but Xiaoxing smacks him, telling him not to be so lenient with her. All the while, the dark, brooding sword spirit watches from the side, a dangerous and amused smirk playing on his lips. Killan sweetly invites everyone to sit down, and the green-robed spirit immediately collapses onto the table with a groan. Xiaoxing is furious, shrieking at him not to follow her orders so easily while complaining about the ugly table. Damn! Killan puts on a pitiful face, explaining that she had a really hard time moving all the furniture in, so she hopes they'll please accept it. She then pulls out a brush and ink, causing Xiaoxing to narrow her eyes in suspicion. What are you doing? Killan's smile is impossibly sweet. Since they'll all be together for a long time, she thinks it would be better to write down their preferences. The statuesque, dark-skinned sword spirit finally speaks, leaning over the table. His voice is a low, dangerous purr that sends down your spine. Little girl, a predatory gleam in his eyes, you wanted to please us this much? But Killan remains completely unfazed, her focus on her task. Don't worry, she replies brightly. It's part of her job to make them feel comfortable. Then, idea seems to strike her. She looks up at the bewildered spirits. Although they are powerful sword spirits, it feels weird to call them by their sword names. How about she gives a nickname to each sword? The spirits can only stare back, utterly speechless at this audacious, ridiculously cute girl who just bulldozed her way into their lives. After a brief respite, our heroine dives back into her mission within the Tomb of Famed Swords, a long and arduous road still ahead of her. The handsome, long-haired sword spirit Qi Xing gave her a gentle smile, assuring her that he didn't mind changing his name. She could call him anything as long as it was convenient for her. This was it, her grand project. giving all these ancient, powerful spirits new, more personal names. She glanced at the magnificent collection of swords, each radiating its own unique aura, and an idea in her mind. How about distinguishing them by the color of their sword auras? For example, she began looking at the vibrant red Qixiao sword. How about calling you Xiao Hong? Her voice was a little hesitant, wondering if the name was too simple, too childish for such a legendary weapon. But the other spirits were delighted. The beautiful pink-haired spirit giggled, exclaiming that it was a good name, not only because of the red aura, but because the hilt and gems were also red. It was super suitable. The spirit in green robes, Puxia, chimed in, agreeing wholeheartedly. He then turned to her, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, wanting to know what she would call him. Suddenly, he transformed into the cutest catboy imaginable, complete with little ears and paws, shamelessly weaponizing his adorable form to get a good name. Qilan's heart melted a little, but she focused on the task. His sword aura was cyan, simple and majestic. She pondered. Let's call you Xiao King. The reaction was immediate and disastrous. The two female spirits gasped in horror. What? That's the name of a legendary banshee. Puxi's cute facade shattered, his face crumpling in despair. Panicking slightly, Qilan tried to backtrack. Oh, then let's call you Xiao Po, she suggested, thinking of his sword name, Puxi. But Pa also meant broken, and his heart broke all over again. The pink-haired spirit absolutely lost it, howling with laughter. Ha ha ha! That name was perfect. He really was broken. Poor Puxi was reduced to a sobbing mess on the floor, wondering why it had to come to this. Qilan decided to quickly move on before a full-blown mutiny started. Miki Sing sword. She turned to the calm, statuesque man and asked if Xiao's alright. He gave a rare, gentle smile, finding the name perfectly fine. But then he gestured to the tiny, silver-haired boy hiding behind his legs, reminding her that this child needed a name too. The little boy trembled, insisting he wasn't in a hurry at all. Qilan saw his sword form a bronze body with a warm, yellow aura. She crouched down, her voice soft and reassuring. How about Xiao Huang? The little boy looked up her with wide, innocent eyes and whispered a shy okay. But just as the mood softened, a suffocating pressure descended upon the room. Qilan froze, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. An overwhelming, murderous aura emanated from the darkest corner, where a man with chillingly empty eyes stood like a harbinger of death. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Why? Why did this particular sword terrify her very core every single time she faced him? Forcing herself to breathe, she assessed his weapon form. The Chengying sword was as black as the void. Her voice trembled slightly as she proposed a name. Shall I call you Xiao Hei? The silence that followed was heavy, colder than a winter tomb. The air was so thick with tension she could barely breathe. Was he satisfied? Or was he utterly disgusted? His handsome face was an unreadable mask, leaving her completely lost. Deciding the rest later, she quickly named the lawn sword Xiao Jin for its pale gold body and then announced she was heading to bed. She spun around, ready to make her escape. But then she paused, noticing someone was missing. Where was Yun Wei? Had he not recovered yet? The pink-haired spirit scoffed, telling her to just ignore him. He was always the odd one out, a strange spirit who rarely ever left the confines of his sword. Qilan's gaze fell upon a single, ethereal blade floating silently in the corner, radiating a soft, lonely light. She couldn't just leave him. She slowly approached the beautiful weapon. Its body was translucent, shimmering with a pale blue and clear aura, like a wisp of a cloud. How about I call you Xiao Yun? She whispered, her voice gentle. Silence. He was ignoring her, just as she expected. As Pofti continued to wail in the background about his terrible name, she sighed and turned to leave. Never mind, time to work. But just as she took a step, a soft, almost imperceptible voice echoed in the room. Whatever. Qilan froze mid-step, her eyes widening in disbelief. He replied to her. A thrilled smile spread across her face. Her plan to befriend all the swords was working. She was furiously recording her progress in a ledger when a loud, frantic banging rattled the door, startling her. A man's voice yelled for the pavilion master, demanding she come out. Ugh, what now? She opened the door, her pleasant mood instantly soured. A man named Chang Lu stood there, looking completely frazzled. Was she spacing out? Why didn't she answer? He was totally speechless, complaining that he always had to hunt her down. He launched into a rant about how everyone was looking down on him, how his name was unfathomable, before shoving a new ledger into her hands and demanding she examine it immediately. Qilan looked at the perpetually annoyed man, and a wicked little idea popped into her head. His name was Chang Li, but a different name suited him so much better. Let's call you Xiao Fan, she said sweetly, the word for annoyance from her lips. For a moment, he just stared at her in confusion, and then from behind her, a snort of laughter broke the silence. Soon, all the sword spirits were roaring with laughter, clutching their sides. Poxi declared that Qilan was truly amusing, and the pink-haired agreed she was a fascinating master. Even the stoic Qi Xing couldn't hide his smile. Blushing under their attention, Qilan realized she still had a very long way to go before she could truly stand her ground in the Sword Pavilion. The day begins with the gentle chirping of birds, a deceptively peaceful sound for the task ahead. Inside the sword house, Keelan meticulously arranges stacks of clean, white cloths and rows of glistening, polished bottles. One of the sword spirits eyes her curiously, wondering why on earth she's putting their sacred blades on a common table. Keelan just offers them a disarmingly sweet smile, her hands resting on a ornate scabbard. It's time for her to take care of them, she announces cheerfully. The stunning, pink-haired elf spirit, Chi Xiao, leans back with a smirk, her crimson eyes glinting with amusement. Kian has certainly thought of many ways to please them, she drawls, her tone dripping with condescension. Unfazed, Keelan's smile only widens as she draws Chi Xiao's blade from its sheath, the steel singing softly. Since Chi Xiao has so much time to talk, she'll be the very first one to be taken care of. With delicate, focused movements, Keelan begins to wipe the sword, her expression serene. Her eyes catch the light of a massive gem on the hilt. What a big red diamond. It must have cost a fortune, she thinks, momentarily distracted by its beauty. But suddenly, a strange sensation washes over Chi Xiao. Her entire tingles with an unfamiliar feeling, a rough, electric touch that makes her skin crawl. What is she using to wipe her? She demands, her voice tight with irritation. Keelan looks up, her eyes wide with innocent confusion, explaining that it's just a high-quality cotton cloth. The realization hits Keelan like a bolt of lightning. She can feel it when I wipe the sword? Of course she can, Chi Xiao snaps back, utterly indignant. She is a sword spirit, one with her blade. She feels everything, and she will not be wiped with common cotton cloth. In a flash of pure drama, she throws out a hand, her voice ringing with authority. She wants silk. She demands facial oil. Keelan lets out a quiet sigh, telling her to hold on. She hasn't even brought any silk, so Chi Xiao will just have to bear with the cotton for now. Chi Xiao, now fully embracing her role as a demanding queen, starts directing the entire operation. Wipe it again, she orders, pointing at the gems on the hilt. She wants it polished until her entire body shines brightly. Just then, the green-robed spirit interjects, clearly impatient. Chi Xiao's sword is already so clean it could serve food, and the oil has been applied. It should be his turn now. Cats the air, telling him to hold on a moment. With a bright smile, she declares that Xiao Huang will be next. The little boy spirit Chun Jun freezes, his eyes wide with shock. Let him go first? He points to himself, completely bewildered. Why? He asks, voice barely a whisper. Keelan's expression softens as she looks at the small, forgotten spirit. He came in second, didn't he? She's just following the order in which they arrived, that's all. The green-robed spirit explains the shocking truth. Everyone who came before always put Chun Jun last. They are all famous, divine swords, revered and powerful. He gestures to the lineup of legendary blades, each one more magnificent than the last. In comparison, Chun Jun's sword is ordinary. The little spirit's head droops, his heart sinking with the familiar sting of neglect. A rugged-looking spirit appears, noting that Keelan is the first person to ever give the boy priority. Keelan's heart aches for him. She reaches out her hand, her voice gentle but firm. She doesn't care what others, while she is here, will follow the proper order. She takes his small, trembling hand in hers, a silent promise of kindness. Tears well up in his big, sorrowful eyes as he looks at her, his voice choked with emotion. All right. As Keelan examines his unexpectedly short sword, she realizes the length of the blade is proportional to the spirit's height, and she sees how a simple act of kindness has made him so incredibly happy. The other spirits murmur amongst themselves. Chi Xiao notes that he gets touched so easily, not even minding a silly nickname. The dark-haired spirit adds that its content just not being ignored, unlike some duplicitous people he could name. Chi Xiao scoffs, telling him to shut his mouth. Keelan moves on to the next sword, noticing 7 strange hollow points along the blade. Could this be the legendary Qi Sing sword? She wonders, a spark of excitement in her eyes. The moment her cloth touches the steel, the rugged spirit Long Yuan erupts in uncontrollable laughter, his body shaking violently. He can't stand it. He's being pickled. Keelan's face flushes with exertion as she tries to keep a steady hand. His reaction is so realistic. She promises her trying her best to hold it together. But Long Yuan is having the time of his life, barking orders like a king getting a massage. A little to the left. Yes, what a force. Comfortable. Feeling less like a sword caretaker and more like a personal masseuse. This ridiculous. She tells herself to focus, to work harder. Nearby, little Chun Jun is crying with laughter, tears streaming down his face. With a grin, Keelan turns to the green-robed spirit Popi. Your turn, she chirps, picking up his quaint-looking bronze sword. As she begins to polish, Popi starts trembling from head to toe. Keelan's eyes dance with mischief. Oh, are you ticklish too, Popi? He fails to hold it in, bursting into a fit of laughter and tears as Xiao points and howls with glee. You're so funny, Long Yuan chuckles, remarking that he knew Popi wouldn't be able to hold it back. He leans in close to the sensitive spirit, his voice a low tease. It's not good to be so sensitive, he smirks. Maybe getting married would calm him down. Suddenly, the atmosphere freezes over. Long Yuan. A cold voice snaps. Long Yuan immediately recoils, his hands up in surrender. He knows he won't talk about it anymore, okay? Keelan and Poxi exchange a confused look, completely lost. The dark, purple-robed spirit turns his piercing gaze to Keelan. Whose turn is it now? he asks, his voice dangerously low. She reaches for the final sword, a sleek, ominous purple blade. Before her fingers can even touch it, the sword flies into the air with a sharp whoosh, startling her. The last spirit materializes, a man with eyes as cold as the grave and a murderous aura that frees hell over. Only his master, he states flatly. Keelan stares, her mind racing. But if she can't touch him, how can she possibly take care of him? His shadowed eyes lock onto her. He is ominous, he warns, his voice a chilling whisper. Blood will be seen the moment he is unsheathed, for his blade only grows sharper the more it tastes. His sword, he declares, does not need to be taken care of. Keelan looks up at this dangerous, untouchable spirit, not with fear, but with a spark of unyielding determination in her eyes. The suffocating pressure in the room is immense, but she stands her ground, ready to face the challenge. Under the vast, idyllic sky, a fragile peace settles over the Sword Pavilion as our heroine stands beside the enigmatic Yun Wei, a calm before the inevitable storm of emotions. But this quiet moment is fleeting. With a newfound resolve, Keelan turns on her heel and walks away, leaving the silent swordsman behind her. She doesn't look back, disappearing through the doorway with a determined stride. Her sudden departure leaves the other sword spirits utterly baffled. The young Po Shi scratches his head, completely lost, while the imposing Yun Wei remains as unreadable as a stone monument, his dark eyes following her path. Just as the confusion thickens, a chaotic flapping of wings shatters the silence. A massive rooster bursts into the scene, clucking and kicking in a flurry of feathers. The sword spirits are stunned into silence, their jaws dropping at the absurdity of it all. Then Keelan reappears, holding the squawking bird with a triumphant, beaming grin. She proudly presents her prize, announcing she caught it from the kitchen, and that they have as much blood as they need, her sweet smile a hilarious contrast to her morbid offer. She holds the struggling rooster up to the stoic Huaixing, chirping that he's welcome, while the other spirits either laugh or stare in disbelief. A moment later, Keelan watches Keatsing's retreating back, wondering if her strange gift satisfied him or just weirded him out, before the glamorous Xiao urges her to take care of Yun Wei next. With renewed purpose, she approaches the silver-haired swordmaster, presenting him with a stunning new blade. She holds the sword up to the light, her own eyes sparkling with awe. It's so light, so cold, so beautifully translucent it looks like it was carved from a glacier. Success! She managed to impress him. Her heart flutters as she sees the legendary Yun Wei practically drooling over the exquisite weapon. She actually managed to scare another one with her generosity. Eager to please, she begins polishing the blade, but a wave of panic washes over her. Oh no, is she wiping it too hard? She apologizes frantically, frozen in indecision. But as she hesitates, her eyes catch a faint line on the otherwise persists. She thought it was just part of the design, but on close inspection, it's a crack. A suffocating silence falls over the room as Yun Wei's gaze turns ice cold. His voice a low whisper that cuts deeper than any blade. Have you been crushed before? Keelan claps a hand over her mouth, her blood running cold. Without another word, Yun Wei dissolves into shimmering light, leaving the flawed sword behind on the table. Keelan reaches out in shock as the sword levitates into the air, a sorrowful energy radiating from it. It slides back into its sheath with a soft click, a final, heartbreaking sound of rejection. Keelan is left reeling, completely lost, as the others explain that Yun Wei just has that kind of temper. They tell her not to worry, that the crack is a mystery to them all, and it's better to just leave it alone and take care of him quietly. An image of his beautiful, sorrowful face flashes in her mind, forever linked to the image of that magnificent, broken sword. Her heart aches for him as she gazes at the sheath, wondering what terrible tragedy he must have endured. Later, trying to move past the heavy atmosphere, Keelan finds herself in the Sword Pavilion. She's adorably slurping up a bowl of noodles, a little smudge of sauce on her cheek. Across from her, the young sword spirit Po Shi is staring at her, utterly captivated. A blush creeps up his cheeks, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that's both cute and a little concerning. His unwavering stare is so potent that she chokes on her food, breaking in fit of violent coughing. A napkin is gently offered to her, and she looks up with watery eyes to offer a weak thank you. It's Kuitsing, his usual cold demeanor softened with a flicker of concern. Keelan looks at her ruined bowl, wondering if the noodles are even edible now, but Po Shi eagerly suggests he could eat them for her, an idea she immediately shoots down. How could she let him eat her leftovers? The ever-dramatic Chi Xiao scoffs from the side, complaining about the smell and how ugly she looks while eating, a comment completely unbecoming of a lady. Qi Xing gives him a warning glare. Qin Xiao pouts, muttering about how annoying Qi Xing has become lately. Po Shi quickly defends her, telling her not to mind Qi Xiao. Watching her eat just gave him an appetite. Keelan's eyes light up with understanding. Oh, so they were staring because they wanted to eat too. Qi Xing offers a rare, gentle smile, apologizing for his impoliteness and explaining he was simply curious, having never seen someone eat before. Even the stoic Long Yuan admits that real food tastes far better than simple offerings. Po Shi looks down, a wistful and longing expression on his face, confessing how much he wants to taste food again after so long. Keelan is stunned. Sword spirits can eat? Of course. Pussy puffs out his chest proudly, recounting how he and his previous owner, a ranger, ate their way across the world. Keelan remembers the legends of Pussy Sword's unwavering loyalty. The golden-eyed spirit beside her then begins to tell the tale. He explains that Pussy belonged to the last young master of a dying sect who eventually became a beggar, his only possession of value being the legendary sword. Pussy's face flushes with anger, insisting that his owner was not a beggar. The storyteller continues with a smirk, describing how greedy nobles tried to steal the sword, but Pussy remained fiercely loyal, swearing to protect his master, a tale that cemented his legendary status. Shi Xiao, however, is unimpressed, calling him an innocent, stupid fool. If it were him, he declares with a wicked grin, he would have pretended to sell himself. Then he'd use the money to help his master before running away. Pussy is absolutely livid, demanding to know if Shi Xiao thinks everyone is as shameless as him and yelling at him to stop calling his master a beggar. Keelan is deeply moved by his story. If their bond was so deep, she asks, why is he here now? The light in Pussy's eyes dims instantly as he quietly replies that his previous owner has already passed away. Keelan gasps, immediately regretting her question. Pussy's voice is heavy with sorrow as he explains his master was too kind and naive for the cruel world. He forces a sad smile, saying that while it's a pity he couldn't protect his first owner, he's happy to have met his new one. A blush spreads across Keelan's cheeks, her heart fluttering with a confusing mix of embarrassment and a growing affection for the loyal, heartbroken sword spirit. Our story begins, a tale woven with starlight and steel, centering on a girl with eyes like liquid gold and hair as white as moonlight. We're thrown into a memory, a blood-red sun setting on a solemn vow. A young man named Puppy kneels, offering his magnificent sword and his very soul to a new master. All he asked for was a proper burial for his fallen lord, and in return he would offer an unwavering loyalty. The man before him, with wing hair and commanding presence, saw the truth in his eyes, a sword of loyalty willing to sell itself to honor its master. Back in the present, Keelan's mind reels from this story, so he sold himself. Her eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and pity. Ki, seeing ever the protector of innocence, quickly covers little Chunjun's ears, shielding him from such worldly talk. The tiny boy looks completely lost, his eyes blinking in confusion. Meanwhile, the ethereal Yu Wei bursts into laughter, finding the whole situation hilarious, while the stoic Yuan King smirks beside her, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. But Keelan is still caught on a crucial detail, her brow furrowed in concentration. That's not right, she insists, filled with earnest confusion. If he accepted that person as his owner, then why is he now part of the Shenjian Sect? Puxi puffs out his chest with a proud, almost smug grin. He exclaimed, his new master His Feng, the senior brother of the Shenjian Sect. The realization hits Keelan like a bolt of lightning. Her jaw drops, her eyes wide in utter disbelief. Elder brother. The man she admires is the one who saved this loyal sword spirit. A strange and immediate consensus forms between the two of them, much to the bewilderment of the onlookers. Keelan gushing over how wonderful elder brother is for helping him, while Puxi beams, declaring his master is the absolute best. Yuan King observes them with a deadpan expression. One is a girl stupidly thinking about love, and the other is a stupidly loyal guy. There really isn't much of difference, is there? Keelan freezes on the spot, turning to stone at his blunt observation about her crush. Yuan King, completely oblivious, just wonders what he could have possibly said wrong. But Keelan, blushing to the tips of her ears, surprisingly owns it. Yeah, she admits. She does like elder brother, though maybe not in the way he's thinking. Yu Wei is stunned by her frankness. Wow, are all little girls these days so straightforward? Puxie, however, is absolutely delighted. He declares that Keelan has excellent taste. She's a good girl in his book. Just then, an ethereal voice cuts through the air, belonging to the beautiful Yuan Wei sword. If the master is to be with Keelan, he can accept it. Keelan's face flushes an even deeper shade of crimson. It's mortifying to have her feelings laid so bare, but she noticed something fascinating, her favorability with Powasaya skyrocketing. A mischievous thought begins to form. A brilliant light bulb goes off in her head. Elder brother is so good, she proclaims with a sweet smile, there's no one in the world who could hate him. She turns to her new puppy-like friend for backup. Right, Xiaopo. He agrees with pure, unadulterated enthusiasm. My master is the best. She presses on, her plan working perfectly. Elder brother's judgment is flawless, so if he likes a sword like Poki, then Posi must be pretty amazing too. The praise makes the sword spirit blush and wave his hands dismissively. No, he stammers, completely flustered. Keelan decides to push her luck, her voice playful. Xiaopo, bark for me. To everyone's astonishment, he lets out a happy little woof. She pats his head, praising him like a good boy, and he melts under the affection, once again declaring his master is the best. He feels a deep sense of contentment, wondering why this wonderful girl hadn't shown up in his life sooner. Keelan mentally takes notes, a triumphant grin on her face. So this is the cheat code. All she has to do is praise elder brother, and Posi's favorability will soar. This is going to be so easy. Her scheming is cut short by a loud slam as Poshi presents her with a bowl of noodles. Here, eat some, he offers eagerly. but stops him, explaining that she already ate from that bowl and her handkerchief even fell in. He brushes it off completely, saying he's used to leftovers and doesn't care at all. Lan's face scrunches up in disgust. Well, cares. In a sweet preview, we see the usually stoic Fang Fei gently helping Chunjun pick up a piece of meat, a hint of the kindness beneath his cold exterior. Back to our heroes, Lan decides to take matters into her own hands. She snatches the plate away from Pusi with a determined wink. "Just wait here," she says. "I'll prepare more food for you." Her gaze sweeps across the room, realizing it's not just him who's hungry. The whole mismatched family of gods and spirits is looking on with anticipation. Posi is left utterly bewildered by this turn of events. A short while later, Lan returns, balancing a massive tray laden with dishes. "Food is here," she announces with a radiant smile. Fang Yi immediately rushes to her side, carefully spreading a beautiful cloth on the table to help her. Soon, the table is groaning under the weight of a magnificent feast, a spread so lavish it leaves everyone speechless. Little Chunjun's eyes are sparkling with pure joy. Pokes Ye, who has never used chopsticks before, fumbles awkwardly with them, trying to figure out how they work. The others watch on. Yuan King muses about wine, while Yu Wei sniffs disdainfully, claiming to hate oily food. Chunjun, his cheeks adorably puffed out, declares his love for meat, something he rarely got to eat before. The entire group is filled with a rare, warm laughter. Then comes the moment of truth. Lan holds her breath, watching nervously as the handsome Fang Yi lifts a piece of food to his lips. He takes a bite, and for a heart-stopping second, his expression is unreadable. "How is it?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. A slow, breathtakingly handsome spreads across his face. "Not bad," he says, his voice low and warm. It's his first time tasting her cooking, and he thanks her. Lan's heart soars with happiness, her smile bright enough to light up the room. But just as quickly, the perfect moment shatters, his hand trembles, and the piece of food slips from his chopsticks, falling back onto the plate. The air grows thick with tension. Fang Yi freezes, and a look of shock crosses his face. Chunjun lets out a small whimper of concern as Lan breaks into a cold sweat. Trying to cover his weakness, Fang Yi offers to help Chunjun with his food. Yuan King, ever the tease, calls Chunjun clumsy for not being able to pick up his food. He then deftly swoops in and steals the piece with his own chopsticks, much to Chunjun's indignant fury. Yu Wei also takes a bite, munching thoughtfully as if she were a grand food critic. Her final verdict? "Humph, it's still lacking," she declares with a haughty sniff. But her words are trailed by her plate, which is wiped clean of every last crumb. "Don't expect me to be nice, just because I ate your few huffs," turning away, unable to admit just how delicious it truly was. The memory of the feast was a warm, chaotic blur, a stark contrast to the usual cold silence of the Sword Tomb. The meal had started with a single, shocked gasp from the elegant Fang Yi. His surprise was the starting pistol for an all-out war. Yu Jian, ever the glutton, lunged for a dish, his chopsticks a blur of motion. But he wasn't alone. The stoic and dangerous Cheng Ying suddenly snatched a piece, his movement impossibly fast, leaving Fang Yi to erupt in a furious pout, yelling that Cheng Ying shouldn't join in on this childish too. Amidst the beautiful bickering, a tender moment unfolded as the gentle Mo Xie carefully fiddled Hui, his voice a soft murmur telling her to slow down and swallow before taking another bite. Even the fiery Lai Huang joined the festivities, though his first taste of wine was met with a grimace of pure disgust. Clearly, this was a new and unpleasant experience for the powerful spirit. Lan watched them all, her heart swelling with a strange, unfamiliar warmth. A delicate laugh escaped her lips as she covered her mouth, a genuine smile gracing her features for the first time in what felt like an eternity. But one remained untouched by the warmth, the silent, imposing greatsword, Cloud, who stood aloof in the corner, radiating an aura of pure ice. Killen's smile turned determined. She had a plan for this one too. She approached the cold blade, presenting a special dessert she'd prepared just for him, a crystal clear that shimmered like a captured star. Suggesting he try the dessert since he wasn't interested in the entries, her voice soft and coaxing. "Look," she urged, "it's translucent." She thought he would like it. For a moment, there was only. Then, a faint shimmer emanated from the blade. The air crackled with power as the sword began to glow, light pouring from it until a figure materialized from thin air, a breathtakingly beautiful man with flowing white hair and eyes closed as if in slumber. He hovered for a second, an ethereal being of pure energy, before swooping down, his hand reaching elegantly for the plate she offered. He picked up the tiny spoon, his movements graceful and deliberate, a king sampling a peasant's offering. Killen held her breath, her cheeks flushed with anticipation as she asked him, her voice barely a whisper, if he liked it. His eyes snapped open, and a tiny bibble escaped the corner of his mouth. The cold, aloof spirit looked utterly captivated, like a child tasting candy for the first time. It seemed he liked his dessert bloody, she thought with a giggle. From across the table, Lei Huang watched the entire exchange with a lazy, amused smirk, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He let a hearty laugh, thanking her for the delicious meal before winking playfully at her, making her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Just as suddenly as he had appeared, Cloud vanished in a swirl of light, leaving behind only a faint glowing pattern on the floor. Killen stared at the empty space where he'd been, then down at the now empty plate in her hands. Every last bite was gone. A wave of relief and triumph washed over her. It was working. All the effort she poured into this meal was finally paying off. They were finally, slowly, warming up to her. The night ended on that hopeful note, a promise of something new blooming in the ancient tomb. The pick arrived, bringing with it the familiar routine. Kellan was in the middle of her daily sword maintenance when she suddenly paused, her brow furrowed in thought. Yu Jian, ever present, immediately noticed and asked what was wrong. Why did she stop? She turned to him, her expression serious, reminding him of what he'd told her before, that eating had no impact on sword spirits. He nodded confidently, insisting that it doesn't, that they were all perfectly fine. But Kellan wasn't buying it. She wagged a finger at him, her voice firm. Nope, no more food for a while. Yu Jian's face fell into an expression of utter betrayal and horror. How could she possibly do this to them? Killen's cute face was fixed in a stern stare. Not them, she clarified. You. The gluttonous spirit collapsed into a puddle of tears, wailing about how unfair it all was. She simply told him to see for himself. With a flourish, she held up his sword form. She hadn't even started applying the maintenance oil yet, but the blade was already slick with grease. The other spirits erupted in laughter. Fang declared that it served him right, while the others snickered at his plight. Young could only beg Killen not to do this to him, but she just puffed out her cheeks. Tough luck, that's what he got for Hoggle the food. But amidst the laughter, a pair of sharp, crimson eyes watched from the shadows, cold and calculating. It was Chengying, the tyrant's sword, and his gaze was fixed on Killen, his expression unreadable and intense. As Killen's inner voice confessed a fondness for the cheerful Feng Yi, Chengying's sharp gaze seemed to pierce right through her. Suddenly, the air filled with a dazzling, cosmic energy, and a brilliant transformation began. A body made of pure, starlit energy started to form, glowing with immense power. The light coalesced, revealing the statuesque figure of a man with long silver hair, standing before his master. He bowed his head slightly, his voice smooth and melodic as he finally revealed his true name. Yes, master. My name is Yunwei. He looked at Killen, his silver eyes holding a universe of ancient secrets and a hint of sorrow. Oblivious to the deep currents of emotion swirling around her, Killen simply beamed, her heart full. She wondered aloud with a hopeful smile, just how long they could keep this happy peace going. Within the quiet halls, the beautiful and ethereal sword spirit known as Red preened like a peacock, a delicate giggle escaping his lips. He struck a dramatic pose, every line of his body radiating an otherworldly grace. Holding up the ornate bronze mirror Liuli had fetched for him, his crimson eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He was absolutely delighted she had finally gotten him what he asked for, though Liuli knew it was only because his incessant nagging had worn her down completely. But his list of demands was far from over. He also wanted hair ties, balsam flowers, and the finest rouge from the Jade Chamber, much to the shock of her poor attendant. Liuli could feel a vein throbbing in her forehead. Spoiling this vain spirit was making him utterly insufferable. Just then, a cheerful voice cut through the tension as the childlike sword spirit Po called out for Killen. The ever-reliable attendant tossed a small, fragrant package through the air, which Po caught with a resounding smack. He eagerly unwrapped it to reveal 4 fluffy, steaming buns. Po stuffed his cheeks, his eyes sparkling with pure joy as he declared Killen the absolute best. Liuli sighed in relief. At least Po was easy to please. A little food was all it took to make him happy. She felt a small swell of pride. Her efforts to get along with these powerful, temperamental spirits were really starting to pay off. But her peaceful moment was interrupted by a knock and a familiar voice calling her name. Liu Zi. A young man with kind eyes stood at the door, his lower face obscured by a dark mask, a bundle clutched in his hands. Liuli's face lit up with genuine delight. It was so good to see her friend. Her eyes fell to the package, eagerly asking if it was for her and if he'd brought more of that delicious fresh fruit like last time. She took the bundle and inhaled its sweet scent, her heart full as she thanked him profusely. The masked man shook his head, a gesture of humble dismissal. She grabbed his hand, pulling him inside to show him her new quarters, mentioning how she hadn't seen him since she'd been promoted. But he seemed flustered, waving his hands frantically as if to say he couldn't stay. From the corner, Po wondered aloud why the visitor kept making hand gestures. And Killen quietly surmised that he probably couldn't speak, a guess that caught sharp, predatory attention. Suddenly, Red was there, sniffing the air with disdain. His crimson eyes narrowed, and he pointed an accusatory finger directly at Liuli's friend. That offal's coming from... him. Red's voice dripped with scorn as he demanded to know if the man had rolled around in poop because he absolutely stank. The masked man flinched, his eyes wide with humiliation. Liuli's blood ran cold and she whirled around, shouting Red's name in a rare display of fury. But the spirit was completely unbothered, admiring his own reflection. What was the problem? He was just telling the truth. A dangerous, calculating smirk slowly spread across Liuli's face. She had a plan. The vain spirit was about to learn a very important lesson. Later, Liuli proudly presented the legendary Chiu sword to her friend Liu Zi. She pointed to its magnificent sheath, asking if it wasn't the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Its craftsmanship was simply divine. Then, with a devilet in her eye, she turned to the spirit himself and sweetly asked if he wanted to touch it. In a flash of panic, the sword Red's true form shot out of its scabbard, soaring through the air. "What are you doing?" he shrieked, materializing beside Liuli and clinging to her in terror. Liuli's grin was triumphant. Perfect, he had left the sheath behind. She urged her friend to go ahead and feel the exquisite craftsmanship. Liu Zi's eyes, full of wonder, traced the glimmering patterns on the sheath. Liuli encouraged him to look at all the gorgeous gems, her own eyes sparkling with mischief. Red continued to cause a scene in the background, but she waved him off, telling her friend to just ignore the ruckus. Finally, Red gave in with a huff, admitting she'd made her point. But he couldn't help but complain. Was all this really necessary just because he said her friend smelled? Ignoring him, Liuli unwrapped the fruit her friend had brought. She leaned in close to the startled spirit, and before he could react, she stuffed a ripe plum right into his mouth, laughing as she told him to see how sweet it was. Poe howled with laughter in the background as Red sputtered indignantly. Liuli turned back to Liu Zi, giving him a playful poke. He'd see soon enough. She didn't care one bit about Red's. Her friend gestured that it was time for him to leave. Liuli's face fell, her disappointment so palpable she could imagine sad stick figures of them being pulled apart. She apologized that his visit was cut short by the drama and promised they'd go out next time he was free, waving sadly as he departed. Watching his retreating figure, she wondered aloud why he always covered his face even in the heat. Red, still chewing, that it was probably because he knew he stank. "You're so mean," Liuli snapped, her patience worn thin, but it was Killan who silenced them both. His was low and heavy as he revealed the truth. The mask was to hide his scars, and he couldn't speak because his throat had been gravely injured. The words hit Liuli like a physical blow, and she steadied herself against the doorframe, her heart aching for her friend. Even Red's arrogant expression faltered, a flicker of shock crossing his perfect features. Killan continued, his gaze steady. "He smells because he's a night soil collector. Not everyone leads a pampered life like Red." For the first time, Red looked down, a profound sadness clouding his ruby eyes as the weight of his cruelty began to sink in. Liuli confronted him, asking why he took pleasure in making fun of others. Stubborn to the end, Red insisted he was just pointing out the obvious. Besides, a night soil collector, he trailed off, picking up one of the fruits Liu Zi had brought them, the very same kind of plum he had just eaten. The realization crashed over him in a wave of pure, unadulterated horror. A night soil collector. It came from hands that touched. He probably didn't even wash them. Red scrambled to a corner, gagging violently as Liuli watched with a knowing smile. Red might be obsessed with cleanliness, she mused, but that was also his greatest weakness. For all his bluster, he wasn't nearly as bad as he pretended to be. The gentle snow falls outside the window of a quiet pavilion. Inside, the air is thick with sorrow as a small, pink-haired girl whimpers, her body with sobs. Her heart aches with worry. Was he still upset with her? Just as she collapses onto the table in a fresh wave of tears, a gentle hand offers her a gift. A beautifully carved comb, intricate and elegant, is placed softly on her head. "It's for you," a soft voice murmurs, explaining that it matches the mirror she received last time. The sulking elf looks to see our adorable protagonist, Bun Bun, trying her best to soothe her friend's wounded pride. With a cheerful grin, Bun Bun asks if she likes it. The elf girl, trying desperately to maintain her composure, lets out a stubborn huff, but her blush gives her away. She snatches the comb from Bun Bun's hand with a dramatic flourish. "Don't think a simple gift will make her forget what happened," she declares, turning her head away, though the slight upturn of her lips reveals she's already been won over. Bun Bun, ever the strategist, secretly jots down a crucial piece of intel in her notebook. Red is easily appeased with gifts. In the background, Red is already admiring her new treasure, her previous anger completely forgotten. But the sweet moment is shattered by the arrival of a handsome, imposing figure. Long Yuan steps into the room, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips, his gaze locking on to Bun Bun. He asks the little girl, his voice dripping with condescension, how she could possibly be friends with the mute night soil collector. A shadow passes over Bun Bun's face. In a world where the acquisition of skills is everything, she was considered useless, a failure who hadn't even mastered the 5 spiritual roots. She was lucky to only be mocked for her weakness. She explains that she doesn't have many friends, but Liu Zi is one of them, and he's been through so much, her sparkling eyes pleading for understanding. But Red, ever the drama queen, isn't having it. She leaps to her feet, declaring that his tragic past doesn't give a wretched night soil collector the right to touch her, a superior sword spirit. She puffs out her chest with pride, boasting that a master bladesmith spent a whole decade creating her. Bun Bun's eyes go wide with awe. What? That's incredible. They were all forged by master bladesmiths? Long Yuan watches the scene unfold, a thoughtful, almost predatory look in his eyes. No. Simply his voice cutting through the air and silencing them all. He gestures towards the timid little sword Chunjin, revealing a shock secret. That scaredy cat over there was created by Bun Bun's secret crush, Feng Yi. He wasn't even the head disciple at the time, just a young boy. Bun Bun's goes blank. Feng Yi made yellow? Long Yuan confirms it with a smug nod. He made a sword spirit when he was that young. Bun Bun's heart flutters. He's amazing. He's the best. Long Yuan continues, his voiced with mockery. Chunjin was meant to be the first sword Feng Ye ever created, but unfortunate, the boy was still quite inexperienced back then. The focus shifts to Chunjin's small, childlike form, his innocence stark contrast to the cruel words being spoken. Bun Bun is confused. She thought spirits' ages were determined by their lengths. Long Yuan explains that while their height is proportional to their power, Chunjin has the mentality of a child because Feng Yai was careless when he forged him. Chunjin can't take the insults anymore and cries out that it's not true. He is his master's masterpiece. He insists, his little voice trembling, his master cares about him. Long Yuan leans in, his presence suffocating. Really? Then what did he sell you after seeing you for the first time? If he cared so much, why did he wait years before taking you back? Each word is a dagger, piercing poor Chunjin's heart. The little spirit hides his face, his tiny voice barely a whisper as he tries to defend his creator. He must have had a good reason. Why would he spend so much to get him back if he didn't need him? Long Yuan scoffs at his naivety, telling him he either doesn't understand humans or is just too young. Just then, a gentler voice interjects, telling Long Yuan to stop picking on the child. But Long Yuan is relentless, arguing that the boy needs to face reality. He's weak because he's being coddled. The other man counters that it's natural for a spirit to depend on its owner. But Long Yuan just snickers, remarking that he supposes he isn't other sword spirits. Bun Bun is reeling, trying to process everything. Her eyes widen in horror as the truth sinks in. Wait, Chunjin was sold before? Long Yuan just smirks and tells her to ask him herself. Bun Bun turns to the little spirit, her heart itching for him, and asks if what Long Yuan said is true. Chunjin flinches as if struck, and his big, innocent eyes fill with unshed tears. He collapses in a heap, sobbing that his owner sold him, because as he wasn't good enough, it wasn't his master's fault. A painful memory surfaces. Younger Feng Yi holding the newborn spirit as people praised him as a genius. But Feng Yi's expression was cold. He had only used copper, not good practice material. Someone suggested he sell the flawed spirit, telling him he'd make a fortune. They handed him the paperwork for the sword trade, and little Chunjin's world shattered, his face a mask of pure terror and betrayal. Back in the present, Bun Bun understands. Feng Yi was a perfectionist, but poor Chunjin must have been devastated. She crouches down, gently patting his head and telling him not to cry, that he's back home now and has improved so much. But her kind words only make him bawl harder. Through his sobs, he asks if she'll leave him for other swords too. Bun Bun immediately pulls him into a warm, protective hug. Of course not, she whispers, no other sword is as cute as him. She pats his back gently, trying to soothe his broken heart. She reassures him that Feng Yi does care, that he loves children who are strong on the inside just like Chunjin. The little spirit looks up, wiping his tears and promising not to cry anymore. Bun Bun's heart melts. He's just a child who needs love. Sword spirits aren't so different from humans after all. She gives him a doting smile. Long Yuan watches them with a strange expression. He remarks that she's great with kids, but warns her that other humans won't understand what she's doing. He looks away, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he touches his lips. She'll understand one day, he says cryptically, leaving her in a state of confused silence. In a moonlit bamboo grove, the glint of a sword cuts through the darkness, held by a young man with a look of fierce determination on his face. But the story shifts from the battlefield to a place of quiet elegance, where delicate cherry blossoms frame a tranquil terroum. Inside, a devastatingly handsome man with long, ink-black hair raises a teacup to his lips, his embroidered robes flowing around him like liquid night. He remarks on the exquisite tea set, his voice smooth as silk, and Killen's heart flutters as she beams, glad that he likes it. Her attention then turns to the pouting elf girl beside her, her red hair as fiery as her temper. Killen gently asks if Red is still angry. Red huffs and turns away with a dramatic flare, crossing her arms and insisting she's not mad, though her puffed-out cheeks tell a different story. As Killen gives the girl a comforting nuzzle, the kind-faced man in green robes tries to soothe Poxy, explaining that it's impossible for a sword cultivator not to love his creations, especially his very first one. He couldn't possibly hate Poxy for being sold. Poxy and Killen listen intently to his comforting words. The small, innocent sword spirit looks up, his big eyes unwavering, as he states simply that he doesn't hate his creator. The green-robed man smiles warmly, promising to help Poxy about it when he gets the chance. He tells the little spirit not to dwell on it. Feng Yi is a good person, and besides, Poxy is back with them now. Poxy puffs up his chest with pride, his eyes sparkling with hearts as he declares his owner is very likable, and Killen internally smirks she knew it. Praising Feng Yi was the perfect way to get on this little guy's good side. But the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a sigh of irritation from the corner, where a Sask man with tanned skin and piercing green eyes leans against the wall. He presses a hand to his temple, complaining that they all sound like a ridiculous cult and demanding they keep it down. The green-robed man argues back, insisting he just hasn't stood in Feng Yi, but the cynical man scoffs, his lips curling into a smirk. Humans are selfish creatures, he sneers, and worshipping them like gods is a fool's errand that yields no reward. A shadow of sadness crosses the green-robed man's face. It seems the other only ever sees the absolute worst in people. Poxy, however, isn't having it. He leaps to defend his master's entire species, spitting out a counter-argument about Killen herself. When she first arrived, she claimed she was only here to climb the ranks, but she turned out to be a genuinely nice person, so what did he have to say about that? Killen breaks out in a cold sweat. This is exactly why she was trying so hard to get them to trust her. Her mission was to get close to Long Yuan, and she had to admit she'd been wrong about him, but her core belief remained unchanged. Most humans simply couldn't be trusted. The green-robed man calls the other a pessimist, his voice laced with concern. He just had to wonder what could have happened to make him so jaded. The dark-haired man just laughs, a low, dangerous sound. He calls him naive, musing aloud how someone so trusting could have possibly survived this long. Just as the tension is about to snap, the elegant Long Yuan makes his move. A tiny orb of light swooshes through the air, and he calmly tells them both to stop it, instructing them to enjoy the tea in silence. The cynical man effortlessly catches the teacup that materializes from the light, and Long Yuan chides him, saying that at his age, he shouldn't let a little spat get to him. At his age, Killen's eyes widen in shock as Long Yuan confirms he is, in fact, the oldest one there. The dark-haired man smirks, conceding the point but adding that he is still a better judge of character. He holds the cup with a smug confidence, and Killen can't help but wonder why that is. A glint appears in his sharp green eye as he leans back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. That, he says, is a secret. The scene shifts, the secret hanging heavy in the air. The entire group lets out a collective, annoyed sound. Their chibi forms a perfect picture of frustration. The green-robed man huffs, telling him to stop being so mysterious, feigning disinterest. The man in question, Kixing, simply murmurs whatever, and takes a sip of tea. Killen processes this new information while flipping through a book. So Kixing is the oldest, but doesn't look it, and his sword form, gold, is unfriendly to humans. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes her. She snaps the book shut, exclaiming that she needs Poxy's help. Poxy turns, looking at her with a curious tilt of his head. Killen explains her predicament with a dramatic sigh. She wants to cook some large bones for a soup, but she can't chop them up, not even with an axe. Poxy immediately puffs out his little chest, ready to offer his assistance for any task. She leans in, her eyes wide and sparkling with feigned helplessness. She was wondering, she whispers, if she could use him. Poxy's brain short-circuits. Use him? To chop food? He was one of the great swords, a weapon meant for smashing boulders, not dicing vegetables. But Killen is already laying on the flattery thick, gushing that she heard he was razor-sharp, able to cut through metal like butter. Surely if a clumsy axe couldn't do it, it would be easy as pie for a magnificent sword like him. She unleashes her ultimate weapon, the puppy dog eyes, her voice trembling slightly as she pleads. Can you do it, Poxy? It's a critical hit. Poxy immediately melts, striking a heroic pose and declaring to leave it to him. Killen claps her hands in delight, thanking him profusely. Kixing watches the entire exchange with an amused smirk, muttering about how utterly unsubtle Killen is and how the poor, foolish Poxy doesn't even realize he's being manipulated. Killen whips her head around, huffing that she can hear him. Unfazed, she cheers, ready to head to the main kitchen. But Poxy stops her short, his expression turning serious. He's sorry, but he can't go to the main kitchen. Killen's jaw drops. Long Yuan calmly explains their limitation. As sword spirits, they can't stray too far from their physical swords, and this room is magically sealed. The only way out is someone carries their sword, which is strictly forbidden. Killen's eyes widen in understanding. She asks just how far they can go. About 100 feet long, Yuan answers. Kixing adds with a smirk that they also tend to stick out, and she'd get in huge trouble if they were seen. But Kalan is not one to be deterred. A bright smile returns to her face as she announces she'll just bring the bones over to them instead. Later that night, under the starry sky, the main kitchen stands silent. The door creaks open, and Kalan slips into the dark, cluttered room. Her expression is focused, her eyes scanning the shadows as she moves with practiced stealth. She reaches up to a high shelf, her fingers groping in the darkness. Where were they? She was so sure she left them right here. Her fingers brush against something cool and round. Aha! There they are. It's the bowl of large soup bones she'd set aside earlier. She carefully lifts the heavy bowl, a small smile of victory on her face as she turns to leave. But a hulking, terrifying shadow suddenly looms over her, casting her in complete darkness. A deep, menacing voice growls from behind, asking if she's the one who's been stealing the food. Cullen freezes, eyes widening in pure, unadulterated terror. The night was silent, save for the rustle of bamboo leaves in the wind as a lone figure stood guard, his sword gleaming faintly in the moonlight. But inside the estate's kitchen, a different kind of tension was brewing. Our little heroine, her heart thumping a frantic rhythm against her ribs, reached into the warm oven, her eyes wide with a mix of guilt and determination as she pulled out a bowl of bones. She whispered the chef's name, hoping he'd appear, but instead, terrifying shadow fell over her. A woman with a face carved from stone, and then a winter frost loomed in the doorway, her presence hitting like a physical blow. The woman's voice was laced with ice. She'd wondering why the kitchen ingredients had been disappearing lately. She stepped into the light, revealing herself as the stern-head maid Mrs. Gu, who had laid a trap specifically to catch the thief. Caught red-handed, our girl's face went pale. Thief was such a strong word, she stammered, her mind racing for an excuse. But Mrs. Gu's furious glare told her no excuse would work. The old woman's lip curled into a sneer, her single word dripping with disbelief. Oh. Just as despair began to set in, a smooth, deep voice echoed the maid's sentiment from right behind her. A dark, hooded figure had appeared out of nowhere, his hand closing around her arm with a grip like steel. With a warrior's instinct, Mrs. ducked low, swinging a heavy wooden staff in a powerful, whooshing arc aimed right for the intruder's head. The mysterious man effortlessly dodged, pulled the girl back with him as a single bone clattered to the floor. Stop right there, Mrs. Gu shrieked, but it was too late. The girl let out a small scream as she was swept off her feet, the bowl of precious bones tumbling through the air as her rescuer burst through the doors and into the cool night. He set her down gently, and she stood there, completely disheveled, her hair in a mess as she panted to catch her breath. She clutched the small pouch of bones she'd managed to save, her only prize from the failed heist. Her rescuer pulled back his hood, revealing the stunning, handsome face of Chengying, his pink hair glowing in the moonlight. He looked down at her with an amused smirk, teasingly asking if she was running for her life or just panting like a dog after picking up some bones. She completely ignored his jab, her mind already on the next step. Once the bones were chopped up, she could finally start making the stew. She turned into the ever-reliable Poxy, her eyes full of trust as she told him she was counting on him. Poxy's face lit up, absolutely beaming at being needed. He took the pouch from her with a cheerful grin, assuring her he'd get it done. But to everyone's surprise, she was the one who hefted a massive, heavy sword, bringing it down with a mighty swish. The blade sliced through the tough bones with a series of sharp slashes, dicing them into perfect pieces that fell into the pot with a satisfying thunk. She looked up at Poxy, her chest puffed out with pride, asking him how that was. Pretty amazing. She cut through them like they were nothing. Poxy just let out an unimpressed snort, turning his head away. This sent Chengying into a fit of laughter, finding it absolutely hilarious that she was proud of being used for cooking. Even the stoic, blindfolded spirit couldn't help but let out a muffled chuckle, covering his mouth to hide his smile, while the man beside him shook with silent laughter. Poxy's face turned beet red with embarrassment. He told her to just ignore them, his voice mortified. She gave him a grateful smile, telling him she expected nothing less from Fengi's sword. Poxy puffed his chest out, all confidence restored. But as she set the sword down, her eyes widened in horror. She saw it, a small but very definite chip on the blade's edge. Her face fell, a wave of panic washing over her. Poxy, she stammered, her voice trembling. She thought she might have been too rough and chipped his sword. Her little face was scrunched up in a mask of pure terror and guilt. But Poxy smiled gently, telling her not to worry. The sword was already chipped to begin with. She was confused. She hadn't noticed any flaws when she was polishing it earlier. He explained it was of the magical ring he wore on his pinky, which cast an illusion to hide the sword's imperfections. He held up his hand, showing her the small green jade ring. She let out a massive sigh of relief, her hand flying to her chest. She was so glad it wasn't her fault. Poxy's expression softened as he explained that the chip didn't bother him. He got it while saving his former owner's life. and he'd worn the ring to hide it ever since. He admitted with a faint blush that he'd taken it off for a moment because it reduces his powers, and he apologized if that had scared her. The admission made him blush even harder, his entire body shaking with embarrassment. The other spirits howled with laughter. Shenjian couldn't believe Poxy had used his full strength, while the literal spirit Killen playfully demanded they stop laughing, declaring that anyone who kept teasing Poxy wouldn't get any bone broth. Shenjian stopped mid-laugh, his eyes widening. The bones were for them. He asked if she was making bone broth, a hopeful look on his face. She nodded firmly, announcing that the bones were for tonight's meal, so they needed to stop teasing Poxy this instant. Overcome with emotion, Poxy rushed forward and wrapped her in a tight hug, exclaiming that she was the absolute best. Faced in his arms, she smiled fondly. He really was just like a silly older brother. Later that night, under a crescent moon, the estate was peaceful and quiet. Inside, the entire group of sword spirits was gathered around a table, a rare moment of domestic bliss. The feast she prepared was incredible aromatic, hot soups filled with corn and delicious broth steamed on the table. Shenjian protectively guarded his bowl, warning the spirit beside him not to even think about stealing his food this time, while Killen was already happily enjoying the soup, declaring it was incredibly good. Our little heroine slurped her own bowl with delight as Poxy contentedly chewed on some corn. But across the room, sitting alone in the shadows, the dark and brooding Mo Xiao watched them, his expression unreadable and his posture rigid. The masked spirit approached him quietly, commenting that the girl wasn't so bad after all. He asked Mo Xiao if he was really going to keep his distance forever. Mo Xiao didn't even turn around, his gaze fixed on the gleaming hilt of his sword. His voice was cold and distant as he replied that his lack of participation had nothing to do with her. The handsome spirit with alluring emerald eyes watched the scene unfold, a devilish smirk gracing his lips. "You're boring," he drawled, his voice a low, dismissive purr. With an air of detached elegance, his hand reached for a pristine white pitcher. He poured a small amount of water into a cup, the liquid clear as crystal, before sliding it across the table with a flick of his wrist. He then took a sip from his own cup, completely unbothered by the chaos erupting around him. "Do as you please." Then he, his eyes half closed in amusement. The dinner table was an absolute war zone of playful bickering and flying chopsticks. One of us practically screaming at another, telling him he couldn't possibly finish what was in his bowl before going for seconds, while the youngest spirit, Chun Jun, yelped that his food was hot. Mu King watched the beautiful disaster unfold, her amber eyes wide with a strange sort of fondness as the sounds of chatter filled the room. A gentle smile bloomed on her face. For a fleeting moment, it almost felt like a real family having dinner together. Her heart ached with the thought of family, but were not. The two spirits continued to bicker, their voices rising in a familiar, comfortable squabble. Still, she mused, this was exactly what it was like. Ordinary folks weren't so strict about etiquette, so their meals were always lively and full of warmth, just like this. She decided to assign them roles in her imaginary family, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She would be the mother, taking care of everyone, while the serene and beautiful Kixing was like the tolerant eldest brother. The simple-minded Poxy, with his mouth currently stuffed with food, was obviously the straightforward second eldest brother. And of course, the adorable little Chun Jun was the family's youngest and mostest child. Poxy lit up at the thought he was an elder brother. The fiery red-haired spirit was absolutely incensed, slamming her hands on the table. That was not a compliment. Why was Mu King's seniority so high, and what did that make her and Cheng Ying? Her face was a storm of indignation, while Cheng Ying simply continued sipping his drink, the picture of calm. Mu King's eyes crinkled in a wicked grin. Well, obviously, she declared, "You're the sister-in-law who eloped with the bodyguard." Cheng Ying, Poxy froze, her entire being short-circuiting in pure, unadulterated shock. What? Why would she be a woman? And why in the world would she elope with that stoic bodyguard? What kind of stupid idea was that? She lunged across the table, snatching at Cheng Ying's food while demanding he spit it out that instant. Mu King couldn't help but let out a little giggle at the chaos she'd created. From his seat, the dangerously handsome Killen watched her, a ghost of a smile on his face. He found their antics so loud, so utterly ridiculous. Just then, a silent figure emerged from the shadows behind him. A pale, slender hand with impossibly long fingers reached out and took the cup of water Killen had poured earlier. Killen's smirk softened into a genuine smile as he saw who it was. The ethereal Kixing stood there, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders like moonlight as he brought the cup to his lips. His otherworldly eyes, sharp and perceptive, glanced over the scene. And there, reflected in the clear water of his cup, was the image of Mu King, her face alight with pure, unadulterated joy. The next morning, the sun rose over the quiet pavilion. Birds chirped cheerfully outside as a new day began. Inside, Mu King was humming a happy tune, diligently wiping down the precious swords she cared for so much. The gentle Kixing appeared beside her, His voice saucy offered her a hand. She beamed, thanking her dear star. Suddenly, the doors were thrown open with a violent bam, making Mu King jump in surprise. An infuriated steward stormed in, his face contorted with rage. He demanded to know why the pavilion master was wasting his time on these swords when he had work to do. But Kixing calmly explained that caring for them was part of his responsibilities. The steward scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. He sneered that the great swords were merely objects, symbols of prestige, and that Kixing should be out networking with the rich and powerful instead of wasting his time on them. Mu King's blood boiled. She stepped in front of Kixing, her small body a shield of defiance. "They aren't objects," she cried out. The steward merely smirked, calling her a stubborn mule and sneering that Kixing wouldn't be the master for long anyway. With a smile that didn't reach her eyes, Mu King shot back that with the way he spoke, he wouldn't be a steward for much longer either. As he left, he threw one last venomous barb, whispering that everyone was just waiting for Kixing to fail. A shadow passed over Kixing's beautiful face, and Mu King's heart ached for him. One of the other spirits tried to console her, but Killan cut in, his voice cold as ice. He said she was the one not in her right mind. Mu King turned, her expression bewildered. "Weren't they angry?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "That man called them objects." Killan just shrugged, the picture of indifference. "Don't ask me," he said with a lazy smirk. "I don't really care." The others nodded in agreement. They were but they were still swords. The man wasn't wrong, so there was nothing to be upset about. Mu King's face fell, her heart shattering into a million pieces. She looked at him completely dismayed. "Is that really what all of you think?" Little Chunjun tugged at her sleeve, his big eyes filled with worry for her. Was she being criticized for spending too much time with them? Kixing's voice was gentle, laced with a painful anxiety. If that was the case, he said, looking at her with his sorrowful eyes, then she didn't need to come here anymore. The air in the room crackled with an almost palpable tension. In the middle of it all, our sweet heroine looked utterly panicked, her hands pressed against an invisible barrier as she pleaded with wide, desperate eyes. No, she didn't want to leave, she wanted to be here. The memory of Chunjin's tear streaks flashed in her mind, the little spirit heartbroken at the thought of not being needed, and Killan's soft apology that he didn't mean it that way. But that moment of tenderness was shattered as our heroine's body began to quiver. The source of the suffocating pressure was Chixiao, the fiery pink-haired sword spirit, whose beauty was only matched by her explosive temper. She was absolutely livid, her face contorted in a mask of pure rage. She screamed that they were all making her blood boil. Her furious gaze fell upon Poxy, who flinched as if struck. Then her accusing finger swung towards the dark, stoic Longyuan, his handsome face impassive. Even little Chunjin wasn't spared, cowering behind Killan in his tiny yellow robe. Finally, she glared at the ever-elegant Killan, her voice dripping with venom. Were they all dead inside? With a thunderous bam, she slammed her fist onto the table, the sound echoing the storm brewing in her heart. She paced like a caged tiger, her magnificent pink hair flowing around her. That soulless jerk had insulted them right to their faces, calling them mere objects. Her former master had never, ever treated her with such disregard. Didn't it make them furious to be treated like trash? But Poxy just offered a cheerful, almost infuriatingly calm smile. There was nothing to be angry about. After all, Chixiao's former owner was a rare human, one of the very few who ever saw them as people. He gestured towards Killan, who stood serenely beside our heroine. Little Chunjin peeked out, his big eyes wide with innocence, agreeing that it was true. And Killan wasn't like most humans either. Chixiao began to twitch violently, a vein throbbing on her temple. So she was the only one furious? That was the final straw. With a guttural scream of pure rage, she declared them all a bunch of fools before storming out, her fury trailing behind her like a physical force. As if summoned by her anger, the heavens opened up and rain began to pour from the sky. In the sudden downpour, our heroine watched from the pavilion, a worried look on her face as she called out Killan's name. Her head whipped around at the sound of her own name being called. It was her friend Tang Huan beaming at her. Our heroine's face broke into a relieved smile. She'd thought the terrible weather would keep her friend away. But Tang Huan just laughed, shouting across the rain-soaked courtyard that she had promised she'd be here. As Tang Huan came closer, her eyes were practically sparkling, her mind clearly filled with fantasies of godlike men. She'd heard sword spirits were stunning, and so couldn't resist catching a glimpse. Our heroine chuckled, inviting her friend inside. The moment they were indoors, a deep, lazy voice cut through the air. The devastatingly handsome Longyuan wondered if this counted as forced labor, and more importantly, if they would be getting paid for entertaining guests. Our heroine quickly shushed him, insisting this was just a friend visiting. Longyuan smirked, his gaze sharp and teasing, commenting that she had more patience than a kept man. Little Chunjin's head tilted in confusion, his innocent voice piping up to ask what a kept man was. Before anyone could answer, Chixiao snapped that puny little swords shouldn't ask so many questions. With a sharp smack, she bopped him on the head, declaring that curiosity killed the cat. The sound echoed through the room. Our heroine flinched, turning just in time to see Chunjin's face crumple before he let out a soul-shattering wail. The little sword spirit burst into a flood of tears, looking utterly betrayed and heartbroken. The other swords were just as confused by the dramatic display. Chixiao huffed, turning her head away with feigned indifference. It was barely a tap, she muttered. Poxy mused that maybe he was crying because she called him a puny little sword, while Long Yuan raised a skeptical eyebrow, stating that he seriously heard a loud smack. Long Yuan slurved into a wicked grin, clearly enjoying the chaos far too much. Meanwhile, our poor heroine was sweating buckets, forcing a strained smile for her friend. How on earth was she supposed to convince Tang Huan that her sword spirit family was nice and got along when they were acting like this? But Tang Huan, bless her heart, was completely oblivious, her eyes wide with wonder. Amazing, she breathed, her hands clasped together in pure delight. Were these the sword spirits? Chixiao preened under the attention, a sly smile gracing her lips as she confirmed that Tang Huan had a sharp eye. She struck a pose worthy of a goddess, surrounded by an illusion of peonies. Tang Huan's face fell instantly. Oh, she had thought it was a girl. Realizing Chixiao was about to explode again, our heroine grabbed her friend's arm, frantically trying to pull her away. Tang Huan, come this way. But her friend resisted, not wanting to be held back. Before things could escalate, Poxy stepped forward, flashing a bright, friendly smile. Hi, he said, I'm Poxy Sword. Tang was immediately captivated, her cheeks flushing as she swooned. He was so handsome and so direct. Our heroine buried her face in her hand. Forget it, Tang Huan, he was a total idiot. She groaned internally, watching as Poxy practically wagged an imaginary tail like an eager puppy. Tang Huan's attention was then stolen by another magnificent sight. Who's this? She whispered, her gaze fixed on Long Yuan, who was wiping his with a napkin, his sculpted abs and dangerous aura on full display. He caught her staring and gave her a slow, predatory grin. Tang Huan's heart hammered in her. He was so dreamy. Our heroine desperately tried to intervene, covering her face in exasperation. Don't fall for his looks, Tang Huan. His personality is wretched. Ignoring her friend's warning, Tang Huan wandered towards a sword gleaming with an ethereal blue light. What a pretty sword, she mused, wondering where its spirit was. Our heroine sighed, explaining that she'd have to come up with some excuse because otherwise the Yunwei sword wouldn't come out. From across the room, Long Yuan's taunting voice rang out. Hey, loner, he called out to the sword. Come and meet our guest. You'll do that, won't you? In response, a brilliant light pulsed from the blade. A translucent figure began to emerge, shimmering into existence like starlight. The light solidified, revealing an ethereal being with flowing silver hair and eyes the color of a winter sky. He was breathtaking. Our heroine gave him a gentle smile, thanking him for coming out. With a proud gesture, she introduced the final member of her chaotic family. This is the Yunwei sword, she announced, but I call him Cloud. The new chapter opens as our heroine and her friend Tang Huan stand before the ethereal and stoic Killen, the human form of the sword she now wields. The sheer presence of the handsome spirit is too much for Tang Huan, who stands frozen for a moment, her mind completely blank. Suddenly, her eyes roll back and she collapses forward, her body going completely limp. She hits the ground with a dull thud, out cold from the sheer shock of meeting such a gorgeous being. Tang Huan, our heroine cries out, rushing to her friend's side. Later, after helping her friend recover, they walk along a moonlit path towards a grand estate gate. Tang Huan is mortified, her face buried in her hands as she groans about how embarrassing that was. She can't believe she was so excited that she just fainted right there on the spot. Our heroine offers a gentle, reassuring smile, trying to soothe her friend's wounded pride. Tang Huan's embarrassment quickly melts back into pure fangirling, her eyes sparkling as she gushes about how gorgeous he's totally her type. She excitedly suggests that maybe our girl, being his master, could be the one to melt his famously cold personality. But the heroine's smile fades, her gaze turning distant. Oh, forget it, she mutters, leaving Tang Huan confused. What's the point? She wonders aloud, her voice laced with a strange melancholy. Even if he did like her back, he's still just a sword. She comes to a sudden halt, her feet rooted to the spot. Tang Huan, completely missing the shift in mood, continues her fantasy, declaring that she wants a relationship with a human, not a sword. After all, if you had to look at such a devastatingly handsome face all the time, everyone else would just seem plain in comparison. Her words, meant to be a simple declaration, strike our heroine like a bolt of lightning. Kilun? Tang Huan asks, finally noticing her friend has stopped walking. The heroine quickly dismisses it, claiming it's nothing at all. She forces a weak smile, but a bead of nervous sweat trickles down her temple. Her friend's innocent words had cut far too close to her own secret, confusing heart. As they continue their walk hand in hand through the dreamlike scenery, she can't help but feel a pang of loneliness. It seems like she's the weird one for even entertaining these feelings. Her mind flashes with the harsh words of others' masters who see their objects as nothing more than tools. Treat them with any sort of affection. They may appear human, but they must never be treated as such. The dehumanizing sentiment echoes in her mind. A shadow falls over her face as she remembers the cruelty. But then she recalls the defiant spirits, those who insisted their masters cared, who cherished every moment they spent together. Her resolve hardens, her expression firm. They aren't just objects. She looks up at sky filled with a quiet determination. One day Feng Yi will understand their feelings, she vows to herself as they cross a bridge under a gentle rain. That night, her dreams are not her own. She finds herself in the body of a very young Killen, clutching a small stuffed horse as she looks up at her father with wide, innocent eyes, asking where he's going. The handsome man with long, dark hair pauses, turning back to offer her a sad, gentle smile. He's going someplace far, far away, he tells her softly. He reaches down and pats her head, his touch a fleeting comfort as he asks her to be a good girl for her mother. Little Killen can only manage a small, heartbreaking nod. He pulls his hand away, the warmth vanishing, and then he turns his back on her to leave forever. Panic seizes the little girl's heart. Tears stream down her face as she reaches out a desperate hand, crying out for her father. She launches herself forward, tackling his legs in a clumsy tumble, determined to hold on. I've got you. I'm not letting you go. The heroine wakes with a gasp, clutching her pillow, the phantom Killen's abandonment still fresh in her mind. She sits up, the dream feeling all too real. The next day, Tang Huan pulls her along through a sun-drenched courtyard, sharing some news. The Sword Abode's new floating corridor is finally finished, and it's set at the most beautiful lotus flowers. She invites our heroine to go with her. She suggests they go another day, since it will surely be too crowded today. Our heroine just looks at her with wide eyes, a little lost in thought. Tang Huan leans in with a sly, teasing grin. Since her beloved Feng built the corridor, isn't she just dying to see it? Then she winks, telling her not to go around telling everyone she likes him. Who said anything about liking him? Tang Huan scoffs playfully. Besides, a single person in the entire sect who doesn't like Feng Yi. A furious blush creeps up our heroine's neck. Tang Huan bursts into laughter at her friend's flustered state, who can only pout that she's being mean. As they walk, their light-hearted moment is shattered when our heroine stumbles, losing her footing. She crashes right into a passing disciple, a sharp cry escaping her lips. Looking up, she immediately starts to apologize, her words dying in her throat. It's the same wretched senior who bullies other object spirits. His eyes are filled with pure contempt as he sneers down at her, calling her useless. A woman beside him gives a saccharine, fake smile, asking if she's hurt. The bully ignores her, pointing a demanding finger towards a row of heavy pots. He berates her for being so slow and orders her to go fetch the water buckets. Tang Huan rushes to her defense, but Senior just smirks cruelly. This her punishment for asking too many questions, he declares, adding that manual labor is the only thing she's good for anyway. The woman with him chimes in, her voice dripping with sweetness and biting sarcasm. Oh, I heard you became the Sword Pavilion master. Congratulations. I always knew you were a cut of the rest of us. The air grows tension, are now the target of their cruel jealousy. In a world painted with the delicate hue of violet petals, a story of swords and secrets unfolds. But for our heroine, the world was far from dull. With a sickening thud, she crashed to the ground, water from the heavy bucket splashing around her in a cold, muddy circle. Her body ached, but the sting of betrayal was worse. She looked up, her voice trembling, demanding to know why they were doing this. They were all just outer disciples, weren't they? The ringleader, a girl with a cruel smirk, loomed over her. One foot raised as if to kick. She sneered that our girl was mouthing off again, and that was precisely why everybody hated her. The words triggered a bitter memory, a time when these same girls groveled at her feet. They had begged her, their faces shadowed with false sincerity, to remember their old friendship now that she'd made it to the top. They wanted her to pull strings, to get them a coveted position at the Sword Pavilion. How quickly the desperate become the despots. Suddenly, another voice cut through the tension, sharp and righteous, telling the bullies they should be ashamed of themselves. It was Killen, a fierce defender of justice, who shoved them back without a second thought, her voice dripping with tempt. She called them out for using the exact same bullying tactics on Tang Huan. Killen stood her ground, her gaze unwavering as she waited for their pathetic response. But before the bullies could even stammer out an excuse, a calm, authoritative voice spoke. It was Feng Yi. She looked directly at the brave girl and told Killen she could report to the Sword Pavilion tomorrow. Feng Yi then reached out, her hand gently but firmly gripping Killen's, a silent promise of support and protection. Killen's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering out a heartfelt thank you to the pavilion master, her heart swelling with gratitude. The scene shifts to the bustling floating corridor of the Sword Abode, now teeming with life and activity. Two disciples chatted happily by the newly built canal, remarking how the place didn't feel so stuffy anymore. They gossiped about how everyone had initially scolded Feng Yi for wasting money on this project, but now they couldn't singing her praises. After all, who else would have done something so wonderful for them? Leaning against the railing nearby, Feng Yi let out a soft, disgruntled huff. Her friend, Tang Huan, found her pouting and couldn't help but ask if she was still angry about the bullies. Tang Huan herself was still fuming, able to comprehend how Feng Yi could help those red lickers. Feng Yi just sighed, a knowing look in her eyes. It was pointless getting angry, she explained, because that's just the kind of people they are. Then, a cunning little smile graced her lips as she revealed that she had no intention of actually being nice to them. Tang Huan's face immediately lit up with wicked delight, leaning in eagerly to ask what she had planned. Feng Yi's revenge was a dish served cold and with a side of psychological torment. Having to look up to someone they once despised, she explained, would be a constant, agonizing reminder of their own pathetic nature. Wasn't that agonizing enough? Tang Huan thought the plan was a bit lame, but Feng Yi sweetened the deal, promising to let her torture the two-faced herself, which sent them both into a fit of giggles. But Feng Yi's heart wasn't truly set on revenge. Her expression softened as she confessed she wasn't really angry. All that truly mattered to her were the people who were honest from the start, ones who had looked after her all along, unlike those who only showed their true colors when it was convenient. Tang Huan finally understood, but couldn't resist teasing her friend. Unlike Feng Yi with her countless admirers, she joked she'd be lost in the crowd, so Feng Yi had better cherish her. Feng Yi playfully shot back, warning her not to get too jealous, or she'd find herself crossed off the VIP list, a threat Tang Huan brushed off with a dismissive tiska as they walked hand in hand, their laughter echoing over the water. The peace, however, was destined to be short-lived. Inside the sword abode, a thoughtful humming could be heard. It was Red, the fiery sword spirit, lost in deep contemplation over a sword hilt. Feng Yi approached her curious friend, asking what the matter was. Red, with the gravity of a general planning a war, was struggling to decide between inlaying a rubelite or a ruby into her sword, a weapon already dripping with opulence. Feng Yi could only offer a strained smile, gently suggesting she hold off on that decision, considering Feng Yi didn't actually possess either of those gems. From the side, King Luan let out an unrestrained snort of laughter. Red's head whipped around, her eyes blazing with fury. She demanded to know what was so funny, his smug smirk driving her insane. King Luan, ever the cool-headed rival, simply replied that his smirk was far better than her gaudy face, prompting Feng Yi to desperately try and de-escalate the situation. But it was too late. Red devolved into a tiny, furious chibi, hugging Feng Yi and wailing that King Luan was the gaudy one. Feng Yi tried to soothe her, assuring her she was beautiful no matter what. But the fact remained, she was broke and couldn't afford more gems. Red clutched her chest, utterly offended. Did she think she was asking for a handout? She had her own gems. She just wanted a simple opinion. With a dramatic flourish, she yanked Feng Yi forward to prove her point. Two magnificent, sparkling gems materialized in her palm, and the boys gathered around to inspect them. They all agreed the gems identical, and Xiao Jin, ever the practical one, wondered if adding more wasn't a bit much, given how heavy her sword must already be. Red stared at him, completely aghast at such a mundane, logical question. King Luan immediately clamped a hand over Xiao Jin's mouth, silently begging him to stop talking. But Xiao Jin, in a move no one saw coming, licked his hand, much to King Luan's bizarre delight. Completely disgusted, muttering that she must have been an idiot to ask for their opinions in the first place. King Luan, recovering, asked what she was up to now. Red was now surrounded by her floating, sparkling treasures, a queen inspecting her hoard. But then another voice of reason, Xiao Bai, piped up, pointing out that all the stones on her already looked incredibly expensive. Did she really need more? That was the last straw. Red exploded. "You ignorant fools!" She transformed into a raging ball of chibi fury, screaming that they were all blind as the boys cowered in terror. Feng Yi watched the utter chaos unfold, a single bead of sweat trickling down her face, and then, she couldn't help it, a tiny giggle escaped her lips. King Luan's sharp eyes immediately found her. What, he asked, was she laughing at? Feng Yi glanced at the handsome spirit, her smile serene. An image of the two-faced bullies flashed in her mind, their greedy, insincere faces a stark contrast to the genuine, albeit chaotic, spirits before her. She shook her head. Her voice was soft. It was nothing, she said. It was just that non-humans like them would never have the same petty concerns as humans do. The chapter opens on a vision of elegance and power, a handsome man with flowing dark hair and intricate robes, a majestic peacock standing beside him as if it were his shadow. This is the world of cultivators, where strength and beauty intertwine. A subordinate approaches the pavilion master, his tone laced with a hint of challenge, informing her that the new disciples have already gathered at the assembly terrace. He asks if she's going, a smirk playing on his lips. But the pavilion master is none other than our little Jiangkelan, who looks more like a doll buried under a mountain of paperwork than a powerful leader. She brushes him off, complaining that she's not a disciple and is far too busy with these wretched documents. Her subordinate, Cheng Li, stares in utter disbelief. What is she talking about? He presses her, his voice tight with frustration, reminding her that today is the day she's supposed to recruit new members for her Sword Pavilion. Killen's big eyes go wide with dawning horror. Huh? Today is recruitment day? Chang'e clutches his head, a vein throbbing in his temple, utterly defeated by his master's cluelessness. Meanwhile, the sect's assembly terrace is a whirlwind of activity, packed with hopeful new disciples. A gruff man named Xiao Heng is shouting with fiery passion, his voice booming across the plaza. He declares that the sword trade is the sect's very lifeline, the source of all their wealth, and demands that they join and do their part. His intensity is a bit much, and the crowd looks more intimidated than inspired. His subordinate quickly steps in, whispering that the master's approach might scare them off and offers to take over. The new speaker, a much more charming and approachable young man, clears his throat gently, with a practiced, dazzling smile. flips open a ledger, ready to talk business. He paints a tantalizing picture of wealth, explaining they earn a commission on every sword sold, pulling in at least 200 taels of silver every quarter. He leans in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, asking if they don't want to know what it feels like to handle trades worth millions. The rhythmic clack of his abacus is like a siren song of riches and fame. The disciples, once hesitant, are now completely captivated. A wave of excitement crashes through the crowd as they realize the potential for wealth, and they surge forward, a chaotic mob screaming to sign up. But then another voice cuts through the noise, serene and melodic. A godlike man named Kin Mu, flanked by two ethereal beauties, floats into view, offering a different kind of reward for joining his sword abode: free fortune-telling. He sits cross-legged, an image of pure tranquility amidst the chaos. The disciples are baffled. Fortune-telling, how is that a perk for a cultivator? One of his elegant attendants explains that while they handle simple food and lodging, their benefits are unmatched. Their meals are far more generous than any other departments, and more importantly, members get to study ancient texts that have helped countless cultivators achieve breakthrough. The allure of advancement is just as strong as the promise of money, and a new wave of disciples rushes to join the sword abode. The remaining crowd is confused, their heads spinning from all the competing offers. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupts as a sword slices through the air with a mighty swoosh. A disciple puts on a dazzling display of swordsmanship, a blur of deadly grace. The crowd is impressed, but two onlookers pinch their noses in disgust. The performance is impressive, they whisper, but the swordsmen absolutely reek. Didn't they ever take a bath? Xiao Heng is back, now recruiting for Sword Point Peak, his voice still at a deafening roar. He promises a life of grueling, a free Earth-rank sword, and a coveted sword training stone for anyone who joins. The appeal of raw power and rare items is undeniable, and yet another group of disciples stampedes towards his booth, yelling their commitment. Just when it seems the competition can't get any fiercer, a new challenger appears. Feng Yi, the master of the sword cottage, steps forward, his handsome face and captivating blue eyes immediately stealing the show. He is the man from the opening image, a figure of profound grace and artistry. The female disciples instantly their minds, screaming his name and holding up a handmade sign like devoted fans at a concert. He's the famous bladesmith Feng Yi. He's so young and handsome. The whispers ripple through the crowd in awe. With a flourish, he presents a masterfully crafted sword, its beauty silencing the entire plaza. He can't make any grand promises, he says softly, but he vows that they will forge magnificent swords together if they join him. That's all it takes. The crowd erupts, chanting his name like a prayer. It's less a recruitment and more a fan meeting. Amidst all this chaos, little Jiang Kellen stands alone, nervously wringing her hands. The few disciples nearby whisper amongst themselves, wondering who this strange girl is and why she's just standing there saying nothing. As the pavilion master, she's supposed to be the main event, but she looks like a lost lamb about to be devoured by wolves. She risks a peek at her subordinate, Chang Li, who is watching her with an infuriatingly smug grin. She knew it. He was just here to watch her fail spectacularly. A fire of desperation lights in her eyes. Fine, she'd better start now and get this humiliation over with. She turns to face the handful of people who haven't been poached yet. Putting on her bravest, brightest smile, she begins her pitch. She is Jiang Killen, the Sword Pavilion master, and countless legendary swords are stored within their walls, the greatest collection in the world. One disciple's light up with genuine excitement. He asks if that means he can see the legendary sword of loyalty and the sword of worship. What about the poxy sword and the kixing sword? Killen's smile freezes on her face. A nervous breaks out on her forehead as she's forced to admit that. Well, sorry, those particular swords aren't accessible to the public. The disciple's face falls instantly. What's the point of joining then? He turns away in disgust, and the others follow, ready to check out other places. Panic seizes her. Killen clenches her small fist, her voice trembling as she calls out for them to wait. She starts rambling, making up perks on the spot. Our work isn't demanding. Our members are charming. We get lots of benefits. Hin herself is screaming in a full-blown meltdown, trying to think of anything at all. Which means her mind goes completely blank. The disciple paused, looking back with a sliver of curiosity. Killen's face turns beet red, her brain short-circuiting under the pressure. Here goes nothing. She squeezes her eyes shut and blurts out the most ridiculous thing she can think of. Means you'll have time for a relationship. She holds her, bracing for the inevitable mockery. A dead, awkward silence falls over the entire terrace. From the sidelines, a distinct peft breaks the silence as someone tries and fails to hold back a laugh. Mortification washes over Killen in a tidal wave. She slaps her hands over her burning face, wishing the ground would open up and swallow her whole. She totally, completely, and utterly screwed up. In the quiet gardens of the sect, where luminous flora cast a gentle glow, Tang Huan with her friend, the weight of the world on her small shoulders. Her friend's voice was a soft comfort, telling her not to take the others' cruel words to heart. They were just jealous of her position. But Tang Huan just shook her head, a fragile smile playing on her lips. Her friend didn't have to console her. Inside, her heart ached with a familiar sense of failure. She didn't deserve this position, she wasn't cut out for it at all. For years, she had been mocked, unable to recruit a single new member, failing at everything she tried. The others weren't wrong about her. She was better suited for a life far away from this place of immense pressure and talent. Her friend grabbed her arm, her voice sharp with concern, calling her name. Tang Huan confessed her deepest longing. She preferred an ordinary life, to live among regular people, work hard, and even haggle just to save a few coins on daily necessities. A simple, normal life. Maybe she would have married, grown old with children, and passed away peacefully. A life like that wouldn't be so bad. But her friend saw through the melancholy fantasy, reminding her that she was still here, fighting, because deep down she wanted to prove them all wrong. She might not be a gifted prodigy, but she had earned her place through sheer hard work and a bit of good luck. Her friend's face lit up with a fierce, adorable energy, pumping a tiny fist in the air. That was the spirit, a cheer for the ordinary people. The gesture was so earnest and cute. Tang Huan's heart warmed, but she couldn't accept praise. Her friend thought too highly of her. Her expression grew solemn, her gaze distant. The truth was far more complicated. She led her friend into a secluded grove, the air thick with secrets. Leaning in close, she whispered the real reason she endured it all. She was only staying here so she could find her father. Her friend gasped, her eyes wide with utter shock. What? Tang Huan pleaded with her to keep it quiet, explaining that her father must have done something unforgivable. He once an influential figure in this very sect, but now it was as if he never existed. Her friend was baffled. She had always thought Tang Huan's father abandoned her and her mother when just a child. If she still hadn't forgiven him, why was she searching so desperately? A cold fire ignited in Tang Huan's soft eyes. Oh, she still hated him, yes. But a burning curiosity consumed her. She needed to know what immortal cultivation was so important that he would abandon his own family for it. That was the real reason she came here before him and demand an answer, to ask him why he left them. They stood together under the moonlit canopy, the air humming with unspoken pain. She had to know, she whispered, her voice veritable, whether he had ever felt a single moment of guilt for what he did. Her quest, however, was proving fruitless. Days later, she pored over lists of names, her brow furrowed in frustration. There were so many disciples with the surname Jiang, but none matched the age or description of her father. Her friend leaned in, whispering a crucial piece of information. Not all the inner disciples were on this list. Her own master possessed a complete roster. Tang Huan's eyes shot open, a spark of hope igniting in their depths. A complete roster? A new wave of determination washed over her. She had foolishly thought being in a position of power would make her search easier, but she had been so wrong. She stood up abruptly, ready to face her next challenge. Her friend asked where she was going, with a nervous sweat drop trickling down her cheek. Tang Huan forced a smile. She was going to get an earful. In the Grand Assembly Hall, she bowed low before the stern master King Yuan, humbly requesting a list of all inner disciples. If I could a plausible excuse about tracking allocated swords, but the master was not impressed. He slammed his teacup down with a sharp, angry clink. The porcelain rattled, a testament to his fury. His voice dripped with contempt. Since she was so utterly talentless in cultivation, she should at least try to have some intellect. Just as the suffocating pressure became unbearable, the elegant Master Qin intervened, telling King Yuan not to be so harsh. But the stern master would have none of it, snapping back not to tell him how to handle his own disciple before storming out in a huff. Tang Huan remained kneeling, a small, defeated figure in the vast hall. Master Qin gently helped her to her feet, his voice kind as he promised to have the roster delivered to her later. She thanked him, her heart filled with gratitude. He tried to soothe her, explaining that Master King Yuan was only so harsh because he had high hopes for her. Tang Huan nodded, saying she understood. But inside she felt the familiar sting of inadequacy. She kept disappointing him simply because she wasn't good enough. A profound sadness clouded her beautiful face. Master Qin gave her a knowing smile, telling her not to think so little of herself. He leaned back, his eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. As a fortune teller, his predictions had never once been wrong. She blinked, completely lost as to what that had to do with her. He then revealed a stunning prophecy. Someone had once warned him in a dream of a great calamity that would soon befall the entire sect, and in that dream, bathed in starlight, she was the key. She would be their only way out of the coming crisis. The air in the room grew heavy as Master Qin presented the steaming cup of tea, his expression unreadable. Our little protagonist's eyes widened. Master Qin, you're joking, right? This had to be a prank. But his gaze was unwavering as he revealed the shocking truth he had predicted the future, and reflected in the golden liquid was her own face. He was telling her that she, a girl with no real power, was the only one who could save the entire sect from a coming catastrophe. Her mind went completely blank. Her heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a drum of pure, unadulterated shock. How could this be? Did her own master know about this prophecy? A terrible thought bloomed in her mind. Was this the real reason he had accepted her, a powerless disciple, into his fold? Suddenly, a lazy voice cut through the tension. Don't worry, he drawled, looking down with an amused glint in his eye. He chose you because you're pretty. Master Kin, she cried out, her face flushing crimson. She was so embarrassed she could just die, her chibi form practically steaming with indignation. But Master Kin simply smiled, telling her it wasn't because of some prophecy. She needed to have more faith in herself. His words were kind, but they did little to soothe her spiraling self-doubt. She covered her face in shame. Honestly, any random inner disciple could defeat her in a single second. If a real crisis were to happen, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone an entire sect full of cultivators. Seeing her distress, Master Kin waved a dismissive hand. No need to fret, he said, changing the subject with a sly grin. Come, let him look at her love fortune instead. With a graceful flick of his wrist, a shower of golden divination sticks materialized, floating and sparkling in the air before him. The magical sticks swirled around her like fireflies as he urged her to choose one. With a deep breath, her delicate hand reached out and plucked a single stick from the shimmering cloud. The result materialized in glowing characters before their eyes. The hexagram was unfinished. Change was inevitable, imparting a state of incompletion. She stared at the cryptic message, completely bewildered. What on earth was that supposed to mean? But Master Kin merely smiled his infuriatingly serene smile, stating that heaven's secrets were not his to reveal. He calmly gathered the floating sticks back into his palm, his placid expression giving nothing away. So he wasn't going to tell her. He simply pressed the chosen stick back into her hand, the cold metal a stark contrast to her confusion. She walked away in a daze, her mind reeling. He was always so cryptic. How could she possibly know if she could even believe a word he said? Later, in a quiet back alley of the Sword Pavilion, a powerful force cut through the air. A bandage formed a claw, striking a wooden post with ferocity, the wood cracking and splintering under the impact. Our protagonist stumbled upon the scene, her eyes going wide with amazement. "Wow, Liu Zi, you're amazing," she cried out. She clapped her hands, her face alight with genuine admiration for his skill. Liu Zi, flustered by the sudden praise, just scratched head sheepishly as she gushed about how much his martial arts had improved. An idea sparked in her mind. She gave him her most dazzling smile and asked him to come over for a second. She then turned to another disciple who was diligently sweeping the courtyard. If he knew martial arts, she asked with sparkling eyes, would he mind showing her a little of what he could do? The young man shrugged, saying sure, why not? With a mighty yell of "here I go," he unleashed a majestic flurry of movements, his broom becoming a deadly weapon in a whirlwind of power, until it snapped clean in two. Oops, he'd ruined another broom. He stood there, holding the pathetic remains of his cleaning tool, a bead of nervous sweat trickling down his face. Shoot! He was gonna get his wages cut again. He scurried in a panic, leaving our protagonist frozen stiff beside Liu Zi. Her expression was completely deadpan. Even the humblest disciples possessed such powerful martial arts. This place didn't need saving. She turned to Liu Zi with a flat voice, thanking him for the show. She sized him up with a comical, judgmental stare, as if measuring his power level on some invisible scale. The poor sweeper wandered off into the distance, a dark cloud of depression hanging over his head, muttering about needing some time alone. Back in the sword house, the mood was somber. Our girl sat by the window, letting out a long, melancholic sigh. It was pointless to be jealous, she thought miserably. She could never learn martial arts anyway. If only she could absorb spiritual energy from nature like everyone else. Inside, her friends watched her pity party. Killen wondered what was wrong with her. The beautiful pink-haired woman explained that she was just shocked to see that literally everyone around her was a martial arts master. Killen kept watching her mope, casually munching on a snack. He decided to make things interesting. He bet she would need at least 30 more minutes to snap out of her funk. But the devastatingly handsome man with the emerald earring smirked. He bet she'd recover in 15. He had placed bet, and there was no backing out now. Killen scoffed, absolutely certain he was going to win. Just then, our protagonist's eyes shot open with a flash of insight. That's right. She could use the beads her master gave her to gather spiritual energy. A fire of determination ignited within her. And then, she could learn. She turned around, her entire demeanor changed. The handsome man, Long Yuan, immediately held out his hand to dejected Killen. "You lost," he said coolly. "Give it to me." Our girl's face was set with grim seriousness. She had found her way. Long Yuan watched her, a smug, sad smirk playing on his lips. In an instant, she leaped from her seat and dashed across the room toward them. She stopped directly in front of Long Yuan and bowed deeply, her hands in a desperate plea. "Please," she begged, "teach me how to seal and unseal pressure points. Gold." He looked down at her, his expression one of pure arrogance. Was she dreaming? She shot back that she wasn't even sleeping, her voice filled with urgency. "Please!" Her eyes were wide, practically begging him to agree. He seemed amused by her desperation. He supposed he could teach her, but why him? Suddenly, a dark, suffocating pressure exploded from her. Her face twisted into a terrifying scowl as she leaned in close. Did she look like someone who was patient? But her intimidation tactic failed spectacularly. He didn't even flinch. Her shoulders slumped in defeat as she realized he wasn't going to help. He glanced at her, then casually rubbed the ring on his finger. A deal was a deal. Since he won the bet, he would do it. But he added she had to call him Long Yuan. Gold just didn't sound nice. Her face instantly transformed, her eyes lighting up like stars. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, so bright it seemed to summon flower petals out of thin air. "Sure, Mr. Long," she chirped happily, completely missing the vein throbbing on his forehead. Now he didn't feel like teaching her anymore. Beneath a starlit sky, our heroine Killen stands with her ethereal sword spirits, a vision in flowing white against the deep blue night. The chapter begins as she takes a deep, steadying breath, focusing all her energy. With a sudden sharp pop, the seal on her pressure point breaks. A wave of relief and power washing over her as her cheeks flush from the exertion. She did it! Her eyes, with success, sparkle with triumph as she looks at her hands, feeling the flow of energy return. "Hit my pressure point again, Gold," she demands, eager to continue her grueling training. The handsome, bronze-skinned sword spirit Long Yuan smirks from his seat, a teasing glint in his emerald eyes. Did she actually enjoy being tortured? Killen shakes her head, explaining that he himself said she could learn to unseal them quicker if she practiced more. Her wide, innocent eyes betray her desperation to grow stronger, a sight that makes Long Yuan's smirk widen. A wicked idea forms in his mind. He leans forward, his voice a low drawl, asking if she wasn't tired of just unsealing them. How about he teaches her how to seal them instead? Killen's face instantly lights up, her entire being radiating pure, unadulterated excitement. "That would be great," she chirps, completely missing the mischievous glint in his eyes. Gold begins his lesson, casually gesturing to his own toned stomach, explaining that she kneaded her spiritual energy into 2 fingers and poke a key pressure point hard with her internal force. But he warns, his voice laced with mock seriousness. If she gets hasty and chooses the wrong point, what will happen? Killen bites, a wave of nervousness washing over her. He leans back with a casual shrug, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Well, they'll live as long as she doesn't hit their lethal point, but they'm a lot of pain. And with perfect comedic timing, he try it on Pixiu, smacking the preen-haired sword on the back so hard his wine spills. Pixiu cries out, but it's too late. Killen's eyes narrow, instantly seeing through Gold's little scheme. This was because she did something to him, wasn't it? She was supposed to be the one learning, not him getting petty revenge. She puffs out her cheeks, planting her fists on her hips. Oh, so it looked like Mr. Gold didn't really win another after all. Okay then. Pixiu, ever the loyal friend, looks at her with wide, pleading eyes. "Please, Po, let me practice pressure point sealing," he begs. Killen kneels before him, her expression softening into one of pure, heartfelt determination. She really hopes she can get stronger soon, so she can help Feng Jie. Gold's teasing demeanor melts away, replaced by a flicker of understanding. So that was her intention, how touching. In that case, he'll do it and help him as well. Poor Pixiu's face contorts in sheer terror as his fate is sealed. An hour later, Pixiu sits shirtless, his pale torso covered in angry red welts as Killen applies a soothing tincture to his skin. She murmurs an apology, her heart itching with guilt. But Pixiu, bless his soul, just smiles warmly, reassuring her that it's no worries, he was glad he could help. Killen's heart melts. Po was such a good sword, so generous and not one to hold any grudges. She vowed to be nicer to him from now on. From the sidelines, a voice teascase in amusement, "A cruel girl." The fiery-haired Chixiao approaches, his presence only amplifying her guilt. If he were a human, Red points out coolly, she would have injured him badly. Killen flinches, her cheeks burning with shame. She's already feeling guilty, she pleads. "So please don't make it worse." Just then, a calm, deep voice cuts through the tension. "Come and let me have a look, Killen." It's Feng Yi, his dark, handsome features etched with concern as he gently lifts her hand, his touch sending a shiver down her spine. He says softly, "Don't forget to apply the tincture to yourself." The world seems to fade away, leaving only of his hand in hers. Later, Feng Yi is still holding her hand, his gaze gentle. She insists that she's fine, waving her free hand dismissively. Learning is a gradual process, he reminds her, his voice a soothing balm. Gold leans against a pillar, arms crossed, adding his own 2 cents. "Why the haste?" he asks, genuinely curious about her desperation. Killen falls silent, unable to voice the fear swirling in her heart. Feng Yi turns to Pixiu, who is still shirtless. He tells him he's done with the tincture and to put his robe on, or else he'll catch a cold. Pixiu just scoffs, explaining that temperature changes won't affect them. They don't wear scabbards, he continues, comparing them to coffin and their filth to useless clothes. There's only a narcissist like Chixiao who would like them, he declares, a ghostly image admiring his reflection appearing behind him. An irate, chibi-sized Red immediately pops up, fuming. Who was he calling narcissistic? Killen watches the bickering, a thoughtful expression on her face. No wonder they don't wear scabbards, she murmurs to herself. Red, now in a headlock with Pixiu, shouts that only humans like the darkness of a scabbard. But Killen points out the obvious flaw in his argument. Black likes to stay in his scabbard. Pixiu freezes, quickly correcting himself. He's an exception, he says, his dropping to a somber tone. Remember, he sees blood every time he's unsheathed. The chilling reminder of Fengi's curse hangs in the air. As if on cue, the man in question gently takes her hand again, his touch grounding her. A man should care for her hands, he says, his voice low and intimate. Does your hand hurt a lot? Kalun looks up at him, her heart fluttering in her chest. She's fine, she whispers thank you. In this moment, she knows with absolute certainty that he's the one who cares about her most. The next morning at the Sword Pavilion, Gold nods in approval. Not bad, he says, you're able to seal and unseal pressure points now. Keep on practicing, but Kalun is already on the next thing, her eyes shining with eagerness. Can he teach her how to use hidden weapons now? Gold sighs, shaking his head. You're really in a rush, he mutters. Knowing exactly what to do, Kalun deploys her ultimate technique, the sparkling puppy dog eyes, begging him with all her might. Please teach me, Mr. Long Yuan, my lord, she pleads, the over-the-top formal address making Gold physically cringe, pressing a hand to his forehead in defeat. Fine, he sighs, he can teach her, but where are her hidden weapons? Kalun freezes, blinking in confusion. He can't very well teach her if she doesn't have any, can he? She immediately offers to go buy whatever weapon he'll teach her with right now. Her earnest, slightly airheaded dedication is almost too much. Gold lets out a chuckle, telling her he's just kidding. He effortlessly plucks a leaf from a nearby branch, explaining that the key point is throwing it with spiritual energy. The weapon itself doesn't matter. A leaf or a blade of grass will do. With a sharp snap, he sends the leaf flying with terrifying speed and precision. Now, he instructs she should go pick up some small stones to practice with. Kalun nods, rummaging through a small pouch at her waist. How about these? She asks, her hand outstretched. And of stones, her palm is filled with the glint of several copper coins. A new day begins at the sword house. Care is just another name for practice. The stunningly handsome, red-haired elf preened in front of his mirror, a smug smile gracing his lips as he ran a hand through his silky, pink tresses. He had such smooth hair, he mused, and he didn't even need to use osmanthus oil for it to be this perfect. But his moment of vanity was shattered by a sharp a copper coin zipped past his ear, narrowly missing his flawless face. His eye twitched in fury as he saw the culprit, our tiny, troublemaking protagonist, holding a lock of his precious hair hostage. Give back hair, he shrieked, his composure completely gone. Kalun, ever the little devil, offered a terribly insincere apology, chirping that he was born with such good looks. Losing a little hair wouldn't affect his beauty at all. She even had the audacity to install a lock, declaring it a mere split end that he should just let go. The elf's face was a mask of pure indignation. Was he supposed to thank her for hitting him with her coin? Before he could truly explode, Kalun pulled her classic escape maneuver, promising to bring him nice food next time as she scampered off to practice. Meanwhile, in a much quieter part of the house, a serene, dark-haired man was patiently feeding a small, gray-haired child a spoonful of what looked like a delicious rice ball. The little one, Chunjin, opened his mouth wide and happily accepted the treat. A second child watched with envy before getting his own turn, gulping down the food with pure delight. The boy in green cheeky told the other child, Poxy, not to butt in anymore, he just wanted to try one. Seeing Chunjin's lip begin to tremble, the doting man quickly soothed him, telling him not to cry. There was plenty more to go around as he offered another spoonful. But fate, in the form of Kalun's terrible aim, had other plans. A copper coin flew through the air with a sickening clank, knocking the spoon, the rice ball, and the entire bowl to the ground in a catastrophic spill. Poor Chunjin's face crumpled as he burst into tears, wailing for his lost rice balls while a distant, familiar voice yelled another sorry for my bad aim. Somewhere else, the red elf muttered under his breath that they really should forbid her from throwing copper coins in the sword house. Later, the reality of her training method set in. Throwing the coins was convenient, but picking them all up was exhausting work. Kalun was on hands and knees, painstakingly collecting every last one from the polished wooden floors. She paused, holding a single coin up to the light, her eyes filled with a sudden, fierce determination. She would try her best and become a strong person, she vowed to herself. But that resolve quickly melted into despair as she realized she had already thrown almost half a string of coins this morning alone. She was completely broke. Never mind, she sighed, she would just have to find as many as she could, crawling around to search under the furniture. Just then a breathtakingly beautiful man with long silver-white hair appeared, his presence as silent and ethereal as moonlight. He stood with an otherworldly grace, his gaze falling upon the floor. There, gleaming in the sunlight, was a single copper coin that had rolled away from the others. A flicker of recognition crossed his handsome, sculpted features. That was his coin. He bent down, his silver hair cascading around him like a waterfall as he gracefully retrieved it. He held it in his palm for a moment, his expression unreadable. Closing his hand around the small piece of metal, he concealed it within his sleeve. Then, without a word, he turned and departed, his form a ghostly silhouette against the bright light of the doorway. The chaos, however, was far from over. Later, the red-haired elf was in the middle of a tirade, pointing an accusing finger at the handsome, bronze-skinned Long Yuan. Kalun had broken almost all of the teacups, and he was blaming Long Yuan for teaching her to use hidden weapons. Ladies should learn embroidery and painting, he fumed, not destroy the entire house. Long Yuan, looking completely unfazed, simply raised an eyebrow. Why was he being blamed if he wanted her to learn needlework? He should teach her himself, since he was so good at it. Cornered, The elf turned to Killan, asked with forced sweetness if she wanted to learn, but she immediately refused, stating she only wanted to martial arts. Long Yuan then explained that her aim was poor because she couldn't control the spiritual energy from her bracelet. A clever glint entered his eye as he proposed a solution. Why not try using that spiritual energy to control an embroidery needle? If she could master that, she would learn to master hidden weapons. Killan's eyes widened in a moment of pure epiphany. She had never thought of that. She immediately turned her sparkling eyes on the red-haired elf, begging him to teach her. He tried to play it cool, huffing that she had just refused him a moment ago, but he was no match for her ultimate attack. Weaponized cuteness, she sidled up to him, apologizing and poking his cheek until his resolve crumbled. He reluctantly began to instruct her, his hands trembling slightly as he explained that she shouldn't be so meticulous and just release the energy. Killan focused intently, gathering a brilliant golden aura in her hands. But instead of a gentle flow, the energy erupted with a zing-ji, launching the needle like a deadly projectile straight into the forehead of the poor boy in green, who fell back with a cry of shock. The entire room froze. The red-haired elf was utterly speechless. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone get hurt while embroidering. Killan stared in horror, wondering if the boy was okay. She rushed to his side, asking frantically if it hurt as she fussed over the wound. The boy, surprisingly resilient, patted her hand and told her not to worry. She should just go on with her embroidery, a fresh bandage already plastered on his head. But as Killan glanced back, her heart sank. Chunjin was cowering behind the boy, shivering in absolute terror of her. The boy in green tried to reassure her, telling her not to worry since they weren't as delicate as humans. A dark look crossed Killan's face as she looked down. He'd better remember that he said that. At that moment, the ethereal, white-haired man reappeared in the doorway, calling out a name that seemed to hang in the air. Cloud? The red-haired elf was immediately on the defensive. That guy was supposed to practice later. How could he teach Killan embroidery if she wasn't there? Killan waved him off, insisting she was actually good at it and just needed help controlling the energy. Then her eyes lit up with a brilliant new scheme. Before he taught her that, could he teach her something else? The poor elf looked like he was at his limit. More? What is it now? Our little Poe floats amid sea of pink flowers, her eyes wide with a dream she's held for so long. She sighs, a little puff of air escaping her lips. She always gets so jealous watching everyone else soar through the swords. Before, she had no spiritual energy, so learning was an impossible dream. But now things are different. Her gaze turns to her own sword's spirit, the fiery-tempered Red, only to be met with an explosive rejection. No way. Red's face is a mask of pure disgust, her voice screeching in Poe's mind. She can't possibly believe Poe wants to step on her beautiful form with those filthy shoes. Poe's eyes scan over her other companions, but they're a sight old, a child, a sick and injured. Not exactly a fleet of noble steeds. A questioning glance from the young swordsman Killan catches her attention. An idea sparks in her mind. Turns to him, her big round eyes shimmering with unshed tears. A perfect picture of innocent hope. She knows Feng Ye would be so happy if she could learn to ride a sword, a thought that fuels her determination. Killan freezes, a blush creeping up his neck as he's hit with the full force of her weaponess. Defeated, he blurts out that it's fine. She can step on him. Victory! Whirls around to face Red, her smile bright. See? You have a sword. Now you have to teach me. Red is left utterly speechless, her jaw hanging open in disbelief. In the sun-drenched courtyard, the lesson begins. Red instructs her to distribute her spiritual energy evenly and start. Poe takes a deep, cautious breath, stepping onto the blade. But instead of gliding forward, the sword shoots straight up into the air. A shriek escapes her as she struggles to keep her balance. Screams from below that she said forward, not upward. Poe wobbles precariously, yelling back how she's even supposed to stand still. Red tells her to hold on, but it's too late. Poe's foot slips. Her heart plummets as she falls through the empty air, screaming for Killan and Poe. Red's face twists in sheer panic. Down below, the stoic Chunjin acts instantly, scooping up the terrified, crying Feng Ye and shielding his eyes from the horrific sight. Red shrieks at Killan that he's an idiot, he's stuck in his sword form. Chunjin tries to reassure everyone, but Poe is still plummeting towards the ground. Then, in a flash of impossible grace, a foot clad in an ethereal white boot taps Killan's sword form. A figure materializes from the very air, a blur of silver and blue. It's Yunwei. In a single, breathtaking motion, the cold and handsome swordsman catches Poe, his arm wrapping securely around her waist. With Poe held safely against his chest, he twists his body, effortlessly blocking the descending sword with his free hand. Safely on the ground, chaos erupts. Red furiously asks Killan if he was trying to cut Poe in half, calling him an idiot. A flustered Killan can only apologize, stammering that he was too nervous. Chun sighs, thanking the gods that Yunwei was so quick. Yunwei lands as softly as a snowflake, still holding Poe in a perfect bridal carry. He gazes down at her, his voice a low, magnetic murmur that sends shivers down her spine, asking how long she intends to stay like this. Poe freezes, her entire body going rigid as she realizes their proximity. Her face explodes in a furious blush. Mortified, she begins to struggle, and Yunwei, caught off guard, drops her. She lands on the ground with a soft thud. Red is incandescent with rage, storming up to Yunwei and demanding to know why he would just let her go like that. Kalan rushes to Po's side, his own face pale with worry, asking if she's okay. She waves him off, insisting it's fine, she was the careless one. Chunjin kneels beside her, his gentle eyes scanning her for any injuries. Are you hurt? He asks. She shakes her head, admitting she was just a little scared. Her eyes drift over to the one who saved her. If it wasn't for him. She peeks at the silent, silvered man, her heart giving a strange little flutter. Standing up, she nervously smooths her clothes, steeling herself. His intense gaze meets hers, and she feels her throat go dry. She stammers, trying to thank him. She bows her head low, apologizing for all the trouble she caused. Is he mad at her? She wonders anxiously. But instead of a cold reply, Yunwei suddenly coughs, a thin trickle of blood staining his pale lips. Po's eyes widen in absolute shock. Red lets out a wicked laugh, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. He's injured because you're too heavy, she declares with glee. Kalan looks horrified at the thought. Yunwei calmly wipes his mouth with a handkerchief, ignoring the jab and telling Chunjin to go and rest. With that, the group begins to break up, everyone heading inside to escape the heat or the drama, leaving Po feeling a little lost. A wave of guilt washes over her. She caused so much trouble. She decides she should see them off, and then she'll just have to practice on her own. But a quiet voice stops her. Aren't practicing? She looks up, stunned to see Yunwei hasn't left. Huh? Sword riding. He clarifies, his silver eyes fixed on her. A slow, brilliant smile spreads across Po's face, her previous embarrassment melting away in pure, unadulterated joy. Yes. So is bubbling with excitement. The serene image of our heroine, Killan, and the handsome sword master, Fengyi, studying a scroll together is a rare moment of peace in her turbulent new life. But that peace is about to be broken as Fengyi announces he's going into closed-door training to gain some insights. A flicker of worry crosses Killan's face as she asks how long he'll be gone. He admits he isn't sure, it could be a few days or it could be months, but his gaze softens as he reassures her that she can always come to him if she has a problem. Her heart skips a beat at his words. Fengyi, she is so incredibly touched by his concern. Their quiet moment is shattered by a booming voice. It's that annoyingly cheerful guard thrilled to see them. He declares that if he'd known they were coming, he'd have prepared refreshments. Another disciple immediately snaps at him for fiddling around again, telling him to be more useful. The guard just beams, brushing off her complaints, saying he just came to visit Killan. He turns back to Fengyi, noting how busy he must be building the new corridor. With an obnoxiously enthusiastic wave, he tells Fengyi to visit often, promising to have everything arranged for him. As the guard practically bounces away, Killan mutters under her breath about what a snob he is. She desperately wants to reassign him. Oh no, did she say that out loud? She peeks at Fengyi, asking if they don't get along. He simply explains that the guard is competent and she can learn from him. With a look of complete faith, he adds that he believes she won't let a personality clash bother her. His trust melts her frustration and she beams, promising not to let him down. As he to leave, she hands him a small gift, wishing him well in his training. He promises to visit in a few days before departing, leaving clutching a beautifully embroidered pouch she made just for him. She still has time to perfect it before he returns. Later, while she's practicing her needlework, her sword spirits materialize around her. Ho, the youngest-looking spirit, leans in, his eyes wide with curiosity, asking if the pretty pouch is for his owner. Killan flushes a bright pink, denying it instantly. Who said it was for him? She just made it for fun. Star, the elegant spirit, remarks that with the double 7th festival coming up, it's perfect timing. Po is clueless, asking what that is. Star explains it's a festival for girls in love, something a child like him wouldn't understand. But then Red, the fiery spirit, scoffs, pointing out that Killan herself said the pouch was shabby and made for fun, so it's obviously not for anyone. She then tells Killan she needs to practice much harder if she ever wants to give it as a proper gift. Killan's face falls as she clutches the pouch, Red's harsh words stinging her. It triggers a painful memory of other girls presenting their own, far more exquisite gifts to Fengyi. Their handiwork was flawless, sparkling under the light. In her mind's eye, she sees Red taking a pair of scissors and viciously slicing her precious pouch in two. Snapping back to the present, Killan looks down, heartbroken. She just wants to make a new one, she whispers. Red, realizing she went too far, awkwardly tries to backtrack, claiming she only meant the stitching was a bit rough, not that it was ugly. Po pipes up that someone is being mean again, earning a sharp retort from a flustered Red. A single tear traces a path down Killan's cheek as she stares at her flawed creation. Po, trying to lift her spirits, asks what she'll embroider next, offering his own brilliant idea. Chicken drumsticks. Red gags at the thought, calling it vulgar. She prefers golden strings, a symbol of wealth. The dark-skinned spirit smirks, telling her she reeks of greed, to which she retorts that he knows nothing about the beauty of money. They turn to Star, whoever the gentleman, says any gift from her would be a treasure. Dust scoffs that there's no point asking him, unlike a certain show-off who could open a cosmetics store with all the gifts he receives. The insult hits its mark, and Red snaps back that at least he's better than an alcoholic. Enraged, she grabs the teapot and starts chugging the tea directly from the spout. After composing herself the cough, she turns to Killan, her tone much softer. Your pouch isn't that bad, she concedes. She just has very high expectations. Killan's face lights up with a brilliant smile as she accepts the cup of tea Red offers. But the moment she takes a sip, she spits it out in a massive spray PFFE. It's absolutely disgusting. But she can't just put it down, that would be so rude. Just then, a voice calls her name. It's Tang Huan. Killan freezes, tea dripping down her face, horrified and relieved all at once. Later, the gossip is already spreading among the other disciples. They whisper about how Tang Huan, an outsider, was allowed into the sword house, sneering that ever since Killan became the master, she's been breaking rules as she pleases. They smirk, convinced it's only a matter of time before someone puts her back in her place. Meanwhile, on a snowy balcony, Tang Huan learns that Killan still hasn't found her father, even with the full roster. Killan looks lost, admitting she doesn't know what to do. Tang Huan suggests asking the sect elders for help, but Killan shakes her head. Her father was once powerful, and his complete disappearance suggests he was banned for something terrible. Asking the wrong people could make things worse. A clever glint appears in Tang Huan's eyes. Then they just need to ask someone with no power. But who can keep a secret? Killan blinks in confusion. Like who? The answer is the menacing, intimidating head of the kitchen, Mrs. Gu. Killan forces a shaky smile, squeaking out a hello. The old woman glares, recognizing her as the sneaky food thief. Clantically denies it, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Mrs. Gu isn't buying it. She grabs Killan's cheek, pinching it hard until she yelps in pain. Killan quickly presents a bag of roasted melon seeds as a peace offering. But the woman just accuses her of stealing those too. Of course not, Killan stammers, her face beet red. The woman leans in, her voice a low growl. If she's not here to steal food, and she should get lost before the sight of her sours the whole kitchen. Defeated, Killan flees. Hiding in the bushes, she overhears her spirits complaining about only getting cold buns lately. She explains that they get cold on the way, but they're delicious when they're fresh and hot. Poe's never had a steaming hot bun before, and his eyes sparkle with longing. He declares he's going to the kitchen right now to try one, sending Killan into a panic. Red reminds him that he can't pass the magic seal, but Killan could take them out. Poe turns his puppy dog eyes on her, begging her to take him like she did when practicing sword riding. Killan hesitates. Taking them out of the sword house is strictly against the rules. Star gently tells Poe not to pressure her, but Killan gets a mischievous glint in her eye. Alright, she declares they'll just have to go without being seen, and so begins their late-night mission to the main kitchen. They creep through the moonlit forest, shadows dancing around them. Poe whispers nervously, asking if this is really okay. Killan shushes him, reminding him that silence is key to their stealth operation. But their covert mission is blown in an instant when a voice calls out to the Sword Pavilion master. It's the guard, and he wants to know where she's going so late. Killan's heart stops. This is exactly what she was afraid of. She quickly spins a tale about practicing her sword play, laughing nervously about how practice makes perfect. The guards do accept her story, but his eyes narrow on the long, cloth-wrapped object on her back. Why such a big sword? And why is it wrapped? Thinking fast, Killan claims she was told to use a heavier sword but hasn't found a scabbard yet. The guard offers to find one for her later, and she thanks him before making a hasty escape. As she disappears into the night, the guard's friendly demeanor vanishes by a cold, suspicious glare. Tiske. He knows something is up. In the quiet of the grand estate, the esteemed master and the young girl he'd taken in sat together, a scroll of secrets unfurled between them. But later, hidden away in the shadows of main kitchen, a far more pressing matter was at hand. The warmth of the roasted sweet potato filled her senses, and Yuexi's eyes sparkled with pure, unadulterated joy. Killan wasn't lying. She chirped these were absolutely delicious. He watched her, a soft smile on his face, relieved that the risk was worth it. He confessed he'd been terrified someone noticed them sneaking around, but they had made it. Yuexed mid-bite, a thoughtful look on her face. It had been almost too easy. She wondered aloud if this was where he usually cooked for them. Killan admitted that feeding them was a secret mission. He had to steal ingredients from the main kitchen and cook in a smaller one. So eating right here was a huge risk. Yuexi, ever the optimist, waved it off, insisting no one would be around so late at night. But a sudden noise made her blood run cold. Shoot, Killan! Both of them froze, their clandestine feast interrupted by the looming threat of discovery. A disembodied voice hissed that someone was coming, and in a flash of magic, the sweet potato in Yuexi's hand simply vanished. She clutched the empty air where her snack had been, her heart hammering in her chest. Oh no, not him again. Her eyes widened in panic, her face a perfect picture of a chipmunk caught, with its cheeks, crumbs dotting her lips and chin. The kitchen door creaked open, revealing the imposing silhouette of Mrs. Gu, the head housekeeper, whose stern expression could curdle milk. Yuexi was trapped, a wave of cold dread washing over her as Miss Gu's gaze, sharp and unforgiving, landed on her. But just as Yuexi aced for a scolding, the old woman's severe face cracked, and a small, amused paft escaped her lips, leaving Yuexi utterly bewildered. Mrs. Gu lightly chided her for her messy, unladylike face, causing a deep blush of embarrassment to creep up Yuexi's cheeks. Then her voice softened with unexpected warmth, telling Yuexi not to sneak around anymore. From now on, she would cook anything the girl desired. Yuexi's eyes went wide. She wasn't angry. Mrs. Gu explained that with so many people fasting, she was simply bored with all her free time in the kitchen. It was just as the others had said. Gu Yuru was a genuinely nice person, and it was a miracle Yuexi had managed to win her over. A wave of emotion washed over Yuexi as she looked at the kind woman. Whispering her name in gratitude, Mrs. Gu stepped into the room, her presence no longer intimidating but comforting. She teased Yuexi for her surprisingly big appetite, but quickly told her not to be embarrassed, as there was plenty of food. Mortified, Yuexi waved her hands frantically, denying it all. But her fluster faded as she remembered her true purpose. She straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. She had come to ask about someone. In a quieter room, away from the kitchen, the atmosphere grew somber. Mrs. Gu sat opposite her, sighing that 10 years was a long time ago and her memory was hazy. She tried her best, but couldn't recall anyone with the surname Jiang ever getting into trouble there. Desperation clawed at Yuexi's heart. She clasped her hands together, her voice pleading for the old woman to try and remember, stressing how important this was. Mrs. Gu's gaze softened with pity and understanding. It was clear to her now. The girl was searching for her father. A gentle hand reached out to pat Yuexi's head in a comforting gesture. Mrs. Gu promised to keep her secret, her voice a soothing balm. How could she not help a poor child on such a quest? Yuexi looked up, her eyes misty with unshed tears, so touched by this unexpected kindness. Mrs. Gu did recall some disciples returning from their travels around that time, but without any records, it was impossible to know who. Just as she thought, another dead end. The weight of disappointment settled heavily on Yuexi's small shoulders. Her quest felt more hopeless than ever. Later, the weight of her search still lingered. Cranes soared over the majestic mountains, a picture of freedom she couldn't feel. Surrounded by her companions, she felt a glimmer of hope. She finally had a clue about her father. But what now? Holding a cup of tea, she was lost in thought, wondering if she should begin the search for him immediately. Hong Luan's sharp voice cut through reverie, asking why she was spacing out. She gestured to a selection of beautiful pouches, and Yuexi explained she needed to pick one as a gift. A sly, knowing smirk spread across Hong Luan's face. A gift for someone, she purred, a detail Yuexi had conveniently left out. Yuexi's cheeks puffed out in annoyance while Killan, ever the simple one, pointed at two pouched mandarin ducks and Bamboo, saying they were basically the same. Hong Luan scoffed at his ignorance, calling him an idiot. Bamboo was a casual gift, but mandarin ducks were a blatant confession of love. Her crimson eyes narrowed, questioning if he was really giving such a pouch on the Double Seventh Festival, the day for lovers. Another friend chimed in, teasing that the sword spirit Yunwei had a surprisingly sharp eye for these things. Hong Luan snapped back, defending her own spirit's name, but the ethereal, white-haired Yunwei quietly agreed that his name did, in fact, sound like a girl's. Hong Luan leaned in to whisper that they were going to make Cloud mad if they kept it up. Yunwei's beautiful face was a mask of placid acceptance, though a flicker of sorrow danced in his eyes. He confirmed their suspicions. His name was indeed intended for a female. The group gasped in shock. He elaborated that his master Feng Yi had forged him while nursing a crush on a girl, naming the sword after her. It was no issue to him. The revelation was so stunning that Xiao dropped his cup with a clatter. He demanded to know why Yunwei had never told them this monumental secret. Yunwei's reply was chillingly simple. You never asked. Before the argument could escalate, the dangerously handsome Poxy placed a hand on Killen's shoulder, silencing him. He mused on the name Su Yunwei, wondering aloud if she had left the sect since no one had heard from her in so long. Yunwei's gaze remained distant, his silence speaking volumes. Yuexi, ever perceptive, turned to him. If he was so curious, why didn't he just ask Feng Yi himself? Killan was horrified by her audacity. How could she refer to their master so informally? But Poxy simply held him back, finding Yunwei's weirdness amusing. Hong Luan shot Poxy a warning glare. Yuexi threw her hands up in exasperation, begging them all to calm down. But Qi Xiao's next words hit her like a physical blow. He urged her to think. Fang named his most precious sword after a woman he loved. She must have meant the world to him. Was Yuexi still going to give him the pouch symbolizing love? The pouch in her hand suddenly felt heavy, her heart twisting in her chest. Without a word, she bolted. She ran from the room as if fleeing a fire, announcing she was going to cook. Hong Luan simply shrugged, remarking on the poor girl's luck. She'd almost confessed to a man who was clearly in love with someone else. In the aftermath of her chaotic departure, Yunwei stood alone, his silver hair framing a face etched with a profound, unspoken sorrow. A beautifully embroidered pouch floats against a backdrop of memories, hinting at a story of love and loss yet to be told. Killan sat alone in the quiet courtyard, the gentle sunlight doing little to warm the cold ache in her heart. A sudden voice cut through her thoughts, thoughts, asking what she was doing here when it wasn't even time for dinner. She looked up to see Mrs. Gu, who immediately noticed the girl's heavy sigh and questioned the source of her sorrow. Gathering her courage, Killen's expression turned serious as she asked a question that had been weighing on her mind. Had Mrs. Gu ever heard of a disciple named Su Yunwei? Mrs. Gu's eyes widened in recognition. Su Yunwei, the legendary genius with a rare single spiritual root. Killen's heart sank. A single spiritual root? That meant she was even more talented than Feng Yi. Mrs. Gu conceded that while Feng Yi was a master at forging swords, he couldn't hold a candle to Su Yunwei in other areas. A wave of frustration washed over Killen. How could she possibly compete with someone so perfect? But the next from Mrs. Gu were a dagger to her heart. Su Yunwei was also her senior disciple. Killen's breath hitched. Senior disciple? The story only grew more devastating. Su Yunwei was their master's head disciple. They had grown up together, and they were even childhood sweethearts. They were inseparable, and the entire sect knew just how deeply Feng Yi adored her. It was over. A crushing realization settled upon Killen. She had no chance at all. Her face flushed with a mixture of sadness and embarrassment. Trying to keep her voice steady, she asked where this incredible woman was now, since her name wasn't on the sect's roster. Mrs. Gu's tone turned somber as she revealed the tragedy. Something terrible had happened during a smithing competition, and the girl had died. Killen's eyes widened in horror. She died. The incident became a taboo topic, a ghost that haunted the sect. Her master was never the same after that, transforming into a colder man, and it took him an agonizingly long time to even begin to recover. Wandering through the lush, sun-dappled garden, Killen utterly lost. The warning to never mention this to her master echoing in her mind. What exactly happened to this amazing woman? It took Feng Yi so long to come around, and even now, after all this time, he still loved a woman who was no longer there. The fragile hope in her heart shattered into a million pieces. There was no point. She could never confess her feelings to him now. With a choked sob, she turned and ran, as if she could outrun the painful truth. The pouch, once a symbol of hope, now felt like a heavy weight in her hands. Later, she found herself near the closed-door training room when a familiar voice called out her name. It was Feng Yi, his handsome face with concern, asking why she was there and if something had happened. Killen quickly plastered on a bright smile, lying through her teeth that she was just visiting because she hadn't seen him in a while. She chirped, asking how he was doing, and he told her practice was going great, though his sword spirits were being as loud and lively as ever. In fact, he mentioned offhandedly, Red and Cloud had a fight before he left. A fight? Killen asked. Innocence. Oh, just some silly bickering, he explained. Red had complained that the name Yunwei sounded too girlish. Killen's smile faltered for a second. She looked up at him, her gaze intent, her voice barely a whisper. And what did he think? Did he agree? The air grew heavy. A shadow passed over Feng Yi's statuesque features, his eyes clouded with a deep, ancient sorrow. He let out a soft, melancholic, sound. Yunwei, he confirmed, was the name of his disciple. She was gone, he said, his voice thick with emotion, but he had never once forgotten her. Killen's heart fractured, but she forced her lips into another smile. She must have been an amazing person, she said, her voice trembling slightly as she clutched the small pouch she'd made. She explained that she'd been wanting to thank him for his kindness and had been practicing her needlework. With trembling hands, she offered the beautiful pouch to him. If he would accept it. His eyes softened as he took the gift, remarking on how exquisite it was. It was perfect timing, he said, as he had bit a new one. For a brief, sweet moment, there was only the two of them, the gift a silent bridge between their complicated feelings. Then, a single drop of water landed on the ground. It was starting to rain. Ever the gentleman, Feng Yi told her to wait while he had someone fetch an umbrella. Panic flared in Killen's eyes. It was the perfect excuse. Oh no, she cried out, her hand flying to her mouth. She'd completely forgotten about her laundry. It was fine, she insisted. She had to go back anyway. Without another word, she turned and fled into the growing downpour, calling out a hasty goodbye. She waved one last time, telling him to be careful on the slippery steps before he went inside. She ran, her feet splashing through the puddles as the rain soaked her clothes and hair, but she didn't stop until she was sure she was alone. Then, and only then, did the brave facade finally shatter. Drenched and shivering, Killen covered her face and wept, her silent sobs lost in the sound of the falling rain. The world was awash in shades of gray, a delicate beauty amidst the melancholy as rain began to fall. A soft pitter-patter echoed through the pavilion, a lonely sound in the sudden downpour. Poxy fretted, his brows furrowed with worry. Killen hadn't brought an umbrella with her, and he hoped she wouldn't get drenched and catch a cold. But Jing Tan was completely unconcerned, casually remarking that as the pavilion master, there was no way people would let her get wet. In fact, he found this weather rather pleasant, just perfect for a nap. Baijin shot him a look of pure annoyance, telling him to get out of her sight, but gaze fell upon an empty spot in the room. Her eyed and slightly wait, where was Yunwei? Did he somehow go back into the sword? The question hung in the air, and Poxy felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the ethereal swordsman had simply vanished into thin air. The room felt unnervingly empty without his presence. Jing Tan scoffed at the idea, his senses telling him the sword energy was far too faint for Yunwei to have returned to it. Poxy stared intently at the blade, his small face etched with doubt. Was that really true? Feng Yi, ever the calm observer, gazed out at the rain-streaked. He reasoned that it was probably just exhaustion. Yunwei had been using far too much energy these days, and they couldn't forget he'd coughed up twice just today. Jingtang considered this, a flicker of unease in his handsome features, hoping he was just overthinking things. But Beijing wasn't convinced. She pointed out that none of them strayed too far from their swords, and a powerful seal surrounded the house. So where else could he possibly be? It wasn't as if he could just walk out. Fang Yi's sharp profile turned, his voice low and laced with quiet warning. She shouldn't be so sure, after all they knew so little about him. Jing Tan suddenly snapped at Poxy to get back here, noticing the child was staring at Feng Yi with wide, curious eyes. He would surely get angry if he realized Poxy was watching him. Beijing mulled over Feng Yi's unsettling words. If Yue truly possessed the power to break the seal, why hadn't he simply left before? The rain fell harder, turning the garden into a blur of green and gray, each drop a heavy sigh from the heavens. And there, standing amidst the storm, was Killen, her delicate features a mask of profound sorrow as she clutched a small, embroidered pouch in her hand. She stared down at the gift she'd poured her heart into, a bitter thought crossing her mind. She guessed this was worthless now. She was a lonely figure against the weeping sky, her resolve crumbling with each raindrop that soaked her clothes. With a final, heartbreaking motion, she tossed the pouch, sending it flying through the air and into the lotus pond. Her shoulders slumped, her expression utterly defeated, as she stood by the water's edge. Drenched and desolate, she finally turned to leave her feelings behind in the cold pond. But as she walked away, a silent figure emerged from the pavilion's shadows. Yunwei, his silver hair a stark contrast to the gloom. Without a single moment of hesitation, he stepped directly into the chilling water, his gaze locked on the spot where the pouch had disappeared. It sank beneath the surface, swallowed by the murky depths. His hand plunged into the water, emerging with the small, soaked treasure. He lifted it, his beautiful face twisted in an expression of raw pain as he looked at the embroidered mandarin ducks, a symbol she thought was unrequited. He stood there, letting the torrential rain wash over him, clutching the pouch as if it were the last piece of warmth in a frozen world. The following day, the storm continued to rage in their hearts. Poxy waited by the window, his little face fallen with disappointment. It seemed Killan wasn't coming today. Beijing guessed that she must have gotten drenched and decided to go straight to bed after changing. Poxy shot her a confused look, reminding her that she was the one who said people wouldn't let the pavilion master get wet. Flustered, Beijing snapped back that maybe her hair's umbrella was just too small. The excuse did little to soothe Poxy, who just hoped Killen wouldn't get sick. A flicker of understanding crossed Feng Yi's face as he finally put the pieces together. The next day arrived, bringing with it a welcome change. The skies were finally clear, the sun casting a warm glow over the world. Inside, Killen was surrounded by towering stacks of books, stretching with a groan after hours of hard work. But her eyes were bright, filled with a newfound determination, as she declared she would get all of these tasks done today. The sword spirits watched her, completely bewildered. Beijing couldn't help but laugh, wondering if this was the same girl who was so depressed just the other day. Poxy sighed dramatically while nibbling a cookie, sagely stating that women were just so hard to understand. Jingtan promptly gave the kid a light smack on the head, demanding to know where he learned to talk like that. Poxy immediately burst into a wail, sending Feng Yi a look of utter confusion. The light-hearted moment shattered when Beijing turned to Killan, her voice serious. Had she given him the pouch? Killan's cheerful facade didn't crack, but her eyes lost some of their light. Of course I have, she chirped with a brilliant smile. It was the one with the bamboo embroidery, she added, the lie slipping out so smoothly. Bane's expression softened with concern. She didn't understand why Killen was hesitating now that that other one was gone. This was her chance, Beijing insisted. She just had to tell him how she felt. Killen's smile wavered. She admitted that she really, truly liked him, and because of that, she didn't put him in a difficult position. Beijing shot back, asking if she'd rather make hard art on herself instead. Killen looked down at her papers, her voice barely a whisper. What would Feng Yi think of her if she couldn't even do her job properly, much less ask for something so personal? She looked up, a fierce, wounded pride in her gaze. Besides, she may be a loser, but that didn't mean she had no self-respect. In a surprising show of affection, Beijing reached out and pinched Killen's cheek, calling her a dummy. She was already doing better in her duties, and she shouldn't sell herself short. A genuine, winking smile finally broke through Killen's defenses. Thanks for your awkward comforting, she teased. Beijing huffed and turned away, only to shriek in outrage upon discovering Cheng Ying had devoured all her cakes while they were talking. As chaos erupted, Killen watched them with a fond smile, nibbling on her own snack. She decided then and there that she wouldn't dwell on sorrow, because after all she had her friends with her. Surrounded by the ghostly white blossoms of a silent garden, Killen prepared herself for the trials to come, a fragile yet determined figure in a world of sharp edges. On the sun-drenched steps of the estate, her resolve hardened, her ruby eyes blazing with fierce concentration as she steeled herself for another attempt. The handsome, dark-haired sword spirit, an entity of ancient power and alluring grace, simply smiled, his voice a soothing balm as he agreed to her request. With a flick of his wrist, a whirlwind of emerald leaves stirred to life, dancing around him with an ethereal glow. They shot forward like a volley of deadly darts, embedding themselves deep into a wooden post with a series of sharp, satisfying thwacks. Killen took a deep breath, her small frame tense with focus as she tried to replicate the impossible feat, a soft huff escaping her lips. Her mother and brother watched from the side, their faces filled with pride. Her mother remarked how impressive her progress was, and her brother couldn't help but chime in that his sister was simply awesome. The sword spirit praised her as well, noting her natural talent for hidden weapons and suggesting they call it a day, but Kilon, ever relentless, immediately asked to practice sword riding. A wave of panic crossed her mother's beautiful face. She quickly reminded Kilon that the ugly bruise from her last fall hadn't even healed yet. The sword spirit pressed a hand to his temple, a long-suffering sigh escaping him. She was such a loser if she kept pushing herself like this, that stubborn poxy. A shadow of her past life flickered across Kilon's thoughts. Her training was going so well, it felt like the universe was finally compensating her for her tragic luck and love. Her melancholic reverie was shattered by a cheerful voice calling her name, and she looked up to see her friend Tang Huan waving enthusiastically. Tang Huan rushed to her side, grabbing her hands with infectious excitement, asking if she was free to visit the night market for the Double Seventh Festival, the most romantic night of the year. Killen's face flushed slightly. She'd been so consumed by her training that she had completely forgotten about the famous Lovers' Festival. Her mother and friend both insisted she needed a break, with Tang Huan coyly mentioning a new opera, adding that it was fine if Killen already had plans with someone else. But Killen was endearingly dense to the hint, her eyes sparkling as she declared that, of course, they would go together. Who else would she go with? Tang Huan beamed, quickly suggesting they could also look at new fabrics for Killen's embroidery projects. Killen's hands clasped in front of her, a picture of pure, unadulterated excitement. Of course, she agreed with a bright smile, her worries momentarily forgotten in the face of a fun outing with her best friend. Nearby, her little brother propped his chin on his hands, a comical pout on his face as he watched them, utterly consumed with jealousy. Her mother, however, wore a more cynical expression as she spoke with another sword spirit, remarking that the girl recovered from heartbreak so easily and would probably be back to chasing Feng Yi in a few days, unseen by them. The ethereal Feng Yi stood in the shadows, his silver hair like spun moonlight, handsome face an unreadable mask as he overheard their conversation. A fleeting memory surfaced, Kalun, a lonely silhouette standing in the pouring rain, her spirit as drenched as her clothes. Then, a cascade of recent moments, her bright morning greetings, her hand clutching a bedpost determination, a whirlwind of emotions efforts. Another vision, this one of her beautiful, powerful mother standing amidst a field of golden flowers, a reminder of the strength she was meant to inherit. That night, under the vast, starry sky, Killen was hunched over her desk in the sword abode, realizing with a jolt that in her fervor to embroider pouches, she'd forgotten to organize her notes from the spirits. Memories of their words flooded her mind, her mother telling her not to devalue herself, the dark-haired spirit encouraging her studies, her brother praising her cooking, and even the tiny Poxy begging for a hug. She even recalled the wild, sun-kissed spirit's roguish promise to be nicer if she would just drink his wine. And then there was Feng Yi, a hauntingly beautiful image of his back turned to her, the picture of elegant sorrow. She sat surrounded by books and scrolls, the weight of her new life pressing down on her as she looked at her work. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a thought struck her, and she reached for a nearby embroidery hoop, a new resolve forming in her heart. The next morning, she couldn't contain a massive, adorable yawn, the evidence of her sleepless night plain to see. Her brother immediately noticed her weary state, asking if she'd been staying up late again, but she just brought a finger to her lips, a playful glint in her eyes as she whispered that it was a secret. Her mother gave her a knowing look, teasingly asking if she was just too excited about her outing, to which Kellen shyly admitted she sort of was, just as the dark-haired spirit appeared at the door to announce her friend had arrived. Tang Huan burst in, grabbing her arm with uncontainable glee as Kellen laughed, ready to be swept away. From a high window, a solitary figure watched them go, the setting sun casting a golden glow on his silver hair as a silent, unspoken thought hung in the air. The night market was a breathtaking river of light, with countless warm lanterns illuminating the joyful chaos. Holding hands, the two girls navigated the happy crowds, with Tang Huan excitedly showing off a bolt of fabric and asking for Killen's opinion. Killen thoughtfully suggested that both pale blue and light yellow would suit her friend perfectly, prompting Tang Huan to sigh of how she envied the inner disciple's freedom to wear beautiful clothes instead of her boring sect uniform. Her cheeks puffed out in a cute, pensive expression. But her momentary melancholy vanished as her eyes caught sight of something spectacular in the distance, and she tugged Killen's arm, her voice filled with wonder as she pointed and shouted for her to look. The Double Seventh Festival was in full swing, the city alive with light and laughter, but our little sword master, Lin Bailey, was lost in her own world. Her large, innocent eyes, shimmering with the reflection of the festival lanterns, were fixed on a delicate glass cup. It was so beautifully clear, almost ethereal, it was translucent, she thought, just like the Yunwei sword. As she held the small cup in her hands, a fleeting memory washed over her. It was a vision of two figures surrounded by a sea of delicate wisteria, a memory both beautiful and poignant. A soft blush crept onto her cheeks as she clutched the cup, her heart aching with a gentle fondness. The cheerful shopkeeper noticed her expression, remarking on her excellent taste. This was a fine glass cup from the western regions, a rare find. His next words, however, shattered her reverie. It cost 100 low-grade spirit stones, a fortune that amounted to her entire month's pay. Her eyes widened in comical shock, but her determination didn't waver. Her gaze drifted over the other sparkling wares, her hand hovering over an array of intricate hairpins and accessories. A memory of the ever-critical Hong surfaced in her mind. The handsome, pink-haired spirit had once scoffed at her collection. Why she needed so many accessories she never wore. She had retorted that he simply had no taste. She needed to change them often. With renewed purpose, she looked at the shopkeeper, her eyes sparkling. She would take the cup and the tassels, she announced, asking him to please them up for her. And so began her shopping spree, a whirlwind tour of the night market stalls driven by pure, doting affection for her swords. She inquired about simple but elegant folding fans, requested the finest chopsticks, and even sought out a larger version of a cute tiger plushie. Her friend Tang Huan watched in disbelief. She reminded Bailey that she had claimed there was nothing she wanted, yet here she was, buying stuff. Bailey just smiled, explaining that when giving gifts, one had to be fair to everyone. Tang Huan her eyes playfully, begging Bailey not to tell her these were all for the sword spirits. She even teased that Bailey should buy some novels instead, so she wouldn't get too attached. Suddenly, a vendor's cry cut through the festive noise. Sky lanterns for sale, to make your wishes come true. An idea sparked in Bailey's mind. She urged Tang Huan to go on ahead, saying she wanted to look around a bit more. Tang Huan agreed, promising to meet her later. As her friend walked away, Bailey's heart swelled with a single thought. Had her sword spirits ever seen sky lanterns before? She approached the lantern stall where the vendor was singing their praises, claiming they could make any wish come true. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she looked at the happy crowds. It was so lively here, but back in the sword house, her precious swords might be feeling terribly lonely without her. The vendor's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, calling out to her as she stood before his stall. A brilliant, heartwarming smile bloomed on her face, so radiant it could outshine the lanterns themselves. She would take them all. A moment later, Tang Huan returned to find Bailey laden with an enormous bundle of lanterns, utterly shocked that she'd bought so many in such a short time. Bailey apologized sheepishly, explaining that she had to go back now. With a final wave, they parted ways. The night continued, but Bailey's festival was over. Tang Huan was still confused. She thought Bailey had wanted to watch the new opera tonight. Bailey and apologized again, insisting she had things to do and that Tang Huan should go ahead without her. Her friend sighed, reluctantly agreeing to watch it alone. She promised to make it up to Bailey later, especially since she was now burdened with carrying all that heavy stuff. But Bailey, looking like a tiny ant carrying a mountain of lanterns, cheerfully insisted she was fine and waved her friend off. Alone on a quiet wooden path by the water, she finally let out a sigh. She must be dot to leave all the fun of the night market. She paused, catching her breath from the heavy load. But why did she keep thinking of them, her sword spirits, even amidst the celebration? The answer bloomed in her heart like a field of flowers, a vision of her surrounded by her handsome swords, a true found family, smiling, bickering, and always there for her. She reached the doors of the sword house, her small hands pressing against the wood. She burst inside with a triumphant, joyful grin announcing her return. The swords were all there, surprised to see her back so soon. They had assumed she wouldn't be back tonight. Bailey looked down, a gentle and sincere smile gracing her lips. She confessed that she was worried they might feel lonely without her. The tsundere Hong immediately scoffed, telling her not to flatter herself, though the faint blush on his cheeks betrayed his true feelings. The mischievous pixie couldn't resist exposing him, winking as he revealed that Hong had been wondering when she'd be back the moment she left, earning a sharp shut up from the flustered elf. With a heavy thud, she dropped the massive bundle onto the floor. "Come and see what I bought for you guys," she laughed as they all gathered around in curiosity. One by one, she presented the treasures: a toy tiger for yellow, elegant tassels for red, a wine gourd for gold, and a folding fan for Star. The gifts kept coming: a beautiful glass cup for Cloud, a mysterious square black, and a pair of inlaid chopsticks for Poe, who was deeply touched to finally have his own pair. The room filled with delight. Star admired his fan, while Gold cheekily demanded wine to go with his new gourd. The scene was one of pure, chaotic, domestic bliss as they examined their presents. Pixie was already teasing Black about his new mask, who irritably told him to get away. Watching them all, Bailey rested her chin in her hands, her heart overflowing with warmth. It was a double seventh festival with no romance whatsoever. She closed her eyes, a serene and blissful smile on her face. But this, she knew with absolute certainty, was way better. And somewhere in the quiet of the sword house, the ethereal Yunwei held the delicate cup she had chosen just for him, his gaze soft and thoughtful. The night air was filled with the warm glow of festival lanterns, a perfect backdrop for a story about to unfold. As the celebration continued elsewhere, Killen gathered her precious swords, a gentle smile on her face as she announced she had something else for them. It wasn't anything expensive, she explained, her eyes sparkling with affection. Laid out before them were several handmade pouches, each one unique. The stitching was a little rough, clearly done by an amateur hand, prompting a flurry of questions. What were these for? Why did she embroider them herself? Once noticed the cute copper coin print, remarking that she really knew what he liked. Killen puffed out her chest with pride, revealing she'd been staying up late, painstakingly making these pouches, based on each of their sword measurements. They were designed to hold their scabbards, so that way, she could carry them with her when she went outside. The sheer thoughtfulness of the gesture left one of them absolutely stunned, his heart clenching at her doting care. But of course Cheng Ying, the resident idiot, had to ruin the mood by asking why she didn't just make one giant pouch for everyone to get inside. The pink-haired sword didn't hesitate, bonking him soundly on the head for his stupidity. She then turned to Kilun, her voice softening. Kilun could have just relaxed tonight, so why did she go through all the trouble to prepare these for them? Even the stoic Gold watched her, his gaze uncharacteristically gentle. Kilun's smile was warm enough to melt the winter snow. She knew they'd never really gotten to celebrate festivals before, so she thought it would be more fun to do it all together. And that wasn't all. She had prepared something else, but first they all had to go outside. The 4 handsome swords were reduced to confused chibi versions of themselves. Wondering what she could possibly have planned, she led them through the quiet grounds to a remote, abandoned pavilion bathed in moonlight, setting down a large bundle with a soft thud. She explained that since this place was abandoned, no one would be here, and was also the secret spot where she usually cooked for them. Fang Yi's cheeks flushed as he peeked from behind a pillar. So this was her secret kitchen. A wonder no one ever noticed her cooking. It was a little world just for them. Kilun looked ethereal under the stars, agreeing that they just needed to be careful and head back later. With a bright, infectious grin, she declared it was time to get ready. Unfurling the cloth, she revealed her surprise. Beautiful, unadorned sky lanterns. The swords murmured in confusion, but Star, the elegant, long-haired sword, recognized them instantly. Killen's eyed in admiration as he confirmed they were sky lanterns. With a gentle smile, Star explained that as a sword of worship, he'd attended a few rituals and had seen such blessing objects before. He unfolded one with a practiced ease that left Killen completely starstruck. He was amazing. Good at housework and a pro at unfolding lanterns. The others buzzed with excitement. They could make wishes. How many could they make? One was already planning for Killen to stay with them forever. Killen immediately put on a serious face, comically scolding them not to mess around. These were sacred objects for blessings. They all settled in a line under the vast, starry canvas, their blank lanterns waiting to be filled with their deepest desires. Fang Yi was the first to finish, jumping up with excitement, ready to light his lantern, only to realize he wasn't quite done writing. His sudden movement startled Killen, who was lost in her own thoughts, brush hovering over a lantern. He leaned in, his curiosity piqued, asking what she was wishing for. A soft, wistful smile graced her lips, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Her wish was simple, heartfelt, and for all of them. She wished for many more days just like this one in the years to come. Gold leaned in close, his voice a low tease. Days like today? Did she want to become a single old lady spending every festival with a bunch of swords? Killen's cheeks puffed out in annoyance. She thought he was supposed to be nicer. He then gestured to his own lantern, asking what she wrote. He claimed he wrote something in his home dialect that she wouldn't be able to read. But Killen knew better. His was undoubtedly something along the lines of money, wine, and women, the more the better. She couldn't even say she was surprised. It was so typically him. The ever-gentle Star leaned over, his voice soft as he asked what she had wished for. His own lantern was a testament to his pure heart, the characters clear under the moonlight. May Killen be safe and well. His gaze was so tender as he confessed he didn't have anything else to wish for. Her well-being was all that mattered. The sincerity in his eyes made Killen's heart flutter, a warm blush creeping up her neck. Turning to the adorable twins, Killen offered to help them write. The little one looked up with wide, innocent eyes, whispering his desire. He wanted to wish that Killen would like him forever. Killen's heart completely melted. She heard him. The poor little sword was so mortified at being overheard that he face-planted right onto the lantern with a thump. Overcome with affection, Killen scooped him into a warm hug, her smile radiant. His wish, she declared, had just come true. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was still scribbling away, his wish turning into an entire menu. May he go down in history, and may Killen cook him braised pork belly, marinated pork hock, and sweet and sour fish. Killen stared at him, utterly deadpan. Was he writing a menu? She turned away, a fond, exasperated sigh escaping her lips as she gazed at the night sky. A flash of pink hair moved stealthily through the darkness. The fiery sword popped up behind Cheng Ying, who was jealously guarding his own lantern. What was he looking at? He huffed, turning away and refusing to look at hers. But her curiosity was too strong. She zipped past him for a peek. A loud laugh burst from her lips. His wish was, may I be forever young and pretty. She couldn't help but tease him for being so vain, making him flush with annoyance. She then smugly showed him her own lantern, which was just as petty. I hope Cheng Ying won't take food off my plate again. Killen mused that it would probably be more effective to just show it to him directly. The pink-haired sword seemed to agree, thinking she was probably right. Nearby, another hand, elegant and pale, was carefully writing on a lantern. A stunning elven woman with long pink hair called a stoic, dark-haired sword who always remained silent in the background. He didn't turn fully, just enough to acknowledge her. But as her gaze fell upon his lantern, her eyes widened in utter shock. Under the velvet expanse of a star-dusted sky, the night comes alive with the warm glow of countless sky lanterns. But away from the cheerful crowd, Cheng Ying sits alone, his wish a quiet, desperate written on paper. He just hopes he won't be cursed any longer. His solitude is broken when Redpo turns, her voice cutting through the silence, wanting to know what he wrote. He looks up at her, the cosmos swirling behind them, and coldly tells her it's none of her business. Unfazed, he blocks her path with a roguish charm, an arm snaking around her as he suggests they go see what Yunwei wrote instead. Meanwhile, our sweet Yunwei approaches the ethereal Kixing, her own curiosity piqued, asking the very same question. The handsome man with hair like spun moonlight holds his lantern, his wish a poetic prayer, may the sincere heart not be broken by that person. He stands there, a godlike figure against the night, his beauty almost unreal. Yunwei's mind races, a sincere heart, and who on earth is that person he's referring to? Her ruby eyes widen in a sudden heart-stopping realization. Just then, the faintest, most breathtaking smile graces Kixing's lips, a rare sight that could melt the coldest winter. Yunwei can only stare, completely captivated by the warmth in his usually icy expression. The others are in absolute shock. What in the world? He can actually smile? They whisper amongst themselves, wondering if something good happened, barely recognizing him without a signature sour face. But just as quickly as it appeared, the smile vanishes, his cold mask snapping back into place. The group's resident troublemaker smirks at Red Po, teasing her about Kixing's poker face and asking why she had to be so mean. She scoffs right back, pointing a finger accusingly. He's one to talk, always being mean and stirring up trouble himself. Seeing a fight brewing, Yunwei steps between them with a cheerful laugh, urging them to just release the lanterns already. As the lanterns begin to glow with an inner fire, she gently releases hers into the air. Soon, the sky is filled with a river of golden lights, a truly amazing sight as their wishes float towards the heavens. Even the demon lord, holding a small child in his arms, looks on with a soft expression, admitting he never thought he'd get to see this again. But the peaceful moment is shattered when a single lantern suddenly plummets from the sky. Shenjian watches in disbelief, wondering why a lantern is falling. Red Po can't resist a jab, musing that perhaps his wish is rejected by the heavens, pretty sure that it's his lantern falling. Yunwei sighs, trying to be the peacemaker, telling them to stop fighting on such a rare night out. But Kixing isn't listening. Head snaps to the side, his expression suddenly grim and focused. A small, dark object, almost sinister insect, clings to his beautiful silver hair, an omen of trouble to come. Later that night, under the pale moonlight, the pavilion stands silent and imposing. A young disciple peeks from the shadows of the trees, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Haha, he's got her this time. He dashes from his hiding spot, a man on a mission. Inside, Kixing's profile is sharp and serious, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the paper screen door. In another room, Yunwei sits quietly, folding a piece of paper with delicate hands. She finally stands, bidding her strange new family goodnight, telling them she's leaving and that they should all rest. Chengying waves dramatically, declaring his exhaustion, though the others protest that they don't need rest. Red Po immediately calls him lazy, pointing out that he even takes naps like a mere human. Their bickering is a familiar, chaotic song. One calls the other bald, and they devolve into squabbling, their energy seemingly endless. Amidst the noise, the demon lord approaches Kixing, asking to borrow paper and a brush. As he begins to grind the ink stick, Kixing eyes the paper and asks what he's making. With a grave expression, the demon lord holds his brush poised, his voice low and serious. He's making talismans. At that very moment, the spying disciple sprints down the corridor, bursting into a room where his comrades are waiting. He has good news, he pants, ignoring their sarcastic jabs about him getting a girlfriend. He's being completely serious, he insists, his eyes wide with excitement. He saw the pavilion master, Yunwei, bring one of the sect's great swords back from town with his own 2 eyes. The mood in the room shifts instantly. What was she doing outside with it? It doesn't matter, another disciple declares with a wicked grin. This is their chance, the perfect opportunity to finally take her down. They must notify everyone and keep close watch tonight. The trap is about to be sprung. A new day dawned over the sword abode, the morning sun casting a warm glow on the traditional architecture. Lily, our precious little protagonist, was a ray of sunshine herself, greeting her friends with a cheerful wave and a bright good morning. The atmosphere inside was lively, with the whole group gathered for breakfast. But before Lily could even settle in, a green blur pounced on her. It was Killen, acting like an overgrown puppy, his eyes sparkling with a single, crucial question. Did she bring any snacks today? Lily's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She'd gotten up late today, so she hadn't brought anything at all. Killen's face fell, but he wasn't giving up. He immediately deployed his ultimate weapon. The most pathetic, heart-wrenching puppy eyes imaginable. Lily's resolve crumbled instantly. Fine, okay, fine. She relented, completely defeated by his shameless cuteness. She promised to get some fresh buns from the kitchen, and Killen let out a happy little woof, his tail practically wagging in delight. But as she turned to leave, a slender, pale hand shot out, blocking her path. It was the ethereal and impossibly handsome Yunwei, his silver hair shimmering in the morning light. His expression was serious, his gaze questioning why she had to bring Killen along. Lily, ever resourceful, insisted no one would notice. She would cover him up just like she did before, gesturing to the massive sword case on her back. Yunwei closed his eyes for a moment, a silent sigh passing his lips before producing a small, folded paper from his sleeve. He offered it to them, leaving Lily and Killen to wonder what it could possibly be. As they took it, his voice was calm and steady. It was an invisibility talisman, he explained, for her to use if she ever found herself in a bind. Lily's heart swelled with warmth. He was so thoughtful. Her smile was as bright as the sun. But he wasn't done. He produced a talisman, this one for sound transmission, telling her she could use it to contact him. Without waiting for a reply, he stuck the second talisman right onto Killen's chest, who yelped that it was itchy. Killen grumbled, questioning if all this was really necessary since they would be right back anyway. Yunwei's gaze sharpened, a hint of steel in his voice as he ordered him to keep it on. The suffocating pressure was enough to make Killen immediately surrender. Geez, calm down, he'd leave it on then. With their preparations complete, Yunwei and the pavilion master announced they were heading out. Lily waved, telling them to be careful, receiving a comforting "don't worry" in return as they departed. She watched them descend the long staircase, a small figure ready to begin her own secret mission. But she was stopped by her friend Tang Huan, who called out Killen's name. Not realizing it was Lily in disguise, Tang Huan was confused, asking what she was doing here and where she was headed, holding up a package of clothes she'd brought. Leaning in close, Lily whispered her dangerous secret. She was taking the insatiable sword spirit out to eat, and Tang Huan absolutely could not tell anyone. Tang Huan's eyes widened horror. She had to be kidding. They were strictly prohibited from taking the great swords out of the sword house. Lily just gave a sly smile, reminding her it wasn't her first time, before telling her to wait inside for her return. As Lily hurried away, she was completely unaware of the Melissa eyes watching her from the shadows of the trees. A wretched outer disciple, his face twisted in a smug grin, had seen everything. He didn't hesitate for a second, darting away to spread his poison. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, the pavilion master offered Tang Huan a cup of fine dragon well tea. His gaze fell on the neatly wrapped box in her hands, and he asked what it was. She explained they were new clothes she'd bought for Killen, a gift from the festival. But their quiet moment was shattered by a sudden, sharp noise from outside. The pavilion master's eyes narrowed. Someone was breaking in. Tang Huan rushed to the door, her heart pounding. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm. A handsome, bronze-skinned man with piercing green eyes held her fast, his expression grim. He demanded to know what an outer disciple was doing sneaking around, noting that the intruder had just fled. He smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. That disciple was clearly up to no good, he mused, wondering when Killen had left. The sharp-eared elf maiden beside him confirmed it had been less than half an hour. She wouldn't be back anytime soon. A dreadful thought crossed her mind had they been found out. Miles away, Yunwei and the pavilion master were walking, oblivious to the storm brewing behind them. Suddenly, with a deafening bam, the doors to the hall in front of them slammed shut, sealing them off. A glowing talisman flared to life on the door, trapping them completely. Realization dawned on Yunwei's face, cold and immediate. He pulled out his sound transcend talisman, his voice urgent as he sent his message. Pixie! Someone knew Killen was gone. He commanded her to come back as soon as she could. At that very moment, the real Killen was blissfully enjoying a soft, steamed bun, but his snack was cut short as he suddenly choked, doubling over in a violent coughing fit. Lily rushed to his side, frantic worry, asking if he needed water. He clutched his chest, his face pale, and managed to gasp out that Yunwei had just contacted him. His eyes were wide with pure terror as he grabbed her. They've been found out. The trap was sprung. The jealous disciple was already rallying a mob, spreading his lies. He claimed the pavilion master was seen carrying a long pouch and that someone had confirmed a sword was missing from the sword house. His accomplice grinned wickedly, a triumphant sneer on his face. What were they waiting for? It was time to expose her. The crowd roared in agreement, their faces filled with righteous fury as they set off to deliver their twisted justice. The atmosphere around the sword house was thick with anxiety, a stark contrast to the festive decoration adorning the pavilion. Inside, a crisis was brewing, threatening to unravel everything. The disciples outside were wringing their hands, their whispers laced with panic. She didn't just take a sword, she led an outer disciple into the sacred sword house. She was going to be severely punished, and they were trapped, unable to leave with guards patrolling the perimeter. A tiny, adorable version of the sect's most powerful figure was practically vibrating with anxiety, tears streaming down his face as he wondered what to do. Inside the tense silence of the house, a man with hair as white as snow held a glowing talisman, his crimson eyes focused. He knew they had to go back now, his thoughts racing as he asked his contact how the situation was over there. The reply came swiftly through the magical artifact. A whole bunch of people were on their way, a dozen at least, and they were closing in fast. They would surround the house any minute, so they had to hurry. Back in another room, the tension was just as suffocating. The handsome, bronze-skinned warrior couldn't believe it. He never expected her to have so many enemies, all of them desperate to get something from her. He shot a sharp glare at the pink-haired elf, telling her not to give him that look. This was deadly serious. The elf Killen covered her mouth, her eyes wide with fear. What would happen if everyone found out she was the one who took them out of their confinement? The elegantly dressed man beside her, his face a grim mask, answered the unspoken question. He believed she would be dismissed from her position as pavilion master. But a tiny, gray-haired girl popped up, her voice filled with unwavering loyalty. No way. Killen would be back any minute, she insisted, puffing out her chest. She knows how to ride a sword now. The warrior cursed under his breath. So those troublemakers were already outside, and they were stuck in here unable to help. Just then, bam, bam, echoed through the room as fists hammered against the main door. The young disciple Tang Huan jumped, her heart leaping into her throat. They're already here. The elegant man placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his voice a low, steady whisper, urging her to calm down. The elf leaned in, her gaze intense. She reminded Tang Huan that she was Killen's friend. Surely she didn't want her to be kicked out of the sword abode, did she? Of course not, Tang Huan thought, her resolve hardening. The elf's next words sealed her fate. She was the only one who could help Killen now. Tang Huan stood alone for a moment, the weight of the world on her shoulders. Miles away, two disciples were peacefully sweeping the grounds, oblivious to the drama unfolding. Suddenly, a violent whoosh of wind ripped through the air, nearly knocking one of them over as it whipped her hair across her face. Clutching her head, she wondered what on earth just flew by. Her companion simply dismissed it as the wind. But it wasn't the wind. It was Killen, a blur of pink and purple, soaring through the sky on a flying sword, a determined look in her eyes. She told her companion to hold the mob off for just a little longer. They would be there in a minute. Outside the sword house, the mob's patience had worn thin. Their angry shouts pierced the air, demanding Tang Huan open the door and stop hiding. They called for her to come out before they were forced to break their way in. A man with a smug grin and a high ponytail stepped forward, taking command. He was done wasting time. It was time to break down the door. But just as they surged forward, the heavy doors began to creak open with an agonizing slowness. Tang Huan stepped out, her face a perfect mask of composure, her posture radiating a calm she did not feel. The confrontation had begun. The leader sneered, seeing the door was open, and roughly shoved past her, telling her to get out of the way. He pushed her hard, sending her stumbling. But in a flash, Tang Huan regained her footing and slammed the heavy door right in his face. He crashed into the solid wood with a sickening thud, tumbling backward onto the ground in a heap. A sharp clink echoed as the latch fell into place from the inside. The leader scrambled up, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the lone girl standing for them. Why did she come out? He demanded. Tang Huan clenched her fists, her voice ringing with authority she didn't know she possessed. She was about to ask him the same thing. This was the sword house, a sacred place guarding the sect's most powerful weapons. Her accusation hung in the air, sharp and clear. Were they trying to start a rebellion? The leader scoffed, completely dismissing her brave front. Was she done with her little speech? Now, where was the pavilion master? Tang Huan's eyes widened innocently. Why, she was inside, of course. That was nonsense, he shot back. If she was inside, why wouldn't she greet them? They had important matters to report. Tang Huan smoothly replied that Killen would be available in a minute and there was no need to rush, but her excuse was met with suspicion. If Killen was really inside, why was she so desperate to keep them out? Thinking on her feet, Tang Huan gave a sly wink. The pavilion master had accidentally knocked over an inkstone, staining her dress, and was changing. Her whipped with insinuation as she asked if he was eager to see that he'd become a pervert. Another disciple, a stern-faced woman, stepped forward, her patience gone. That was a lie. Someone saw Killen leaving with a sword, and they needed to check. She warned Tang Huan not to blame them for being rude if she continued to resist. The pressure was immense, but Tang Huan didn't buckle. Instead, she let out a light laugh, finding the accusation funny. She had been here since morning, she declared, and no one had left. The only thing she saw was suspicious sneaking around outside. Her eyes narrowed, pinning them with her gaze. They claimed someone saw the pavilion mastering? Fine. Who was it? And what did they see, exactly? The female disciple faltered, sweating under the direct challenge, unable to produce a single word. A triumphant smile graced Tang Huan's lips. What was the matter? Did they not dare to confront her? The leader's face flushed with fury. He snarled at her to stop beating around the bush. The only reason she shut the door so quickly is because she was terrified they'd discover Killen wasn't there. He crossed his arms, regaining his smug confidence. If they were wrong, she could easily prove it by showing them all 7 swords. Only then would they believe in her innocence. Tang Huan looked at him as if he were dirt beneath her shoe. Why should she invite rabble like them inside? Besides, if Killen wasn't in the room, how could the door possibly have been latched from the inside? It must have been the sword spirits, she mused aloud, and why would they do that for a nobody like her? The leader was rendered speechless, his face turning a shade of crimson. You're so sly, he choked out, utterly defeated by her logic. Tang Huan gave a little shrug, her expression infuriatingly cute. She was flattered, she chirped, but he was quite cunning himself. He could only sputter, you little, as she completely dismantled his entire argument. But beneath her calm exterior, Tang Huan's heart was hammering against her ribs. She had been lucky to get out in time. If they had broken in, it would have all been over. Her resolve hardened into steel. She couldn't let them find out. No matter what, she had to keep them out forever. The situation was dire, a flashback revealing the impossible choice laid before a young girl. The handsome, red-haired sword spirit's voice laced with desperation. He wanted her to go out and face the intruders, but his own powerlessness was crushing him. He couldn't go himself, they came far too prepared. The girl's face was a mask of panic, her hands waving defensively. But Chixio, another spirit, reassured her that he wasn't asking her to block her own. The statuesque, white-haired Killen clarified the plan. He just needed her to buy them a little time. Another spirit chimed in, the urgency clear in his voice. If they didn't respond soon, the mob would try to break in, and if that happened, the consequences would be catastrophic. The red-haired spirit explained that if they found a sword missing, Killen would take all the blame, and by then it would be too late to do anything. Since sword spirits were invisible to human eyes, she was their only hope. The ruggedly handsome, dark-skinned spirit looked at her with sympathy, admitting it was too much to ask a girl like her to face such aggressive people alone. Her head bowed, the weight of their world resting on her small shoulders. It was completely her decision. They wouldn't blame her if she refused, and Killen certainly wouldn't either. But in that moment, something inside her snapped. Her eyes flashed with a fiery determination as she looked up, her voice ringing with newfound courage. She would do it. Back in the present, she stood before the door, a lone guardian against the storm. Her resolve was absolute. She would not let him in. She had to protect Killen, no matter the cost. With a deep breath, she marched forward. But a single glance outside sent a wave of ice through her veins. A massive crowd had gathered, their numbers swelling by the second. Her face drained of all color, a gasp escaping her lips. Oh no, more people were coming. The disciples stood in a restless mob, some smirking with malicious intent, clearly enjoying the chaos they were causing. Inside, the spirits were panicking. The red-haired spirit cursed their luck. It was too late now. With so many people assembled, she could never stop them. Why couldn't Killen use his invisibility talisman to slip away unnoticed? But it wasn't that simple. All the doors and windows were shut tight, and the moment one opened, their enemies would know something was wrong. The dark-skinned spirit's voice was grim as he pointed out the chilling reality of their situation. There were swordsmen guarding the windows from above. They were completely surrounded. There was no way the girl could get out of this now. Cowering in Killen's arms, little Yunwei's eyes were wide with terror. She sniffled, burying her face in his chest, her tiny voice trembling. She didn't want Killen to leave. He simply held her tighter, whispering for her to be quiet. Suddenly, the red-haired spirit's eyes widened in alarm. A voice boomed from outside, demanding to know where Yunwei was. The spirit was stunned into silence. Huh? When did he leave? How was that even possible? In a flash, Killen had moved, his dark hair flying as he scanned his surroundings. Hand touched the floorboards, and a brilliant teleportation erased to life beneath his palm. The tides were about to turn. Far away, and Yunwei soared through the sky on his sword, the winding past them. This was the last turn. He urged they had to speed up. They sliced through the air, a blur of motion against the lush green forest. A rustle of leaves was the only sign of their passage. Down below, the brave girl who had stood guard was now sweeping the courtyard, looking up with a puzzled expression. What was that sound? She had just cleaned this area. With a soft poof, a swirl of ethereal light materialized on the stone path. A pair of feet touched the ground, and in a dazzling display of magic, Killen appeared, holding Yunwei protectively in his arms. She stared up at him, her mind reeling. How did he get out? Her eyes with shock and confusion. He gently told her they needed to go back first, taking a small step forward. Her gaze darted around, a spark of recognition lighting her eyes. Wait a minute. This place, it was the spot where they had flown lanterns together. How did he bring them here in a mere second? Killen explained his brilliant escape. He had used a teleportation array. The sword house was surrounded, and going back now would mean certain capture. As he spoke, he completed the array on the ground. He turned to her, looking like an ethereal god in his flowing white robes, his expression urgent. Come on, he pleaded. They didn't have much time. He held out his hand, a silent, desperate invitation. Her small hand slipped into his, a connection that felt like fate itself. He pulled her close as the teleportation circle pulsed with brilliant blue light, enveloping them completely, and in the blink of an eye they vanished, leaving nothing behind but an empty courtyard and the whispers of the wind. The festive air of the new year, with its bright lanterns and sweet promises, felt like a distant memory. Inside the hallowed halls of the Tomb of the Great Swords, a different kind of story was unfolding, one of betrayal and reversal. A piercing scream ripped through the silence of the sword house. With a sickening bam, Tang Huan was thrown against the heavy wooden doors, her small frame no match for the force behind the blow. She scrambled to her feet, her body aching, and threw her entire weight against the door, trying to bar the entrance. They couldn't get in, they just couldn't. She screamed at them to scram to get away from here. But on the other side, a man with cold, calculating eyes and a face twisted in rage gave a chilling order. Hold her, he commanded his followers. Knock the door down now. Rough hands seized Tang Huan, her desperate cries to be let go echoing uselessly as they dragged her away from her post. The doors burst open with a deafening crash, and a mob of disgruntled disciples rushed into the room like a tidal wave of resentment. The gray-haired leader strolled in, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He knew it, he sneered, he knew no one was here. Raising his hand to strike the disciple cowering on the floor, he declared it was far too late to beg for mercy now. From the ground, Tang Huan could only whisper her friend's name, her voice trembling with fear and fury. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, blazed with defiance. How dare they? She seethed. Suddenly, a voice as sharp and cold as ice cut through the chaos. A voice that demanded to know who had the nerve to cause such a ruckus in the presence of the pavilion master. There she stood, a vision of ethereal beauty and righteous anger, our protagonist Killan, her eyes fixed on the intruders. The leader of the mob was momentarily stunned as his own man turned to him, whispering that the swords were missing. How could that be possible? He stammered, his plan already beginning to unravel. But Killan gave them no time to regroup. Bathed in the soft light of the hall, she looked like an avenging goddess, her authority absolute. Outsiders are forbidden from entering the sword house without her permission, she declared, her voice leaving no room for argument. Get out. One of the disciples, emboldened by their numbers, pointed an accusing finger. Something was off, he shouted. She just showed up out of nowhere. Another disciple, the very same young master Killan had just defeated, chimed in, his voice shaking with a mix of fear and indignation. She was obviously sweating, he pointed out, and wearing completely different clothes. As he spoke, he instinctively touched his cheek, feeling a strange wetness. He looked down at his hand, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of fresh blood staining his fingertips. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had been utterly exposed, his lies laid bare for all to see. The situation was escalating, a reversal of fortunes hanging precariously in the balance. The group of accusers shifted nervously, their confidence beginning to waver under Killan's icy gaze. She knew exactly what they were doing. They wanted to paint her as an unwelcoming incompeter. If she couldn't even handle a simple break-in, she'd never secure her position in the sword house. Her jaw tightened, a silent fury hardening her delicate features as she glared at them. With a simple, sharp gesture, she ordered the man holding Tang Huan to release her. He immediately complied, and Tang Huan scrambled over to Killan's side seeking refuge. The gray-haired leader, however, was not so easily deterred. He clenched fist, a glint of metal visible in his palm, his mind already spinning a new web of deceit. Stepping forward, he plastered a sickeningly polite smile on his face. He was so sorry to have upset the pavilion master, he began. They were simply here to hear her thoughts on a very important matter. Killan's expression ain't unimpressed. Oh, she responded, her voice dripping with sarcasm. He launched into his prepared speech, his voice ringing with false righteousness. Outer disciples are forbidden from the sword house, yet Tang Huan was here. He asked the crowd what was more important, the sacred rules of the sect, or the pavilion master's personal relationships. Tang Huan gasped, her face flushing with anger at the vile insinuation. The man pressed advantage, suggesting that if personal feelings trumped rules, then it was no big deal for them to enter as well. Killan placed a calming hand on her friend's shoulder. Feng Yi himself gave her special permission to invite her friends, she stated calmly. The leader let out a derisive laugh. Don't be foolish, he scoffed. Feng Yi was in closed-door training, and who knew when he'd emerge? She was just passing the buck to someone they couldn't possibly confirm with. The crowd murmured in agreement. Exactly. Another disciple pointed accusingly at her. She just admitted to letting her friend enter as she pleased. She was the pavilion master. Yet she flouted the rules herself. How could they ever be expected to follow her? For a moment, Killan lowered her head, the weight of their accusations pressing down on her. Then, she looked up, her gaze steady. It seemed she said with a sigh that they wouldn't believe anything she said today. We only believe in what we think is the truth, the leader replied smugly. A new voice, smooth as silk and laced with undeniable power, suddenly filled the room. Oh? Does that not include my words, too? The entire group whipped their heads around, their smug expressions dissolving into shock. Standing in the doorway, exuding an aura of authority, was the one person they never expected to see. I thought you were in closed-door training, one of them stammered, his face pale. The godlike Feng Yi stepped forward, his otherworldly beauty silencing the entire room. Someone is giving Killan a hard time. He stated simply, so of course I should be here. He had given her permission. His piercing blue eyes, cold and sharp as shards of ice, swept over the terrified crowd. Do you believe it now? He asked, his voice a soft, deadly whisper. The gray-haired leader began to tremble, sweat pouring down his face. All he could manage was a pathetic squeak, the sound of a man whose entire world had just come crashing down around him. Thund. With the tension of the Tomb of the Great Sword still hanging in the air, we dive into 76. Reversal 4. The atmosphere in the sword house is thick with judgment as a senior disciple lays down the law, her voice ringing with authority. According to the sacred rules, those who were granted permission to join the sect but fail to participate will suffer a harsh penalty. Their salaries will be forfeit for 3 entire months. The accused disciple tremble before a tall, imposing figure, his back turned to them like a silent monolith of power. They plead with him, their voices desperate, begging Feng Yi for mercy before he can think of something even harsher. But Feng Yi's decision is final. He stands beside our sweet Kilun, his handsome face set in stone as he orders the main offender to go take his punishment in the discipline hall. Kilun gazes up at him, her golden eyes sparkling with pure adoration, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. He's just so awesome, as expected of the man she likes. Elsewhere, the air crackles with different kind of energy. The fiery-haired woman greets the ethereal, silver-haired man with a smug grin, congratulating Yunwei on finally breaking the seal and getting out. Another disciple is practically buzzing with admiration, declaring he's so impressed he won't ever complain about Yunwei's rich temper again if he'll just teach him his secrets. But their praise goes unnoticed. The dark-haired man, Chang Li, leans in, his brow furrowed with genuine concern as he observes Yunwei's pale complexion. "You look sick," he says, his voice low. His words are a chilling premonition. Yunwei suddenly staggers, his elegant form faltering as if his strings were cut. A violent, racking cough rips through his body, and he clutches his mouth as a spray of crimson blood escapes his lips, staining his pale hand. The blood is a shocking splash of red against his pristine white robes, his beautiful face twisted in a silent scream of agony. Chang Li's voice cuts through the sudden chaos, directed at an unseen person. He thought Yunwei was supposed to be in closed-door training. It's not a big deal to come out once in a while, he adds, but his words are lost as Kilun's widen, her gaze fixed on the person Chang Li is addressing. Yunwei's own gaze is heavy, his visible eye clouded with a profound wariness. Standing before them all is Feng Yi, his presence so powerful it seems to suck the very air from the room, his expression completely unreadable. As if surrendering to the suffocating pressure, Yunwei slowly closes his eyes, a portrait of exhausted grace. With a power that is both terrifying and absolute, Feng Yi dismisses Yunwei and the others, making them vanish in an instant. As he turns his attention to Kilun, his formidable aura softens just for her. He asks quietly if she still dislikes Chang Li. Kilun's face breaks into a blindingly bright smile, her cheeks puffed with glee. She giggles internally, realizing that Chang Yu must have assigned him to her for her own benefit. In a cute chibi fantasy, she celebrates wildly, now that she has Feng Yi's powerful backing. No one will dare give her a hard time ever again. A large hand suddenly descends, ruffling her hair with fond exasperation. "Smart girl," Feng Yi murmurs. Kilun pressed playfully, swatting at his hand and telling him to stop messing up her hair. Left behind, Chang Li sighs, dabbing at the blood Yunwei left on the floor with a cloth. What's the point of being so excellent if you're always coughing up blood and leaving him to clean it up? He glances over his shoulder at Feng Yi and Kilun walking away together, a complicated, melancholic look in his eyes. A shadow of deep sadness crosses his face, a pain that seems to come from a place of long-held feelings. He muses silently that you often don't know when you start to have feelings for someone, but perhaps it's not a bad thing to know when it's time to let them go. In a sweet special story, the Double Seventh Festival has arrived and planning to give Feng Yi her present. Suddenly, his voice announces his arrival, catching her completely off guard. He's here so early. She hasn't even gotten ready yet. He apologizes, his expression regretful, explaining that some urgent work has come up and he won't be able to have dinner with her this evening. Though her heart sinks, Kilun's on a brave, understanding smile. She tells him not to apologize, that his work as the head disciple is far more important and they can always have dinner another time. A gentle smile graces Feng Yi's lips. He knew she would understand. He then suggests that since they still have a little time, they could take a walk together. Her eyes light up instantly. Can they really? Of course, he confirms with a warm look. His smile is so gentle it could melt glaciers. He adds that if she's not feeling up to it, they can do it another time. But Kilun is already bouncing with excitement, exclaiming that she'd love to and that they should go right now. As they walk through the serene gardens, Feng Yi notes how long it's been since they could do this, especially since he became pavilion master. He then notices her quiet demeanor, asking why she's happy even though she seems to be doing better. She quickly reassures him that's not it at all. She loves how things are and has made a lot of progress with the sword spirits. Her gaze drops to the ground, a hint of loneliness creeping into her expression. She shyly admits that she just feels a bit lonely since she can't see him as often anymore. His heart softens at her confession. "Silly girl," he says, promising to visit whenever he's free. He reminds her that her cultivation is the most important thing, and she salutes with a determined "yes, sir." Their short walk over, he tells her to take care and leaps into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. She waves until he's out of sight, a happy warmth spreading through her chest. Feng Yi is so sweet, coming to see her even when he's busy. But her smile fades as reality crashes down. Their date didn't happen, and in her excitement she completely forgot to give him her present. She calls herself an idiot but tries to shake it off, remembering her promise to work hard. A quiet voice from behind advises her to vent her frustrations instead of suppressing them. Kilun spins around, startled to find the ethereal, white-haired man she calls Cloud. When did he get here? He looks at her with his knowing red eyes, saying he understands how it feels when it doesn't come true. She insists she's fine, that Feng Yi is busy and still made time for her. But Cloud gently pushes back. What Feng Yi doesn't matter, he says. The real question is what she has done. If she's tried hard enough, her efforts will pay off even without a tangible reward. His strange, profound words touch her heart. Cloud, she whispers, looking at him with newfound appreciation. A genuine smile blooms on her face. Even though his words were a bit confusing, she's happy he's trying to make her feel better. Feeling genuinely cheered up, she thanks him and invites him to have dinner with her instead. Since she prepared so much food, he simply says, okay. A moment later, a tiny thought bubble appears over his head, wondering if he really didn't make any point, to which a chibi Killen retorts that he did. And now he needs to stop coughing up blood. A special chapter begins, a slice-of-life tale of a struggle every cultivator knows, being broke at the end of the month. Our sweet Killen lets out a deep, melancholic sigh, her wallet as empty as her heart. Poe tries to cheer her up, reminding her that since she's always at the Sword Pavilion, she doesn't really need to spend much. But it's not herself she's worried about. Her heart aches because she can't treat him to the fried pork ribs she promised, and now the intellect is suffering with no meat in the kitchen. Her expression is one of pure desolation. Poe's chibi form explodes with despair. No way! He can't wait until next month for fried ribs, he's already at his limit. Seeing his distress, Killen feels even worse, wishing she was better at saving money. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Poe. It's fine, he's thought of something. His first suggestion to hunt a wild boar is shot down. Killen reminds him they've already eaten all the boars in the nearby mountains. But he's not deterred. He asks if she remembers the copper coins she used for practicing her hidden ones, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Her own eyes widen in realization. Yes, he exclaims with a huge grin, pointing out that, because she was terrible at it, she wasted a ton of coins that must still be lying around. She deadpans that he really didn't need to emphasize that part. So, they could actually meet with the coins they find? Poe's excitement is infectious. He imagines they could even buy wine and cook a feast for everyone tonight. A spark of hope ignites in Killen's eyes. She agrees immediately, let's start searching. And so their treasure hunt begins. After a whole afternoon spent crouching under tables, they actually find 50 coins. Poe is deeply touched, remarking on how hard she worked just to buy him pork ribs. He tells her she's such a nice girl and will surely meet a good man someday. A comment that leaves Killen utterly baffled by the sudden change in topic. Trying to deflect, she cheekily suggests inviting the handsome Feng Yai over for ribs too. Poe immediately panics, waving his hands frantically. Stop it, he warns, or he won't get to eat anything. Killen laughs, admitting she was just kidding, and offers him some tea before they head down the mountain. Poe is already lost in a delicious daydream, waving goodbye as he imagines the feast. 50 copper coins will definitely get them a lot of meat. Killen's eyes sparkle with joy. Absolutely. Everyone will get a great meal tonight. But her happy declaration is cut short by a voice calling her name. It's Tang Huan, and her timing couldn't be worse. She reminds Killen about the 50 copper coins she lent her last month, asking if she'd forgotten. Killen freezes mid-seep, tea sloshing from her cup as the color drains from her face. Shoot! She'd completely forgotten about her debt. In a desperate attempt to stall, she offers Tang Huan a cup of tea to talk it over, but Tang Huan is on a mission. Nope, she's on her way to buy new rouge and just needs the money now, holding out her tiny hand expectantly. And just like that, the dream of savory fried pork ribs evaporates into the afternoon air. A heavy sigh escapes Killen's lips as she stares out to the garden. It seems the feast will have to wait until next month after all. She turns to a heartbroken Poe, her voice laced with apology. A new chapter begins, heralded by a stunning image of the dark-skinned and godlike Mo Changyuan lounging with the fiery demoness, Hu Jiu. The scene opens on a beautiful, sun-drenched day at a serene pavilion. Perfect weather making everyone feel a bit sleepy. Hu Jiu calls out to the ethereal Yunwei, who is perched on the roof, asking how he managed to escape the sword abode last time. He answers with a frustratingly vague reply, some small tricks. She presses on, mentioning that she heard from Poxy that he's an expert in arrays and seals. The handsome, silver-haired sword spirit simply gives a non-committal, perhaps, admitting to not much. Hu Jiu's temper flares, a vein throbbing on her forehead as she explodes with frustration. Can't he just give a straight answer for once? Lounging nearby, Mo Changjuan lazily interjects, pointing out that Yunwei did answer her. Why is she complaining? Yunwei smirks, enjoying her irritation. Hu Jiu whirls on Mo Changjuan, her cheeks puff in anger. Stay out of it, she snaps, telling him to go back to spin his sword or something. Nearby, Feng Yi smiles faintly, impressed. Yunwei is truly knowledgeable, just as one would expect from a sword he forged. This only infuriates Hu Jiu more. Geez, she's so tired of hearing Yunwei's name. And now Feng Yi is complimenting him too. A mischievous idea forms in her mind. So he's knowledgeable, is he? Humph, let's test him then, she declares with a challenging smirk. She begins firing off a series of impossibly difficult questions about sword cultivation and ancient encyclopedias, but then she throws in a scandalous curveball. What is Chapter 67 of the Golden Lotus about? The air freezes. A wave of mortification washes over Hu Jiu as hers crimson. She just asked about a famous erotic novel in front of everyone. She points an accusing finger at a blank-faced Yunwei, stammering that remembering that book so well is not a good thing. She puffs out her cheeks, fuming in embarrassment. Mo Changyuan just smirks, remarking that Yunwei really does know a lot. The sword spirit simply explains that he spent a long time in the book depository. Feng Yi adds that it's not easy to remember everything one reads. Yunwei is blessed with a good memory. Mo Changyuan looks genuinely impressed. Is there anything this incredibly smart man can't do? Yunwei calmly sips his tea. Knowing something from a book, he explains, doesn't mean you know how to do it. For instance, he can't forge swords. The casual statement sends a shockwave through the group. Mo Changyuan's eyes widen, his expression frozen in disbelief. Kalan is just as stunned. How can a sword not know how to forge swords? He eyes a sword. Feng Yi's expression grows somber. Yes, it was a long time ago, he confirms softly. Yunwei turns to his creator, his crimson-lined eyes filled with a deep, unspoken pain. How did you know? Feng Yi's gaze softens, filled with a profound emotion, as he looks at the beautiful spirit before him. Because he begins, leaving the tantalizing words hanging in the tense silence. A festive banner hangs in the air, announcing a night of spooky fun as an adorable chibi version of a familiar character appears, dressed in a tiny costume with bat wings, ready to go trick-or-treating. Our little heroine, dressed as a cute witch, peeks out from behind a door, her cheeks flushing at the sight of the little guest. He was just so cute. She tells him to wait right there. She's already prepared something for him. Her heart swells with doting affection as she turns back to the table. But her smile freezes. The pile of candy she had so carefully arranged gone, vanished without a trace. Her eyes begin to well up with tears, her lower lip trembling. Did she remember wrong? Was it all in her head? But then a wave of relief washes over her as she remembers she had a backup plan. Luckily, she bought extras. She plops a large, festive pouch brimming with treats right onto the table. And not just that, she even bought a special box of chocolates. She peeks out the door again, then glances back, her mind racing with excitement. But her blood runs cold. The entire pouch of candy she just put down has vanished into thin air. A jolt of pure shock runs through her. Impossible. She checks again, and the chocs are gone too. Her mind reels in panic. She's the only one here. How could everything keep disappearing? Clutching the fancy golden box of chocolate she'd intended to give him, a sudden, horrifying thought strikes her. Wait a minute. Halloween is a festival for Westerners. Just as this chilling realization dawns on her, a small voice calls out, breaking her frantic train of thought. It's the little boy in the cat costume, looking up at her with wide, innocent eyes. She forces a flustered smile, apologizing profusely for running into a bit of a problem. She hands him the fancy box of chocolates, telling him to take this first, and then taking his tiny hand in hers, she promises to go trick-or-treating with him to get even more candy. The spooky night is filled with glowing red eyes staring from the shadows, but the real treat is seeing the entire cast in adorable costumes, wishing everyone a happy Halloween. But the festive fun fades as we return to our main story, where the stakes are far more serious. Our heroine sits beside a handsome, statuesque man with tanned skin and golden adornments, his presence powerful and intimidating. She looks at him in disbelief, finding it incredible that he, a sword himself, couldn't forge swords or gold. The man's dark eyes narrow slightly as he asks her how she could possibly know such a thing. But before she can utter a single word, the serene atmosphere is shattered by a harsh, racking cough. Her head whips around in alarm. It's Yunwei. She cries out his name, rushing to his side as he hunches over, his body trembling with the force of his coughing fit. Her heart clenches with worry. It was so strange. One moment he was perfectly fine, and the next he was coughing up blood. As her hand touches his, a searing heat suddenly radiates from her wrist, the red obsidian bracelet glowing with an intense light. Her eyes widen in shock just as strong arm wraps around from behind, pulling her away. The tanned man holds her firmly, a smirk playing on his lips as he reminds her she was supposed to prepare food for Feng Yi. With a dismissive air, he tells her to go on ahead. He has something to discuss with Yunwei. She pouts, her curiosity piqued. She wanted to hear it too. But he just winks, leaning in to whisper that it's a secret between men. Later, in a tranquil mountain clearing, she sits with the elegant Feng Yi. She apologizes, feeling guilty that his closed-door training was extended because of her, and offers him a small gift she made. He simply smiles, reassuring her that it's no big deal. His training will be finished by tomorrow anyway. Taking a deep breath, she finally asks him the question that's been plaguing her mind. There was something she needed to know about the bracelet. Every time she got near Yunwei, it would grow warm, but today it felt scorching hot. Was the red obsidian somehow connected to him? Feng Yi's expression grows somber. He explains that the obsidian has the power to mend her soul. Because Wen's soul is broken, the bracelet senses it and desperately tries to heal him whenever she is close, which is why it heats up. Her mind blanks. A broken spirit soul? Feng Yi confesses with a heavy heart that it was his fault. He had accidentally broken his own blade in a desperate rush to improve his strength. And though the physical blade was eventually restored, Yunwei's spirit soul remains shattered, a fact that has burdened Feng Yi with guilt ever since. A painful memory flashes through her mind. The image of Yunwei, a being of pure light and power, cracking and breaking apart like glass. Feng Yi continues, his voice laced with regret. Yunwei had achieved the level of a spirit item as a mere broken blade, a feat unheard of, but it came at a terrible cost. could never be forged again. He suspects Yunwei has been unable to accept cruel fate and is now trying to destroy himself. Before she arrived, his soul was so fragile it was on the verge of disappearing completely. A crucial question forms on her lips. If the bracelet could heal him, then why didn't Feng Yi just give it to Yunwei to wear? He explains that the obsidian's power only works through a human host, one with 5 spiritual roots that can act as a conduit to fix the spirit soul. She thinks back to Yunwei's violent coughing. He still coughed up blood. It wasn't as before. Feng Yi confirms her thoughts, believing it's because Yunwei has grown closer to her. And in that moment, the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. The weight of his words settles upon her, heavy and profound. He didn't just give her a bracelet. He gave it to her for Yunwei. It wasn't a simple gift. It was a plea, a desperate hope to save the man he had broken. Killen's gaze was soft as she looked down at the delicate bracelet adorning her wrist, a gift from the man beside her. Her voice was barely a whisper as she asked him, was it because of Feng Yi that he gave this to her? The powerful sword spirit turned his face away, his features cast in shadow as a heavy silence fell between them. He finally admitted it. He did plan for her to take care of him, of the golden spirit Yunwei. His eyes, filled with a flicker of uncertainty, met hers as he asked if she resented him for this manipulation. But Killen's face broke into a radiant smile, so pure it could chase away any darkness. Of course not, she chirped, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Even if that was his plan, it felt wonderful to be able to help. A hint of a smile touched his lips, his gaze softening as he leaned closer, his voice a low, mesmerizing hum. He urged her to look into his eyes and forget about that other person in her heart. A blush crept up her cheeks as she clutched the book to her chest, her heart fluttering. At least, she stammered, she liked him just the way he was. But she was quick to add that she would have taken care of Yunwei even if he hadn't asked, her kindness knowing no bounds. He reached out, his touch gentle as he patted her head, a warm, teasing smile on his handsome face. She wouldn't grow any taller if he kept patting her head like this, he murmured fondly. But in an instant, his gentle expression hardened into a severe glare. His attention was fixed on a suffocating presence that had just appeared, the piercing, possessive eyes of the golden sword spirit Yunwei. The air crackled with tension as Yunwei's smoldering gaze met the icy stare of the silver hair. A silent battle of wills waging between them. The master's voice was laced with chilling contempt. He sneered that Yunwei shouldn't think he could change the subject by coughing up some blood. He wasn't naive like that little girl. The two godlike beings stood facing each other, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken accusation. The master ran a hand through his hair in frustration, demanding to know if Yunwei was going to explain himself. What exactly was he doing forging swords? In a sudden flashback, a young swordsmith admitted that yes, he did forge swords when he was alive. But Yunwei's voice continued. No one in the sect was supposed to know about the human sacrifice he performed. The chilling words echoed as 2 other figures explained the horrific ritual sacrificing one's own body to become a sword spirit. The revelation was so shocking, the listeners could only gasp in disbelief. Wait, they pointed, their faces a mask of utter confusion. Did that mean this guy used to be a May? The next morning, the sun rose over the tranquil pavilion, birds chirping in the sky, a stark contrast to the previous day's turmoil. Killen greeted the beautiful morning with a cheerful wave. She then turned to her master with a bright smile, wishing him a good morning as well. Suddenly, a tiny figure lunged towards her, arms outstretched, crying out her name in a desperate wail. It was the child version of Yunwei, who immediately began to complain, pointing an accusatory finger at his master. He wouldn't let him drink it. The adult Yunwei materialized behind them, his expression thunderous and his voice a low growl. Don't even think about it, the little one's face crumpled, big teary sobs escaping him. Killen quickly scooped him up, her voice gentle and soothing. You're not old enough to drink wine, she explained, offering him some fruit tea instead. Like magic, the tears vanished, replaced by a delighted gasp. He'd love that. Sweet and sour fruit tea was his favorite. Then his expression shifted to one of concern as he asked about Cloud, the master. He had caught up so much yesterday. Was he feeling better now? The question hung in the air as Killen looked towards Feng Yi, who remained silent, his expression unreadable. In a flashback to the day before, the Master Cloud stood stoically as the other spirit, Gold, demanded an explanation. Getting nothing but silence, Gold scoffed in frustration. He thought Cloud had changed since that girl arrived, but it turned out he was still the same, so boring. Cloud's ethereal eyes were cold as ice. Disappear, he commanded, his voice devoid of all emotion. And just like that, Gold vanished, leaving Cloud alone in the suffocating silence, his face a mask of inner turmoil. Back in the present, Feng Yi looked deeply troubled. Killen noticed immediately, her own worry growing. What was wrong? Was his condition that bad? The little one in her arms explained that Cloud had quarreled with Gold and had been hiding in his sword ever since. Feng Yi tried to brush it off, insisting they were just bickering and would make up soon, telling them not to worry. But Killen couldn't just ignore it, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. How could she not look for him? The little boy, ever the innocent, changed the subject, his big eyes sparkling as he asked Killen where she went yesterday and if she had fun. Killen smiled, her hand instinctively moving to the bracelet on her wrist. She had gone to Sword Point Peak, she replied sweetly, to bring Feng Yi some food. The sunlight filtered through the lush green canopy, dappling the forest floor where Killen and Little Yellow sat, surrounded by curious, chirping birds in a moment of pure peace. Later, back in the quiet of their rooms, Killen gently held Yellow's small hand in hers, her touch warm and comforting. She asked him where he had gone the day before, wondering if he had fun on his little adventure. With his adorable, sparkling eyes wide with excitement, Yellow recounted his trip with a huge smile. He'd gone to Sword Point Peak to bring Feng Yi some food and had seen the legendary sword-testing stone, a place bustling, practicing with their new blades. It was so much fun to watch them. Killen smiled, happy for him, but Yellow's next words were filled with awe. He heard that poor stone was now broken. His little face was a mask of utter shock. That couldn't be possible, could it? He knew sword-testing stones were incredibly hard, impervious even to the finest weapons, let alone the average swords of most disciples. A fire ignited in his eyes. He Killen's sleeve, his filled with a desperate plea to take him there. He wanted to give it a try himself. He puffed out his little chest, clenching his fists with a fierce determination that was far too big for his tiny body. He would prove to everyone that he was qualified to be in the sword house, and they would finally stop looking down on him. Killen's heart swelled with protective anger, her own cheeks puffing out in solidarity. How dare those wretched people look down on her precious Yellow? But a wave of anxiety washed over her. She'd forgotten how badly he wanted to prove himself, and her heart ached at the thought of Littleface falling in disappointment if he couldn't even leave a scratch on the stone. A small glimmer of hope appeared. Feng Yi had forged his sword, so maybe it would be okay. But the memory of almost beyond sneaking Poxy out sent a shiver down her spine. Just then, Chun's gentle voice cut through her thoughts, his handsome face etched with concern. They couldn't cause her any more trouble, he reminded her softly, his gaze filled with worry. At his words, all the fight drained out of Yellow. His shoulders slumped, and he looked at the floor, his voice a tiny, defeated whisper. He didn't want Killen to get in trouble. His beautiful eyes began to well up with tears, his lower lip trembling as he sniffled pitifully. He wouldn't go then. Seeing his heartbreak was too much for Killen to bear. As he looked up at her, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, she made her decision. She would take him there. A brilliant smile immediately replaced his tears as she gently patted his head, promising to take him late at night, just to be safe. Under the light of a full silver moon, they crept through the whispering forest, every rustle of leaves sounding like a thunderclap in the silent night. They finally arrived at a clearing where the colossal sword-testing stone stood like an ancient monument, its surface glowing eerily in the moonlight. Hand in hand, they stood before it, the air thick with anticipation. Yellow nervously whispered, asking if anyone had seen them. Killen, ever the prepared one, gave his hand a reassuring squeeze, telling him not to worry. She had brought the sound transmission talisman from Cloud Drew, and Star was standing guard, ready to be contacted if anything went wrong. She carefully opened a brocade-lined case, revealing the small but powerful sword resting within. Holding it out to him, the blade gleaming under the moon, she asked if he was ready. With a firm yes, his small hand closed around the hilt, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. With all his might, he swung the sword, and a deafening clank echoed through the forest as steel met stone. But the triumphant sound was immediately followed by a sickening jolt. Killen's eyes widened in sheer terror, a scream catching in her throat as she saw what was happening. Yellow coughed violently, a spray of bright red blood erupting from his mouth, staining his pristine yellow robes. He stared down at his trembling hands, now covered in his own blood, confusion and horror warring in his eyes. Another pool of crimson stained the forest floor beneath his feet. His strength gave out, his butt jumping forward as he collapsed, his last conscious thought a weak whisper of Killen's name. Killen shrieked his name, lunging forward to catch him, but it was too late. In a blinding flash of golden light, his human form dissolved, leaving only a tiny, motionless yellow chick on the cold, hard ground. Far away, a teacup suddenly shattered, crashing to the floor with a deafening noise. A servant rushed over, asking Kixing what was wrong, startled by the sudden commotion. He'd never seen the usually composed man be so clumsy, breaking so many things at once. But this was no accident. Kixing's face was ashen, his handsome features twisted in a mask of pure terror as he clutched his chest. A chilling, deep premonition gripped him. Something was terribly, horribly wrong, and in that moment, he knew a part of him had just been extinguished. A vision of ethereal beauty floated in the darkness, a young girl with innocent eyes surrounded by a swirl of glowing petals, a fleeting moment of peace before the storm. But in the waking world, there was only chaos. Desperation was etched onto the handsome face of a dark-haired man, his eyes wide with a terror that stole his breath. The note in his hand delivered the devastating news. Killen reported that Chunjin's sword had shattered, and the boy himself had vanished without a trace. A furious cry of disbelief erupted from the others in the room. What did he just say? The man's fingers trembled as he drew a golden talisman, his mind racing. He turned into a statuesque figure with flowing silver hair, his voice laced with panic. How long had it been since Killen had seen Chunjin disappear? The silver-haired man felt his own heart pound in his chest. It had only been moments, but it felt like an eternity. What was he supposed to do? He commanded the others to stay right there. With a flick of his wrist, a brush seemed to move on its own, a streak of black ink cutting through the air. The pink-haired woman, Yunwei, gasped as she saw golden particles of light suddenly flare up around her. Before anyone could react, she began to dissolve, her name a desperate cry on someone's lips as she vanished completely. With a thunderous crack, the dark-haired man slammed his fist down on the table, his patience utterly obliterated. He whirled around, his eyes burning with rage as he stared at where Yunwei had been. Calm down, he seethed. Damn it all. He clutched his head, overwhelmed by a wave of pure despair. That kid, Chunjun, he couldn't lose him. Far away, under the pale glow of the moon, Li whistled in a silent forest. There, by a large sword-sing stone, a tiny girl with silvery white hair sat all alone, her small shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. Tears streamed down her porcelain cheeks as she looked up, her golden eyes reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a godlike man with hair as white as the moon itself, his presence both commanding and gentle. The little girl looked up at the impossibly tall and ethereal man who stood before her like a silent guardian. A single, trembling word escaped her lips, full of sorrow and a sliver of hope. Cloud. In that moonlit clearing, a desperate plan was set in motion. Blood dripped from a small, pale hand that was wrapped around the hilt of a broken sword, a gruesome sight under the soft moonlight. Cloud's crimson eyes were filled with a steely resolve. He urged her to calm down. They could still save him. He knelt before the little girl, Mian, and presented the shattered weapon to her. Her eyes widened in horror, staring at her own hand now covered in blood. What should I do? She thought, panic seizing her tiny heart. Cloud hesitated, the weight of his words heavy on his soul. They would need some of her blood, he explained softly, and they would have to make an exchange with a day of her life. He gently took her small, trembling hand in his gaze intense and sorrowful, asking for the ultimate sacrifice. But Mian didn't even flinch. Her sparkling eyes met his filled with fear, but with unwavering determination. Okay, she said, her voice clear and strong. Let's do it now. Cloud was stunned into silence, his heart aching at her bravery. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, steeling himself for what was to come. Chunjun may have disappeared, he explained, but his spirit would linger for an hour. They still had time to call him back using the red beaded bracelet on her wrist. Her eyes widened in recognition. The red obsidian? Yes, he confirmed its power could mend a soul. Since the sword was broken, this was their only hope to evoke Chunjun's spirit. He carefully took her finger, his touch gentle. This may hurt a little, he warned. With a soft pinch, a single drop of crimson blood welled up on her fingertip. He instructed her to close her eyes, to concentrate and pour all of her spiritual energy into the bracelet. Then he told her to repeat a sacred chant in her mind, to mourn the dead, to exchange her life, to guide the lost soul back to the earth. His voice grew urgent. Call him out loud. Mian took a deep breath and screamed his name into the night. Shanjan. Her voice echoed across a vast cosmic void where a small, lonely constellation of a boy floated aimlessly. The spirit of Chunjun looked around the empty, starry space. It didn't seem so bad to end up disappearing here, he thought with a sad sense of peace. A glowing figure of Mian, made of pure starlight, appeared before him. You were abandoned the moment you came into this world, her spectral whispered. That must have been so hard for you. It's fine to disappear now, she said, her tone impossibly gentle. At least you'll be free from pain. The starlight Mian extended a shimmering hand towards him, an invitation to oblivion. Stay here. Forever, will you? Tears streamed down Chunjun's face, his eyes hollow and broken as he reached out a trembling hand, ready to accept her offer and fade into the endless night. In the vast, silent expanse of a starlit void, a promise echoed through the darkness. A disembodied hand, crafted from the very essence of constellations, reached out with a heartbreaking plea to stay with me, forever. The small boy, his silver hair like spun moonlight, cried out, his own tiny hand stretching desperately to grasp the fading light, his heart shattering with the fear of being left alone again. Suddenly, the void shifted, and a voice called his name Yellow, pulling him from the depths of his memory. He found himself facing a shimmering, star-dusted apparition of his younger, broken self, who looked at him with hollow eyes, questioning his very identity. Panic seized Yellow's heart as he begged the phantom not to go, not to leave him again. But the starry figure turned away, its voice a whisper of his deepest insecurity. What if you're abandoned? In a final, fleeting gesture, the ghost of his past embraced him, a silent farewell to the loneliness that had defined him for so long. With a newfound resolve shining in his eyes, Yellow declared that he wouldn't be abandoned, because Kellen needed him, and with that acceptance, the apparition dissolved into stardust, leaving a single word hanging in the air: goodbye. Now truly alone, he curled into himself, adrift in the cosmic sea waiting to be found. A brilliant pillar of light pierced the darkness, a beacon of hope descending from another world where, in a mystical lit forest, Lin's gentle hand made contact with the ethereal cloud. The light coalesced into a radiant, spinning orb, the vessel of a precious soul. Lin blinked, her focus returning to her own hands, escaping her lips as she realized the blood that had stained them was completely gone. A wave of intense dizziness washed over her, her body swaying as she weakly called Cloud's name. The statuesque silver-haired man was there in an instant, his strong arms seeing her before she could fall, his voice laced with pure, unadulterated concern as he asked if she was all right. But Lin pushed past her own weakness, her wide, worried eyes searching his as she desperately asked where Yellow was. Cloud's gaze softened, directed at the small, intricate container in his hand. He's safe, he reassured her with a gentle smile, explaining that all they needed to do now was connect his broken blades. Lin let out a massive sigh of relief, slumping against him until his words fully registered. Her eyes snapped open in comical terror. Connect the blades? She immediately began to panic, shaking her head so frantically her hair flew around her face. No, no, no! Cloud could only stare, utterly baffled by her sudden outburst. With a pained expression, she confessed that she was absolutely terrible at smithing and suggested they ask Feng Yi to do it instead. Cloud's gentle demeanor vanished in a flash. Play a cold, sharp authority. No, you can't, he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. He grabbed her by the arms, his handsome face inches from hers, his red eyes burning with a desperate intensity. Only you can save him, he insisted, his grip tightening. Nobody else can do this, do you understand? Intimidated but resolute, Lin gave a small, shaky nod. The harshness in his eyes immediately melted away, replaced by a look of deep remorse as he gently asked if she was okay. He apologized for his intensity, and Lin quickly brushed it off, admitting once more that her forging skills were just hopelessly bad. Don't worry, he soothed, a hint of a plan forming in his eyes. He knew someone who could help her, someone who was a true master. A sly, knowing smirk touched his lips and Lin's curiosity was piqued, her eyes wide as she wondered who he could possibly mean. The scene dissolved to the fiery heart of a forge, where the formidable and devilishly handsome spirit of Feng Yi appeared. Looking utterly bewildered to have been summoned, Cloud laid out the urgent plan. They had to connect the blades immediately, with no time to spare. He tasked the former master swordsmith with guiding Lin step by step, since Feng Yi's own touch would now backfire. Lin wrung her hands, her shoulders slumped in defeat. She had Feng Yi's guidance, but absolutely zero confidence in her own abilities. Feng Yi's expression was serious. He impressed upon her the weight of her task. Chen's very existence rested in her hands now. He urged her to just go for it, promising they would be right there with her. Cloud added the final, critical instruction. She had to crush the soul bead just before quenching the sword to bind Shenjian's soul to the blade. With a determined nod, Lin took his hand. She held the glowing bead, a warm, pulsing light in her palms, and made a silent vow to her precious sword spirit. I'll try my very best, Yellow. Lifting the radiant gem, she closed her eyes and poured all of her heart into a single, desperate plea. Please come back! In a warm, hazy room, Yellow's eyes fluttered open. He was surrounded concerned faces, all exclaiming in relief that he was finally awake. He rubbed his tired eyes, his mind a complete muddle as he tried to remember what had happened. Feng Yi's voice cut through the fog, telling the kid to look down. He pointed, and Yellow's confused gaze followed, his eyes landing on his own small chest. A horrifying gasp tore from his throat. A massive, jagged scar, a brutal testament to his near death, was carved across his torso. He let out a piercing scream of shock and despair. The fiery-haired spirit beside Feng Yi immediately smacked him, scolding him for his utter lack of subtlety. Feng Yi was completely unbothered, arguing that the kid was a guy and a scar was no big deal. But the woman shot back that the scar was huge, all while Yellow wailed his heart out in the background. Back at the forge, Lin stared at her creation with a grimace. Cloud looked equally troubled, admitting that while he knew it wouldn't be perfect, he hadn't expected it to be quite this disastrous. They kept hand over the sword, revealing a lumpy, uneven mess where the blades had been crudely joined together. Cloud sighed, confessing this was the best even he could do to help her. The group devolved into bickering, with Cloud's spirit form bluntly telling Lin she would have been kicked out of any respectable forge, while Feng Yi and his companion muttered that she was truly only good at cooking. The sound of Yellow's heartbreaking sobs cut through everything. Overwhelmed with guilt, Lin reached for him, her voice cracking as she apologized. She swept him into a fierce hug, burying her face in his soft hair. She swore she'd never let him get hurt like that again, taking all the blame for the scar he now bore. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she apologized over and over, ashamed that she couldn't do better. To make it up to him, she promised to bring him delicious food every single day. Yellow's sobs began to quiet, his small body relaxing in her embrace. Through her own tears, Lin whispered that she liked him no matter what, scar or no scar. She held him tighter, her voice soft and full of love as she reminded him of his own words. You said it. Please need me forever. I promise, she vowed, I will always be here for you. And his tear-filled eyes. A universe of stars began to sparkle once more. The tranquility of the pavilion is shattered by a sharp slapping sound, followed by a triumphant declaration that there was a mosquito. But the victory comes at a cost, as our little Poe doubles over in a violent coughing fit, her small frame racked with spasms. She wheezes to herself that evocation wasn't so bad if you ignored the whole coughing up blood part. Recovering, she turns to Killan, her brow furrowed with confusion. He could already practice sword riding and teleportation, so what on earth was the point of him practicing evocation? Her eyes then fall to the floor, where a small pile of dead insects lies in a grim memorial. A wave of disgust washes over her as she realizes he had to kill all of them. That was so disgusting he needed to clean them up right now. Kalan, ever the loyal subordinate, immediately agrees, promising to mop the floor right after he releases the soul from the bracelet. A small, childlike spirit watches with wide, sad eyes as the last wisp of light fades artifact. It was gone, thus never coming back. He whimpered, a shiver running down his spine. Kalan was just so scary. Seeing the little one on the verge of tears, Po turns back to Kalan with a scolding look. The insects would go extinct if he kept this up, she huffed, and besides, using evocation shortened his lifespan. Kalan's expression is one of genuine conflict. He wondered how much of her lifespan a few mosquitoes could possibly take. He'd always thought cultivators wouldn't ascend to immortality if they killed too many times. Po just smirks, a glint of mischief in her eyes. She wasn't going to ascend with her 5 spiritual roots anyway, she declared with a shrug. Evocation might have its limits, but she had plenty of backup plans. Elsewhere, a devastatingly handsome man with sun-kissed skin and flowing dark hair lets out a small, contemptuous laugh. Backup plans? He mused that she had absolutely no talent in forging swords for that matter. Still, a playful smirk graced his lips as he considered her skills. She could at least make a living by posing as a fortune teller. He then leaned forward, his gaze teasing as he asked her about her supposed sword forging skills. Po's face instantly flushed a bright red, her eyes darting away as she stammered that she wouldn't argue about that. A painful memory surfaced of a time long ago, when her master had first accepted her as his disciple and enthusiastically announced he would teach her to forge swords. The result was a pathetic, lumpy disc of metal that he held up with utter disdain. This was a sword, he'd asked, before throwing the failure to the ground with a resounding clank. Back in the present, Po sheepishly admits that her master gave up on teaching her after that single attempt. Decisively changing the subject, she grabs Kalan's hand, her touch surprisingly gentle. She told him to stop practicing, they should slack off and get some food, but Kalan's expression remained stubbornly serious. Po, he said, his voice firm, he didn't have a natural talent. If he's stalking so hard, he would truly become useless. He had to try his best with what he had. He looked away, adding almost as an afterthought that her blade had gotten oily while he was maintaining it. The atmosphere instantly turned arctic. Sweet expression vanished, replaced by a cold fury. No food for him for the next 7 days, she declared, her voice dangerously low. Kalan's jaw dropped in horror as his punishment was delivered in front of their master and a stunned Hong Luan. Later that evening, on a quiet balcony, Hong Luan finds the dark-haired sword spirit, Chengying, brooding alone under the stars. She approached him, her vibrant pink hair a stark contrast to his somber aura. Everyone was having sides, she asked. So why was he out here pulling such a long face? He didn't turn to face her, his voice low and heavy with resignation. It was bad luck, he explained. It was better for him to keep his distance. Hong Luan's fists clenched at her sides. That was nonsense, she snapped. Whoever told him that? Every human, he answered, his voice devoid of emotion, leaving her utterly speechless. She followed his gaze to the vast, starry sky, her anger softening into frustration. She told him that humans were the ones who kept bringing bad luck, only to blame the swords for being cursed. They were just passing the buck, he shouldn't listen to them. Chengying let out a hollow sigh. That's what he used to think too. He leaned against the railing, his past weighing on him like a shroud. He thought he was just a weapon, that being demonized wasn't a big deal. He would be his master's best weapon so long as he was held. His gloved hand tightened into a fist, the leather creaking under the pressure. But all his masters, they all died tragically. It happened so many times that he began to doubt everything. He tried to dismiss the thought, reminding himself that he was just a sword after all. A sharp slap echoed in the night air as Hong Luan's hand connected with his cheek, the sting leaving him numb and shocked. Her eyes blazed with a fierce light. She had thought he was just playing dumb all this time, but now she realized he was genuinely dumb. She grabbed his tunic, pulling him close until they were face to face. "You idiot," she hissed, her voice trembling with passion. She poked a finger right between his eyebrows. He was a sword with his own consciousness. He couldn't think so lowly of himself. Wasn't there anything at all, that he wished to do for himself? His gaze remained empty, his reply flat. He only wished to do what his master wished him to do. Her expression softened with a flicker of pity. But if he weren't a weapon, she pressed, what would he want then? Chengying's silence was his only answer. She sighed, letting go in exasperation. Forget it, they weren't on the same page. As her hand fell away, his eyes tracked the movement, a flicker of some unreadable emotion within them. Then, her hand shot out again, this time grabbing his collar in a firm but gentle tug. "Let's go back," she said softly, pulling him along. "Stop thinking about it, dummy. Just live every day as it comes." A genuine, warm smile bloomed on her face, illuminating the darkness around them. He would sort it out one day, she promised, and for the first time, a glimmer of light seemed to pierce through his deep-seated sorrow. Meanwhile, back inside, Po was facing a tragedy of her own. A mountain of scrolls and texts piled high on the table. Her jaw dropped. So many. She had to memorize all of these. Her master simply gestured to the formidable pile with a pointed look. She was the one who said she wanted to learn after all. Yunwei stared at the mountain of ancient texts, her spirit sinking with every scroll. Did she really have to memorize all of this? The impossibly handsome Moken stood beside her, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders as he calmly reminded her that she was the one who said she wanted to learn. He held up a scroll, his voice a low murmur as he explained the intricate details. The key to mastering arrays was to read, to understand the meaning of every pattern and the use of every single character. His explanation of the effects brought by different combinations was like a droning lullaby of death, and Yunwei threw up her hands, her face a mask of desperation. "Stop, stop," she pleaded, her voice cracking. Couldn't they start with something more practical? She begged, something like the teleportation array they had used before. Moken's serene expression instantly hardened, his gaze turning sharp and cold. Absolutely not, he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. That particular array would affect the user's longevity. Yunwei's heart stopped in her chest, her eyes widening in pure shock. Longevity? Long Yuan, who had been listening nearby, let out a horrified shout. In a blur of motion, he lunged forward, grabbing Mo Chen and yanking him back as if he were made of fragile glass. Mo Chen stumbled, taken aback by the sudden force. He quickly reassured them that he was fine. The array was only harmful to humans. A wave of relief washed over Long Yuan, and he clapped Mo Chen on the back with a booming laugh, exclaiming that he knew his friend wouldn't be that insane. But the friendly gesture was too much for Mo Ken's weakened body. A violent cough racked his frame, and a horrifying trickle of crimson stained his lips. In a flash of dark energy, Poxy materialized, his face a thunderous mask of fury as he smacked Long Yuan clean over the head. "Poxy!" he roared, his voice dripping with rage as Long Yuan staggered back, stunned. The three of them stood in a painfully awkward silence. Poxy looked mortified, realizing he hadn't expected a simple nudge to actually hurt Long Yuan, while Long Yuan just seemed confused, muttering that it had been a while since he'd seen Poxy cough up blood. Mo Chen crumpled over, hacking into a handkerchief, each cough sounding like a death rattle in the quiet room. Yunwei watched him, her own breath catching in her throat, and a horrifying realization slammed into her with the force of a physical blow. She truly looked at him then, and what she saw made her blood run cold. His face was ghostly pale, his skin almost translucent against silver hair. He looked worse than before, so much worse. He felt her piercing gaze and looked up, his own eyes soft with concern as he whispered her name. The sight shattered the last of her composure. A gut-wrenching sob tore from her throat as tears streamed down her face. She pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice thick with anguish. She cried out, "I'm not yet," but Ken looked utterly flustered by her sudden breakdown, trying to tell her she was a bad liar. But his words only made her cry harder. He reached for her, but before he could touch her, she lunged, throwing her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Her tiny frame with violent sobs as she confessed everything, her words muffled against his robes. She had been blaming herself for almost losing Chunjun, consumed by her own guilt and fear. But in her grief, she hadn't realized she hadn't seen that she was almost losing him too. The weight of that truth was crushing, and she clung to him as if he were her only anchor in a raging storm, the world fading away until only the two of them remained, wrapped in a silent embrace amidst a shower of soft petals. But now, let's step away from the angst for a lighthearted special chapter. It's the Dragon Boat Festival, and the adorable Kalan is cheerfully asking what fillings everyone's for the rice dumplings she's making. Chunjun's eyes sparkle with pure joy, exclaiming that he loves rice dumplings. The beautiful elf, Red, strikes a sultry pose, requesting a rose filling, claiming it's delicious and good for her skin. Yunwei, ever the pragmatist, coolly states they can just make it themselves. Red immediately flares up, taking it as a purse tack. "What do you mean by that?" She snaps, "Do you have a problem with me?" Her face is flushed with indignation as she gets right in Yunwei's face, complaining that her attitude is colder than ice on this hot day. Yunwei, completely unbothered, retorts that such an attitude is perfect for a hot day, adding that she doesn't care about fillings as long as there's wine. The ever-charming Long Yuan slides in, suggesting she try the real wine that just arrived. Red recoils dramatically, pinching her nose. "You reek of wine, it's disgusting." Long Yuan scoffs, arguing that wine is made from grain, and then takes a jab at her, suggesting she read more books instead of just focusing on her looks. Red absolutely explodes, screaming that of course she knows wine is made from grain. She was talking about him, not the wine. A poor boy tries to mediate, telling Kellan to just make meat fillings since no one would argue with that. But Red immediately shouts that she hates meat fillings. She then whacks the boy on the head, yelling that some of them want sweet fillings, "You idiot!" Kellan, the sweet angel she is, just smiles to make both sweet and savory fillings for everyone. The handsome star offers to help, saying he's fine with any filling. While Chunjun happily munches on a mung bean cake, Red offers up gifts of cakes and wine, not wanting to be outdone. Kellan just giggles, thinking Red is so cute, before Star turns to the quiet and brooding Cheng Ying, asking for his preference. Cheng Ying coolly replies that he's fine with anything, but adds it would be great if he could have salted yolk. The boy from before lights up, agreeing that he likes salted yolk too, before rounding on Cheng Ying, accusingly yelling that there's nothing he doesn't like. He then lunges at the stoic man, shouting, "What are you trying to say?" as Yunwei struggles to hold him back. Finally, with all the chaotic bickering done, Killen beams at the audience, presenting a beautiful spread of food and wishing everyone a happy dragon boat festival. Tears streamed down her face as she begged him, her voice cracking with desperation. "Please," she pleaded, "any more arrays that will harm your life." But that the ethereal, white-haired sword spirit known as Yunwei was unmoved, pushing her hand with cold indifference. He was a sword, he would be fine. Nonsense. Her heart ached seeing him like this. His condition only got worse every single time he used his power. Another voice cut through the tension, sharp and accusatory. "You're wrong," Chengying snapped at Yunwei. "You've become really good at pissing people off." Yunwei's ice. Even though he'd lost some of his memories, he was certain they were never close. Chengying scoffed, "Of course not. Who could possibly stand that wretched attitude of his?" The fiery, red-haired Chixiao exploded with rage, his face contorting in fury. Hang on, was he being sarcastic? But Star gently calmed him, her own expression softening as she turned back to the aloof sword spirit. What did he mean he lost some of his memories? A shadow passed over Yunwei's handsome face as he looked down, his voice barely a whisper. His blade broke once, he explained, and that was probably why he'd forgotten so many things. Feng Yi, the stoic man with sun-kissed skin, interjected. Didn't he memorize a ton of books in the book depository? That was right, Yunwei admitted. He still remembered what was in those books, but he couldn't remember anything about being with humans. The revelation sent a shockwave through the group. What? Chengying's face was pale with disbelief. Don't tell me you've even forgotten our master, he pleaded. Can't you at least recall something? Yunwei's crimson eyes were cold and distant. Not at all. A chilling certainty settled in his voice. His intuition told him he shouldn't believe anyone, and that included this master. Little Poxy puffed up his chest, furious on his master's behalf. How dare you? He had to stand as master. He tried to launch himself at the unbothered Yunwei, only to be held back by Feng Yi. Ignoring the chaos, Star's gentle eyes were filled with nothing but concern for Yunwei. Did he have any other physical problems? Had he felt better recently? For the first time, his gaze softened as he looked at her. He was beginning to recall things, he admitted, and the pain in his head had lessened. Star's mind raced as she touched the red bead bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was healing him, but why was Yunwei so deeply wary of humans? He didn't even Feng Yi. Her heart with worry. Did something else happen when his blade broke? A small tug on her sleeve broke her thoughts. A little boy named Cloud looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. He reminded Yunwei that he'd said he felt like he shouldn't trust anyone. Then the boy posed a devastating question. Then do you believe Killen? Yunwei's expression crumpled, filled with a profound and silent pain. The air grew heavy as he just stared at Star, his gaze an open wound. A blush crept up her neck as she understood his silence. He doesn't. She forced a gentle smile, trying to soothe the raw tension in the room. Yunwei really couldn't lie. They had been getting along so well, too. Watching them, Feng Yi let out a gloomy tisescu. Suddenly, his hand shot out, grabbing little Cloud by the collar. He effortlessly swung the boy onto his shoulder, turning to Star with a commanding look. Stop zoning out, little girl. He planted himself firmly between her and Yunwei, a human wall. And you, he warned her, don't interrupt them again, got it? Star could only stare, completely baffled. Later, the handsome man she called Star gently patted her head, his touch a warm comfort. Do you want to practice hidden weapons? He asked, his voice smooth as silk. He'd even help her pick up the coins. Her eyes sparkling with pure adoration as she whispered his name, touched by his kindness. Little Poxy watched them with a smug grin, thinking this was much better than arguing with that infuriating Yunwei. But Chixiao was still spoiling for a fight, shouting for Chengying to get ready. Before Chengying could respond, hand clamped over his mouth, silencing him completely. An idea lit up Poxy's eyes. Steamed bun. He promptly shoved the food into Chengying's mouth, shutting him up for good. Chixiao launched into a tirade, pointing out everyone's useless gifts, from toys to darts to alcohol. This girl, Star, had done so much for them, couldn't be more grateful. Yunwei stood in the background, a silent, listening statue. Star herself looked utterly bewildered, tilting her head in confusion. Did she really give them all so many things? Chixiao smirked, teasing that he only got a couple of things, so maybe they should treat him better. Star's jaw dropped. Huh, that true, Star? Her Star, the man with the fan, just smiled gently. Ignore what Chixiao says. This fan is good enough for him. He held the fan as if it were his most precious treasure. Chixiao could only grumble that he keeps that fan with him all the time. The man just chided him gently by name. Star's heart swelled. It was true, he never asked her for anything. In fact, he even helped with the cleaning every day. He turned to her, his gaze impossibly soft. Is there anything you want, Star? Let me make it up to you. She was flustered, her cheeks warm. It was okay, she had everything she needed. He pressed on, his voice a gentle caress. It doesn't have to be an object. Do you have any wishes? Perhaps there's something I can do for you. The world seemed to melt away into a soft haze of cherry blossoms as he looked at her, his eyes full of earnest devotion. A small smile touched her lips. Then she did have a favor to ask. He leaned closer, asking what it was. Take you down the mountains? He agreed without a second thought, explaining that no one was watching him lately. She worried it was still too risky, but he just smiled softly. He knew, but if he could just go out once, that would be enough. He turned away, a faint blush on his cheeks, his voice a vulnerable whisper. He just wanted to see what it was like outside the sect again. Hiding his bashful, hopeful face behind his fan, he looked so devastatingly sweet that her heart skipped a beat. Who on earth could ever say no to that look? With a gentle smile, the handsome, dark-haired man held a bouquet, our innocent protagonist just barely visible behind him, their fates intertwined in this tomb of great swords. A small hand rested in a larger one, a silent promise made as she agreed with a sake. Filled with excitement, girl, Jiang Killen threw her fist in the air, her face alight with, "I had to do it today," she declared. It was the perfect day to go outside. She was going to make his wham true. She insisted, grabbing his hand to pull him along. But just as she took a step, another hand, pale and slender, shot out and seized her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. The ethereal, white-haired man looked down at her, his expression a mask of grave concern, pleading with her to reconsider. Even if she wanted to take kicksing outside, she didn't have to do it today. He reasoned, his voice laced with a strange urgency. She glanced back, her resolve unwavering, thanking him for his concern but not backing down. He tightened his grip, their faces mere inches apart, a faint blush dusting her cheeks from the proximity and frustration. If he didn't trust her, she demanded, then why would he risk his own life to help her teleport? Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She truly didn't understand him at all. His crimson eyes stared back, a storm of unspoken emotions swirling within its depths. She knew she was being immature, but she couldn't help the swell of feelings as she turned and strode away from him, leaving him standing alone. The distance between them grew, a silent, painful gap separating two souls caught in a web of secrets. Later that night, Jiang Kilun conferred with the gentle, dark-haired Kixing, suggesting they set off when no one would notice. He simply agreed, his trust in her absolute. Elsewhere, a much less serene scene was unfolding as a muscular man grumbled that all this trouble was because of some kid. He then mercilessly pinched the cheek of a small, wailing child who cried out in protest. Under the silvery light of the moon, a lone figure dashed silently across the rooftops of the pavilion, a shadow on a secret mission. They moved with purpose, leaping from one tiled roof to the next. Inside a dimly lit room, a subordinate delivered a report. The pavilion master, Jiang Kilun, had just gone out with a sword in her bag. The man listening to the report stewed in his own bitter thoughts. He'd reported the seniors last time, expecting her to be punished, but nothing had come of it. Even Feng Yi had stood up for her, so what was the point in trying again? But this time was different. A much bigger secret was at play. The culprit who secretly used the sword forge was still at large, and the waste material found was copper, a sign of illicit activity. The subordinate added that the marks on the material were rough, the work of an amateur, not a skilled craftsman. The man placed his teacup down with a sharp clack, his eyes narrowing. Was he suggesting this had something to do with the pavilion master? He didn't dare presume, the subordinate replied with a sly smile, but the marks clearly proved the work wasn't done by their own sword forge. If the sword pavilion was involved, there was no way the pavilion master could escape scrutiny, especially if she made a mistake while she was out tonight. A wicked plan began to form as he pushed the door open, a malicious glint in his eyes. He would report this immediately. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he thought her name. Jiang Kilun, you won't get away with this. But far from his schemes, the night sky was a breathtaking tap of stars and countless floating lanterns, their warm light painting the darkness with hope. Below, the night market was a river of life, a bustling, joyous crowd celebrating under the glowing sky. Perched on a rooftop, away from the hustle, Jiang Kilun and Kixing watched the spectacle. So this was what she wanted to see, he asked softly. She confessed that this was her very first time seeing a market, a wish she had held in her heart for so long finally coming true. Her face was radiant with happiness as she thanked him for bringing her here. It was his pleasure, he replied, his own smile reflecting the gentle lantern light. He was surprised she had never been outside before. She explained that her life was an endless cycle of solemn ceremonies, from worship to rain rituals. As she was a sword of harvest and fortune, she was created for praying, an object for people to worship. A weapon who had never once been in a fight, and she yearned to experience it just once. His eyes widened slightly. Did that mean she was the only weapon that had never seen blood? She nodded, and he told her that wasn't a bad thing at all. Weapons were instruments of cruelty and death, but she had never experienced that, which is why she was so serene and calm. To live in peace, to be kind and gentle, those were things he couldn't even imagine for himself. She listened, her amber eyes wide with a new understanding, his words sinking deep into her soul. That innocence, he continued, his voice impossibly soft, was what made her special, what made her precious. It suited her perfectly. A soft blush warmed her cheeks as she hummed in agreement, her heart fluttering. His responding smile was so gentle it could melt this winter, his eyes crinkling with pure, unadulterated warmth. Later, as they walked back through a moonlit forest path, he asked if she had fun. He promised he could take her out again, a silent vow to bring her more happiness. But their peaceful return was shattered in an instant. She froze, her entire body going rigid as her eyes widened in shock. A figure emerged from the deep shadows of the woods, and a name escaped her lips in a horrified whisper. Feng Yi. There he stood, the ethereal man with hair like spun moonlight, his posture rigid and imposing. His gaze was as cold as ice, piercing through the darkness and right into her soul. You're finally back, he said, his voice devoid of all warmth, turning the beautiful night into a terrifying confrontation. A cold, relentless rain fell from the night sky, turning the serene pavilion gardens into a world of shimmering reflections and deep shadows where a lone girl stood completely isolated. Under the celestial canopy of stars and blooming flowers, Feng Yi's voice cut through the tranquil night air, sharp and cold as he called out her name. He demanded to know where Kellen had been so late at night. She froze, her body tensing as she stammered, unable to form a coherent word. His eyes narrowed, questioning why she was stuttering, his suspicion growing with every passing second. He revealed that someone had reported her, accusing her of taking a great sword from the sect. His gaze was a physical weight, pressing down on her as he leaned in, his voice a low, dangerous whisper asking if it was true. Before she could even answer, his hand shot out in a motion, a swift and sudden snatch that stole the very air from her lungs. There, held firmly in his grasp, was the sword she had tried to hide, the proof of her transgression. His expression hardened, a deep disappointment clouding his handsome features as he confirmed that it was true after all. He reminded her of the immense trouble she had just escaped a few days prior, his tone a mix of frustration and disbelief. Her eyes, wide and filled with a desperate plea, mirrored her frantic apology, but he wasn't listening. His voice was devoid of warmth as he commanded her to return to the sword house, leaving her with no choice but to meekly obey. The grand sword house stood imposing against the night sky, a place of judgment waiting. Inside, a crowd of disciples buzzed with nervous energy, whispering amongst themselves about why they had all been summoned at such an ungodly hour. The rumor mill was already churning. Someone had heard from Changli that a huge show was about to go down. From high above, the main hall looked like a stage. The sect elders lined up like silent judges as an order rang out to bring both Chunjun and Killan forward. Killan stood before them, her heart pounding as she tried to explain herself to Feng Yi, but it was too late. Poxy was already there, and Chunjun was being escorted into the hall, his face pale with worry. The sect leader's gaze was glacial, his voice cutting through the tension as he declared that the evidence was obvious. The sword forge had been used in the dead of night. He fixed his piercing stare on Killen, demanding an explanation for her reckless actions. With a heavy heart, she admitted her guilt, her voice trembling but firm. She clenched her small fists, her resolve shining through her fear she had only done it because she wanted them to be happy. A fleeting, wry smile touched the sect leader's lips as a memory surfaced. He, too, had once wanted to stand up for her, to protect her from everything. He remembered her as a young, bright-eyed girl full of hope, groomed by the master and valued by him. But now things were different. As the next sect leader, he had responsibilities that outweighed his personal feelings. He couldn't take her side this time, not when she had so flagrantly broken the rules. His voice boomed with authority, commanding Jiang Kellen to heed his order. The words fell like a guillotine. She was dismissed from her position as pavilion master. Her world shattered as he delivered the final, devastating blow. She was now an outer disciple. The sentence echoed in the silent hall as he repeated his order with chilling finality. She was dismissed, demoted, cast out, an outer. The crowd gasped, some clicking their tongues in pity, others in scorn. The news sent shockwaves through the room, stunning everyone into silence. Everyone except Cheng Li, who smirked with satisfaction as it was announced he would be taking charge of the Sword Pavilion. The words repeated in Killen's mind, a painful mantra, an outer disciple. This meant she couldn't come here anymore, couldn't share meals and laughter with her precious friends. A memory of offering her a delicious treat, their faces bright with joy, flashed before her eyes and a single hot tear escaped, a path of sorrow down her cheek. But just as her despair threatened to consume her, a figure shot forward, a protective barrier between her and the elders. It was Chunjun, shouting that it had nothing to do with her, it was all his fault. He confessed that he was the one who broke the rules, who wanted to go outside. The sect leader's gaze, sharp a blade, turned to him, questioning if he was the one who snuck into the sword forge. Chun jumbled back, his lie caught in his throat, unable to answer. A terrifying golden energy suddenly erupted from the sect leader, crackling in the air with immense pressure. His eyes glowed with raw power, his expression unreadable. The golden aura exploded around him, a display of absolute authority as he declared that the master wished to see Chunjun, who was to reflect on his actions in his room for the next few days. He stood over the kneeling pair, a silent promise in his eyes that they would talk when the master's anger had cooled. In the aftermath, Feng Yi grabbed Kellen's arm, his touch firm. She looked up at him, her eyes swimming with tears, pleading with him that she didn't want to leave them. The words tumbled out in a choked sob. She regarded them as her family, the only one she had. Her heartbroken cries filled the hall as Feng Yi watched her, his expression a mask of conflicted duty. He looked down at her, his voice low as he asked if she remembered the warning he had given her before she ever came to the Sword Pavilion. Then, in a gesture that spoke volumes more than words, he gently placed his hand on her head, a silent, comforting weight in her storm of grief. A cold, unrelenting rain fell upon the Sword Pavilion, each drop a tiny mirror reflecting the sorrow of the girl standing alone amidst the storm. Inside, the air was thick with tension as the handsome Chang gently cupped Kellen's head, his touch a stark contrast to the harshness in his voice. He asked if she remembered the one rule he gave her, the most important warning of all, never ever treat sword spirits as human beings. He knew she thought she was being kind, that her gentle heart was a virtue, but in her naivety she had only put them in grave danger. His words conjured images of suffering, a young spirit, covered in blood, his innocent eyes wide with terror and pain. For them, Changli explained, keeping a distance from humans was the only way to find peace. Killen's hand trembled reached for his sleeve, a desperate, silent plea for him to stop, but he pulled away, severing the connection. His back was a rigid wall as he turned to leave, promising coldly that he would try to convince the master to let her out before vanishing from her sight. When another disciple tried to approach, Chang Li's voice was like ice, ordering them to leave, that there was nothing to see here. The moment he was gone, the last of Killen's strength evaporated, and she collapsed to the floor in a heap of silk and sorrow. Her friend rushed to her side, catching her in a desperate hug as Killen finally broke, her sobs echoing in the hall while the ethereal, silver-haired sword spirit watched them from afar, his beautiful face a mask of profound sadness. With one last, pained glance, he closed his eyes and dematerialized into nothingness. Later that night, in the master's private chambers, Changli reported that he had disciplined her as instructed. He tried to soften the blow, adding that he believed Killen was simply being foolish, a child who didn't know better. But the master scoffed, his face a thundercloud of disapproval. Foolish? No, he snarled, it was because Chang Li had spoiled her rotten, warning that she was on the path to becoming the next Su Yunwei. The name hung in the air like a curse, and Chang Li's handsome features immediately hardened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He couldn't let that stand. He argued that Yunwei had sacrificed herself for her sword out of radical passion, but she had done nothing else wrong. The master erupted in fury, slamming his hand down. Foolishness. He accused Chang Li of making excuses for a cheater who threw her life away for a mere weapon, ordering him to never speak her name again. But Chang Li's heart ached with injustice. He retorted that while she may have been wrong, she had paid the ultimate price, death and the destruction of her sword, a punishment delivered by the master himself. Why couldn't he just let her rest in peace? His voice cracked with desperation, a question that earned him a furious roar from his master. In his agitated state, the cord on his belt snapped and a small, silk pouch tumbled to the floor with a faint tinkle. The master's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't tell me it's hers," he whispered, his voice trembling with a new kind of rage. As the master reached for it, Chang Li shoved his hand away with a ferocity that shocked them both, his eyes blazing. He clutched the pouch protectively, his voice low and dangerous. It was the only thing he had left of Yunwei, a precious memento. The master was livid, reminding him that he had ordered all of her things to be destroyed. The master's rage was a physical force. With a sharp crack, his hand struck Chang Li across the face, a brutal slap that echoed in the silent room. "You just don't listen, do you?" he seethed, his face contorted with fury as Chang Li's hairpin clattered to the floor. He then brought his foot down, stomping on the fallen pouch, crushing the last remnant of Yunwei under his heel. All of her belongings were supposed to be burned. Yet Chang Li had hidden this and carried it with him every single day. His voice dropped to a menacing growl as he pointed towards the door. "Get out." Chang Li looked up, his face a canvas of shock and unbearable pain, his world crumbling around him. Yet, he could only bow his head in defeat. "Yes, master," he whispered, the words tasting like ash. Once the door slid shut, the master's facade of fury shattered. He stumbled back, covering his face as ragged. Pained breaths escaped him, his entire body trembling with an emotion far deeper than anger. His hand shook uncontrollably as he braced himself against the table. Chang Li walked alone through the desolate moonlit courtyard, a solitary figure swallowed by the shadows, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated heartbreak. He was utterly broken. Meanwhile, in the sword abode, Killen's friend fretted over her, saying she should have been more cautious, as Chang had immediately announced her punishment to everyone. Killen could only murmur that it was her fault, that it was too late now to change anything. Her friend tried to offer a sliver of hope, but Killen gently cut her off. She asked to be left alone for a while, her gaze lost somewhere far away. Her friend nodded and quietly took her leave. As soon as the room fell silent, Killen's voice, soft but clear, echoed in the stillness. "She's gone," she said to the empty air. "You can come out now." She glanced toward a dark corner, a hint of a smile on her lips, as she asked if it wasn't uncomfortable hiding there. A faint rustle was the only reply. Then, like moonlight given form, the ethereal silver-haired spirit emerged from the shadows, his luminous eyes locking with hers. He floated towards her, a silent, breathtaking vision. As she turned to gaze at the roses blooming outside her window, a quiet understanding passing between them in the tranquil night. A special story begins under the soft glow of cherry blossoms, focusing on the beautiful and high-maintenance sword spirit Red. Our adorable protagonist, Killen, approaches him with the most earnest, sparkling eyes, her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. Red, could he please help her practice with her hidden weapons today? She just felt like she was still lacking a little bit. But the statuesque spirit turns his head, his expression one of pure annoyance. He has absolutely no time for such trivial matters, he declares, his voice laced with irritation. He desperately needs to take a bath. His skin has been so dry lately, it feels like it's about to crack. Killen, standing behind him, blinks in confusion. Her big, innocent widen with a logical question that only a child could ask. It has been dry, yes, but Red is a sword, isn't he? Wouldn't taking a bath just make him? Red scoffs at her ignorance, as if she'd asked the most foolish question in the world. Of course not in normal water, he snaps back. He requires a bath of very pure water, after which he will apply only the highest quality oil to his body, naturally. Killen tilts her head, her mind racing. Very pure water. Did they even have that kind of thing in the Sword Pavilion? Of course they did, Red says, with an air of superiority, a smug look on his face. He's been saving morning dew in a jar under the windowsill. A precious collection just to get his skin perfectly hydrated today. A bolt of lightning seems to strike Killen as his words register. Her eyes widen in horror. In that jar, she thought it was just some rainwater, so she used to water the flowers yesterday. The air freezes. Red contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, steam practically puffing from his pointed ears as he lets out a furious roar. Hey, what has she done? She shrinks back, her voice a tiny squeak as she whimpers that she's sorry. But Red is incandescent with rage. Vibrating. Sorry? Is she sorry? He saved that precious dew for 3 entire months. He demands that she give it back to him this instant. But as he fumes, a brilliant idea sparks in Kellen's mind. She quickly tries to salvage the situation, her words tumbling out in a rush. It's just dew. She remembers a large flower field near the sword abode. And if she's not mistaken, it's a rose field. He himself once said that roses were excellent for the skin. She'll go right now and collect fresh rose dew just for him, so he can't be mad at her anymore, all right? Before he can protest, she shamelessly launches herself at him, wrapping her small arms around his waist in a desperate hug, weaponizing her cuteness to its fullest extent. Her eyes sparkle with a new, even better idea. She could probably even get some rose nectar while she's there. At the mention of nectar, Red's fury instantly vanishes, replaced by a thoughtful, almost greedy expression. Moisturizing his skin with nectar, he strokes his chin, a slow, sly smile spreading across his handsome face. That doesn't sound bad at all. In fact, it sounds perfect. His eyes glint with mischief as he pushes his luck. While she's at it, how about picking some roses too? She could make them some delicious rose cakes for their afternoon tea. Killen's face lights up, completely relieved that he's no longer angry. No problem, she chirps. Yellow and Poe would love the rose cakes too. Satisfied, Red waves a dismissive hand. Now shut it and go. With a bright promise she'll be right back, she dashes off. An hour later, she returns, and Red eagerly asks if she managed to get any rose dew. Killen looks down at her feet, a sheepish expression on her face. Well, she hadn't been, due to the Sword of time, and she just found out. The beautiful roses had all been placed by spring onions. She looks up at him, her eyes wide with a clueless innocence that is almost painful. Red, do you think spring onion dew will do? I can go back and collect some. Red's face is a perfect blank before he explodes once more, pointing a trembling finger towards the door. Go away, he seethes, his voice filled with despair. I don't want to talk to you. Later that night, the scene shifts to a breathtaking landscape under a blanket of stars. The ethereal, silver-haired Mochu stands beside Helen, his beauty rivaling the celestial bodies above. He turns to her, his voice smooth as silk, asking if she brought him all the way out here, just to show him the scenery. Before them, a magnificent tree glows with an inner light, its petals drifting on the gentle night breeze. Mochu stands beside a beautiful white horse, his long hair flowing as he gently strokes its muzzle. Killen is there too, bathed in the soft, magical light. She fidgets slightly before confessing with a guilty smile, well, she got the horse from the sect stable when no one was looking. Mochu's lips twitch into a faint, amused smirk. A tiny, flustered chibi version of himself appears, jing furiously and insisting he will return it. The chibi Mochu is absolutely mortified. Killen can't help but let out a laugh, finding it unbelievable that someone as prim and proper as him would ever steal a horse. She sits atop the majestic horse, riding through a field of glowing flowers that mirror the stars above. She looks back at him, her eyes shining with newfound confidence, asking if they can go faster now that she thinks she's found her balance. Of course, he replies softly. In one fluid motion, he steps onto the horse behind her, his sudden presence making her yelp in surprise. Hold on, she stammers, her heart leaping into her throat. He settles behind her, his body a warm, protective wall as arms encircle her to take the reins, his proximity sending a shiver down her spine. Brace yourself, he murmurs, his voice low and steady right by her ear. I won't let you fall. He instructs her to hug the horse with her legs, to follow its motion and find her balance, his guidance a comforting presence. She nervously agrees, and he announces that he's speeding up. The horse breaks into a trot, then a powerful gallop, soaring across the moonlit hill like a shooting star as Killen cries out in a mix of fear and exhilaration. Under a canopy of delicate blossoms, a beautiful story of resolution begins to unfold. Killen's laughter echoes in the night air, her eyes squeezed shut in pure delight. Riding a horse was so much fun, even if it was a little bumpy. Her master, the ever-stoic Yunwei, looks down at her from his own horse, his silver hair like moonlight. He suggests they come down and take a break. Huges for her, his touch gentle, as he helps her dismount the majestic steed. Once on the ground, her playful mood vanishes, replaced by a sudden wave of guilt. Her large, expressive eyes well up with sincerity as she looks at him, apologizing for being too mean earlier. Yunwei's gaze is unreadable, his handsome features carved from ice as he questions why she's apologizing. She presses on, her voice soft but earnest, thanking him for bringing her out here for a horse ride even after she said such awful things to him. He scoffs lightly, explaining that of course he should teach her horseback riding. He was her master after all. A knowing, playful smile creeps onto her face. She sees right through his cold exterior. Shouldn't that be followed with a hopeful wish that the horse riding made her feel much better? He turns his head away, a faint blush perhaps dusting his cheeks, though it's too dark to tell for sure. He denies knowing what she's talking about, his tsundere nature on full display as he threatens to return the horse if she doesn't want to continue. Oh, this big dummy, she thinks to herself, her heart softening. He was worried about her, and even stole a horse just to make her feel better. Why couldn't he just something nice? But her thoughts are cut short when he speaks again, his voice serious. He was here to tell her something important. He reveals that there's a competition at the Sword Pavilion that only takes place once a decade, a tournament for new disciples. The rules had changed this year, he explains, now allowing any disciple from the past 10 years who had never to take part. Her heart sinks a little, wondering what this has to do with her returning to the sect. Then he drops the bombshell. Master Kinmu had changed the award. The winner, he says, can request anything they want, as long as it's morally sound and legal. His sharp eyes meet hers, a silent understanding passing between them. Doesn't it seem like the rule was specifically amended just for her? Her breath hitches, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. Master Qin changed the rule for her. Was that even possible? Yunwei turns away, his silhouette stark against the enormous, glowing moon. She might be thinking too much, he says dismissively. And just like that, her balloon of hope pops. Of course, she was just a newly admitted disciple, and so many others were far more competent than she was. The weight of her inadequacy crushes her, and she sinks to the ground amidst a field of ethereal, glowing blue flowers. Her friends had all improved so much in her absence. How could she possibly win the tournament? She covers her face, completely defeated. Suddenly, he is there beside her, his presence a comforting warmth in the cool night. It's worth trying, he tells her gently. There are still 2 months, and he will teach her himself. He reminds her not to belittle herself. She had learned many skills, hadn't she? She lies back in the sea of flowers, gazing at the stars as she lists them out loud: sword riding, throwing coins, identifying arrays, a vacation. Were these skills truly going to be useful in a high-stakes tournament? His voice is sharp, cutting through her doubts. She shouldn't underestimate those skills. They would be of great use if she mastered them. Then, in a classic tsundere move, he adds that it would be better for him if she didn't try, since he wouldn't have to bother. A small, secret smile plays on her lips. He does all the nice things, but says the meanest words. She wasn't annoyed anymore. She understood him now. She pats the ground beside her, inviting him to lie down. It felt good watching the stars from here, she murmurs. He obeys, settling beside her in the glowing meadow as a soft breeze rustles through the flowers. Asks her directly if she wants to join the tournament. She hadn't really thought about going back. His voice drops low and intense. Join it, he commands. We're all waiting for you. Her eyes glisten, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek at his heartfelt words. They stand together, a new resolve forged between them under the vast, starry sky. Back in the glowing meadow, the reality of his words hits her. She thinks of everyone she left behind. Kixing crying for her, Chixia worried sick, Pixie refusing to eat, Long Yuan and Chengying waiting. A gut-wrenching escapes her, and she covers her mouth as tears stream down her face. She had truly thought it would be better for them if she wasn't there. Wiping her tears, she looks at him with newfound determination. Thank you for letting me know, she says, her voice thick with emotion but firm with resolve. I won't disappoint you. She rears feet, her eyes blazing with a fire that had been extinguished for too long. I'm back, she declares. I must win the tournament. The scene shifts to the tranquil residence of Kinmu, shrouded in the quiet of the night. A guest, Yip, has arrived late. He's here to thank Master Qin for changing the rules, for giving Kalan a chance to return. Kinmu smiles serenely, posing a question. What if she doesn't even join? Yip is certain she will, confident in her bonds with others. He then looks pointedly at his master, adding that he knows Kinmu cares for her as well. A sly look crosses Kinmu's face. He admits is observant. He does care, he says, because he has been dreaming of a mysterious person for years. This person delivered a poem of prophecy. The prophecy spoke of an ill-fated one who had gone, and of a girl with 5 spiritual roots from a humble family who would avert disaster and allow the sect to thrive. Yip is stunned, asking if the first part referred to his senior disciple. Kinmu isn't sure. He tried to use divination to find this prophesied girl, but received only indecipherable results until Kalan appeared, a girl from a common background with 5 spiritual roots. Yip's expression hardens, his face a mask of solemn duty. He questions if Kinmu truly believes in something as flimsy as dreams. Kinmu confesses he didn't at first, but his own divination confirmed that a disaster was indeed coming for their sect, and he believes Killan is their savior. Yip rises abruptly, the rustle of his robes sharp in the still air. He cannot accept this. A coming disaster is not something a little girl can change on her own. He catches a falling leaf, his clenching into a tight fist around it. If they survive, it must be a collective effort, not the burden of a single person. He tells Kinmu that now that he knows, he will think of a plan, and with a bow, he takes his leave. As he departs, Kinmu remains seated, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. His hand slowly clenches, the leaf within his grasp coming to dust, his expression unreadable. A new chapter of her life begins, not with a grand flourish, but with the quiet melancholy of cherry blossoms falling around her and the enigmatic man who orchestrates her fate. Her new reality is the Sword Pavilion, a place she once commanded, now reduced to sweeping its floors. She stands before a disciple, back straight despite the broom in her hand, announcing her task is complete. He stares, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, reminding her of her fall from grace. He muses how awkward it must be for the former master to work alongside her old subordinates. With false kindness, he offers her a new assignment, a transfer to the sword trade to help out. He adds that she won't be lonely. Her good friend is waiting for her there. The man's eyes glint with malice as he reveals Tang Huan is already there, mopping the floors, urging Killan to hurry and join her. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. This is not a kindness, it's a punishment. Arriving at the bustling sword trade building, Killan finds her friend. Tang Huan looks up, her expression a mix of resignation and sorrow, asking if that wretched man had transferred Killan here too. Killan's heart sinks, apologizing profusely, the guilt weighing on her like a physical blow. But Tang Huan just offers a weak smile, insisting it wasn't her fault. They were both responsible for what happened at the pavilion. Their bittersweet reunion is cut short by the harsh reality of their new station. A sharp voice commands Tang Huan to get back to cleaning, while another disciple beckons to Killan, the new girl. Killan turns, her face a mask of polite innocence as she asks how she can help. The man examines her, a calculating look in his eyes. She wasn't bad-looking and seems smart enough. Perhaps he could train her to be a salesgirl. He leans in close, his proximity making her blush, and she immediately launches into a practice sales pitch for a nearby customer. She tries her best, but her compliments sound hollow, and the other disciples openly mock her for using the same lines on every client. Desperate, she tries to personalize her approach, pointing out the calluses on the man's hands, but her heart just isn't in it. She's a warrior, not a merchant, and the thought of doing this every day is terrifying. Her failure is palpable, and the senior disciple sighs in disappointment, reassigning her to the tedious task of checking inventory in the storehouse. He hands her a stack of ledgers, and she accepts them without a word. In the dusty solitude of the storehouse, Killan pores over the records. 200 swords, scabbard silk boxes. Everything seems normal until she gets to a truly bizarre entry. Countless strange boxes filled with nothing but earth. Her confusion turns to shock as she hears a commotion outside. A group of disciples stumbles, dropping one of the massive crates. It crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, bursting open. Just as the ledger said, soil spills out across the stone courtyard. Disciples stare in disbelief, realizing they've been hauling literal dirt all day. No wonder it was so heavy. Their supervisor immediately silenced their complaints, reminding them they were paid for this work, and these were direct orders from the mysterious Feng Yi. Impatiently, he orders them to clean up the mess. Killan steps forward, her quiet but firm, questioning the logic of moving so much soil into a weapons storehouse. Another disciple tries to placate her, explaining that Feng Yi was turning the Baron's Point Peak into a lush garden, and this was likely just temporary storage. But as Killan looks around at the storehouse, now almost completely filled with dirt, a deep sense of unease settles over her. Feng Yi's priorities felt so alien: corridors, planting trees. Why was he focusing on such trivial things? Her mind flashes back to his ethereal face, his strange promise to teach her talisman starting tomorrow. She shakes the thought away, deciding she first needed to get the yellow paper he requested. She'll just ask an errand boy to fetch some. But as she heads out, she overhears a heartbreaking conversation. Her friend Han had just pawned something for a pitiful 2 taels of silver. The errand boy complains about the trouble, but agrees to hold the ticket for her. Once Tang Huan is out of sight, Killan approaches the boy, feigning a simple purchase request. Then, with calculated casualness, she asks what the girl had pawned. The boy righteously declares it's her privacy. Without a word, Killan discreetly slides a pouch of money into his hand. She explains softly that she's a friend who just wants to help. His resolve crumbles. He confesses that Tang Huan pawned a carved jade hairpin, a precious family heirloom given to her by her mother as a dowry. An image of the beautiful pin flashes in Killan's mind. Without hesitation, she presses 2 taels of silver into his hand, instructing him to get the hairpin back as soon as possible. Walking away, Killan sighs, her heart heavy with sorrow for friend. She knew Tang Huan's pride. Being forced with such a treasure must have been devastating. Her somber thoughts are shattered by panicked screams. She sees another girl being brutally accosted, accused of stealing. The bullies sneer, saying it's no wonder she was kicked out of the Sword Pavilion. It seems in this place, the cruelty was a never-ending cycle. The relative peace of the Sword Pavilion is shattered when Jiang Qilan is sudden-bushed, a rough hand grabbing her arm. She cries out in pain, demanding to be let go. One of her tormentors sneers, her voice dripping with venom. No wonder Qilan was kicked out of the Sword Pavilion. She must have been caught stealing. The other girl chimes in, accusing Qilan of taking 2 taels of silver from her and getting 2 more from pawning something. Qilan's face burns with indignation, her voice trembling as she denies the wretched accusation. It's not like that. She got the money from the errand boy, and she can prove it. The ringleader just scoffs, dismissing her defense. Who's to say the errand boy isn't her accomplice? Qilan desperately explains that he still has the pawn ticket, they can just go and check. But the bully is relentless, her questions like sharp little knives. When did she lose her money? This morning, right after Qilan paid them a visit. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Qilan is the only possible culprit. The bully's voice rises, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Everyone was searched except for her. Then the other girl's eyes land on Qilan's hair. It's not easy to hide 2 taels of silver, so why does she have such a ridiculously large hair bun? The accusation clicks into place. My money is in your hair. She shrieks, lunging forward. Qilan flinches back, trying to explain, but it's no use. The ringleader smirks, confident in her victory, but just as they're about to tear her hair apart, a calm voice cuts through the chaos. She was with me, pawning stuffs, Yunwei standing there like a guardian angel. Yeah, she confirms, her presence alone enough to silence the bullies. Qilan looks at her, her eyes wide with shock and overwhelming gratitude. Yunwei turns to her friend, her voice soft. It's not that she doesn't think of her as a friend, it's just that things have been difficult since she was dismissed. She gently presses a finger to her lips, a silent promise. I know, she whispers. Her gaze is so kind, so understanding. So tell me, she asks, what happened. The moment the coast is clear, Qilan's brave facade crumbles, and she breaks down to heartbreaking sobs. As the sun sets, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and red, she confesses everything. Her mother had suddenly fallen ill, and she needed money for medicine. Tears stream down her face. She admits she had no other choice but to sell her precious hairpin. Yunwei listens, her heart aching for her friend. You should have told me, she says gently. Even though she's no longer in charge of the Sword Pavilion, she still has some savings. She explains that she has room and board here and doesn't need to pay for anything anymore, so Qilan should just take it. Yunwei's expression grows melancholic as she thinks of her own past. You know, my mother passed away because of a disease. Do you know how much I envy you? There's nothing more important than your mother being healthy. Qilan's heart swells with emotion, whispering Yunwei's name in a choked voice. Overcome with gratitude, she throws her arms around her, hugging her tightly as she cries. Thank you. Later that day, Yunwei is completely passed out on her bed, drained from the emotional roller coaster. A graceful, ethereal figure materializes above her. It's her handsome master, Cloud. She jolts awake, her eyes wide with panic as a horrifying realization hits her. I forgot to buy the yellow paper. Cloud just smiles, effortlessly handsome, and presents a thick stack of the very paper she needs. I brought you some, he says, his voice like silk. He knew he could trust her, but he wasn't the one who prepared it. Confused, she just looks at him. He explains that Chunjin helped cut the paper, adding that the little sword spirit missed her a lot as he places the stack in her hands. A faint blush colors her cheeks. She'll have to thank him when he returns. Renewed with purpose, she looks up at her master, her eyes shining with determination. Cloud, please teach me more, I'll do my best. A rare gentle smile touches his lips. He must return soon, he thinks to himself, but for now he agrees. Let's get started. That night, a thunderous boom erupts from Yunwei's room. An alarmed Jiang Qilan rushes over, banging on the door. Jiang Qilan! I'm sorry. Yunwei peeks out, looking utterly guilty. What are you doing? Qilan demands. Yunwei quickly lies, claiming she just dropped something. But Qilan can smell smoke. Is something burning? And nothing? Yunwei insists, wishing her a hasty good night before slamming the door in her face. She leans against the wood, letting out a heavy sigh. She's afraid the neighbors will break in if the seals explode again. Cloud, ever the picture of calm, suggests a new plan. He'll handle the blasting seals, while she practices the othipes. Yunwei's at her desk, meticulously drawing symbols on a talisman. She looks up at Cloud, her brow furrowed with worry. Can I really use these? What if the competition bans them? He reached no rule against it, and they're powerful enough to handle newbies. She glances at the pile of failures beside her with a sigh. But I ruined so many. He softens, telling her it's okay. He knows she's short on money. He had Chi Xiao sell some of his brocade to buy her more supplies. The little crystal spirit puffs out its chest, adding that she has to repay him double one day. That's so him, Yunwei giggles. But as she gets back to work, her hand trembles. Her eyes widen in horror as she instinctively throws an arm up to shield her face. Boom! Another explosion rips through the room, sending furniture flying. In a blur of white and silver, Cloud moves, pulling her into a protective embrace just as the shockwave hits. The crystal spirit is in awe. Crystal, you reacted so fast. You're so strong. The little guy preens, only to suddenly spit up blood. Yunwei cries, rush to its side. The noise is so deafening that Kellen's screams from next door loud. Yunwei yells back. Elsewhere, chaos reigns. A group of disciples stare at their completely empty room in disbelief. I can't believe Cheng Ying emptied this room. One shouts, while another wails for his chopsticks. Their leader smirks, thinking he's outsmarted her by stashing the important things on the roof. But the elf-like Qi delivers the final blow with a sly grin. Your rouge is gone. His smug facade instantly shatters into a million pieces. What? Another disciple just stares at the barren space. Utterly defeated. It's getting so empty in here. Without Kellan, the atmosphere at the Sword Pavilion felt hollow, a truth that Zuo Qiyu couldn't help but point out. He tried to sound casual, remarking that they were just going back to the way things were before she arrived, but the question hung in the air wasn't his companion used to it. But Lin Baiyan, ever the picture of calm elegance, simply snapped open his fan with a graceful flick of his wrist. A confident smile played on his lips as he reassured them not to worry. The competition was just around the corner, and with Wei's help, Kellan would surely be back. Meanwhile, her loyal friends were already hard at work, their adorable chibi forms buzzing with energy as they vowed to make more yellow paper for her, a testament to their unwavering support. The preparations were intense, Kellan's cheeks flushed with a dizzy blush as a massive chest was opened for her, brimming with supplies, before she was whisked away to train. She practiced her aim, flicking a coin at a distant tree. But the real challenge began under the pale moonlight. Her ethereal, silver-haired master held up several talismans, his voice a calm melody as he asked her to spot the difference between them. Her eyes widened as she stared at the intricate red symbols. Her head spun with utter confusion. They looked exactly the same. Despite the difficulty, she pored over a book of seals, her brush poised in concentration, only for her efforts to culminate in a massive, fiery explosion that rocked the courtyard. An older woman stood with her hands on her hips, her face a mask of stern disapproval, as Kellan peeked sheepishly from behind a doorway, the clear culprit of the chaos. The whole support squad scattered in a comical panic, papers flying everywhere as they fled the scene of the crime. All the chaotic training had left her utterly exhausted, and she was found asleep at her desk, a tiny trail of drool on her book. It was then that the whispers of two nearby disciples cut through her dreams. The competition registration was open today. Her eyes snapped open in an instant. This was her chance. She launched from her seat like a cannonball, a frantic black blur that startled the girls. "Excuse me," she yelled, her face a mask of wild-eyed desperation as she demanded to know where she could sign up. She sprinted with every ounce of her being toward the grand registration hall. Slamming her hands on the desk, she panted for breath, announcing herself as Jiang Kellan from the sword shop, here to sign up. Murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd. Wasn't she the one who was kicked out? The registrar looked down his list, asking if she was indeed the Jiang Kellan from the Sword Pavilion. She confirmed her identity, her heart pounding, only for the man to frown. This was weird, he mumbled. Because someone had already signed her up. Kellan's jaw dropped. Who on earth would do that? The registrar simply shrugged, having no idea, and informed her that the preliminary contest was in just 3 days. A preliminary contest. The words hit her like a ton of bricks. The shock quickly hardened into pure, unadulterated resolve. She rushed to tell her friend the unbelievable news, explaining that while she didn't know who registered her, this was her one shot to get back to the Sword Pavilion. But her friend's reaction was a splash of cold water, telling her to forget it and not waste her time. A spark of frustration ignited in Kellan's eyes, her cheeks puffing out in pure indignation as she yelled back, asking why her friend couldn't just a little confidence in her. Beneath the vast, star-dusted night sky, the water corridor bridge was less of a bridge and more of a trial. Little Muley stood trembling atop a single, slender wooden post, the dark water below threatening to swallow her whole. Her tiny body shivered, not from the cold, but from sheer terror. From the safety of the platform, the ethereal Yunwei watched her with his usual infuriating calm, his silver hair glowing like moonlight. He told her not to just stand there frozen, but to familiarize herself with her surroundings, as if it were that simple. Her heart hammered in her chest. She just knew that if she tried to jump, she would plummet straight into the icy water. He cocked his head, his voice smooth and even, asking if she truly needed to jump. With a burst of false confidence, she declared she could just walk, spreading her little arms wide for balance as she stared him down. But he saw right through her bravado. The root cause, he stated with cutting bluntness, was her short legs, and there was simply nothing they could do about that. A vein popped on Muley's forehead. That wretched, silver-haired jerk. Yunwei is a dumbass, she seethed internally, her face contorting in rage. No girl in her right mind would ever like someone with an attitude like that. Yunwei, however, remained utterly unbothered, completely ignoring her silent fury with a placid, deadpan expression. Taking a deep, shaky breath to calm her boiling anger, Muley decided to prove him wrong. She gathered all her strength and leaped. For a heart-stopping moment, she was airborne, but then gravity took hold, and she began to tumble, a panicked scream tearing from her throat. Just her foot slipped, the cold water rushed up to meet her, a strong pair of arms wrapped around her waist, snatching her from the air. "It's Yunwei." He had moved like a phantom, appearing behind her in an instant to save her. "That was close," he murmured, his breath warm against her ear, noting terribly cold the water was. She was safe, held securely against his chest. Muli fidgeted, her face burning with embarrassment as she mumbled an apology. He warned her to stay still. If she kept moving, he might just spit blood from the strain. He gently corrected her posture, telling her she was far too stiff, too consumed by the fear of falling. Then, just when she thought the mortification was over, he added that he hadn't realized her legs were so short, and on top of that, she weighed a lot. Weighs a lot? The two forbiddens echoed in her mind, and her embarrassment instantly combusted into pure, unadulterated rage. "You're finished?" she shrieked, finally steady on her own 2 feet. "Stay right there," she pointed an accusing finger at him, ready for battle. But he just stood there, a god-like figure, against the night sky, his expression serene. With a graceful turn, his form almost translucent, he told her that now, she could do it. She blinked, confused. Looking down, she realized she was standing perfectly balanced all on her own. "I did it." Her eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with newfound accomplishment. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Yunwei's lip as he watched her. He admitted softly. Her heart gave a powerful thud, a badam that echoed in the quiet night. Flustered beyond belief, she quickly announced she was going back to practice on her own for the next 2 days and started trotting away. He offered to stay, suggesting she practice today while he was there to fish her out if she fell again. She stopped in her tracks, whirling around. Didn't he just say she was heavy? She challenged him, asking how she could possibly bother someone as weak as him. For a moment, his hand twitched, his sleeve rustling as if he meant to reach for her. He was going to prove himself, he resolved, ready to go again. Later, Muli clutched her chest, her face flushed a deep crimson. She thought, utterly flustered by the memory. "Crystal the fool!" She yelled at the sky, trying to vent the strange new feelings bubbling inside her. Left behind, a chibi version of Yunwei looked on in total bewilderment, a cloud of question marks swirling around his head. Why did she get angry? Muli dashed away, her heart pounding relentlessly in her chest. Why was it racing like this? It couldn't be because of him. No, he must have just been really pissed off at that idiot. That had to be it. The day of the preliminary contest arrived, and the disciples all gathered together. The vice master of the Divine Sword Sect, Xiao Heng, explained the rules of the first round. Before them stood a mack of iron wood, a material as hard as stone that couldn't be split by divine power alone. To qualify, contestants had to leave a mark on it. The trial began. One after another. Disciples. A burly young man swung his sword with all his might. But it just bounced off with a loud ping, leaving the block completely unharmed. Huffing and sweating, he was declared a fail. He walked off, defeated but vowing to return as the next number was called. A handsome young man with a confident air stepped forward. He drew his sword, and it glowed with a powerful spiritual energy that had the crowd murmuring in awe. He would definitely make it. He let out a fierce cry and brought the blade down in a powerful slash. The crowd fell silent, their hopeful expressions turned to ones of second-hand embarrassment. On the vast, unblemished surface of the ironwood was the faintest, most pathetic little scratch. The contestant looked utterly devastated, weakly asking if he had passed. The official clapped him on the back none too gently. Yes, you passed. Now next," he said dismissively, pushing the poor boy aside. And as the next contestant was called, a small hand shot up from the crowd. Here, a clear voice called out. It was Muli, looking small but fiercely determined, ready to face the impossible challenge. The air at the preliminary contest was thick with tension, the whispers of the crowd a low hum of anxiety. The first round was proving to be brutal, and many wondered if even a quarter of the hopefuls would survive this trial. As others struggled, our sweet Jiang Kellen stepped forward, her expression a mask calm determination as she drew her sword, a blade bizarrely plastered with what looked like cheap, yellow paper seals. A wave of confusion and ridicule rippled through the onlookers. What in the world was that? They recognized her as the previous master's girl, and a sneer crossed their faces. She was clearly making a complete fool of herself. But Kalan ignored their scorn. Her eyes, usually so soft, ignited with a blazing crimson light, a terrifying power radiating from her small frame. Before her stood the target, a colossal pillar of solid ironwood, a challenge that defeated countless others. With a powerful swish, she didn't strike the pillar but instead did the unthinkable. She hurled the sword through the air like a common spear. The crowd erupted into open laughter, pointing and jeering at the absurd sight. She threw the sword. Did she think this was a game? Their mockery died in their throats as a deafening boom echoed through the arena. The sword slammed into the ironwood, and the seals detonated in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and splintered wood, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Silence fell, heavy and absolute. The once smirking onlookers were now frozen in place, their mouths hanging open in utter, stupefied shock. Amidst the settling dust, Killen casually wiped a smudge from her cheek, her voice as innocent as a spring morning as she asked if she had qualified. The stunned official finally managed to shout the result. Number 639S. Killen let out a quiet sigh of relief, her mission accomplished. But inside, her heart was hammering against her ribs. Yunwei never told her the seals were that powerful. That was genuinely dangerous. She could have been caught in the blast. Hidden among the trees, a stoic man with ethereal silver hair watched the chaos unfold, pressing a hand to his face in sheer exasperation. He had warned her to stay back, but did she listen? Of course not. She's so afraid she'd miss that she had to resort to such a reckless plan. As Killen rejoined the others, a friend rushed to her side, panicked at the sight of a small cut on her cheek. It was just from a flying rock, Killen explained, but yelped in pain when her friend tried to dab medicine on the wound. The silver-haired man, who had been about to step out, paused. He looked down at the ointment in his own hand before tucking it away with a soft, resigned sigh. It seemed she didn't need his help after all. Another contestant approached her, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. He confessed he never expected her to pass, especially after seeing her ridiculous sword covered in yellow seals. He was certain she was doomed to fail. Killen simply offered him a radiant, slightly mischievous smile, a playful hey escaping her lips. Her mind flashed back to her conversation with the silver-haired man, his shocked echoing in her memory. She had told him her grand plan, to cover the entire blade with a mountain of blasting seals. He had pointed out that the glue Posi made was barely working, but she had brushed off his concerns. With puffed-out cheeks, she had assured him that even if Posai only knew how to eat, his glue would be good enough for this. He had looked so relieved to hear she was just being sarcastic, and she had beamed back at him, knowing deep down that his teasing wasn't meant to be cruel. Back in the present, Killen walked with a jolly skip in her step, blissfully unaware of the debates she had caused. Other contestants couldn't believe she had passed, though some grudgingly admitted she wasn't that bad. One sore loser, however, was fuming. He decried her victory as cheating, whining about how many potential disciples had been unfairly eliminated because she stuck seals on her sword. But a more level-headed participant shut him down. The rules didn't forbid it. What was stopping him from doing the same? He should just admit he wasn't as clever as she was. The man sputtered indignantly, claiming he could have easily passed too if only he had the seals, his excuse earning a derisive scoff from a nearby swordsman. Far away, in a lavishly decorated office, news of this spectacle reached another powerful figure. A breathtakingly handsome man in elegant black robes let a sudden snort of laughter as his subordinate delivered the report. She blew up the ironwood with seals. The very idea was preposterous. He couldn't hold it in, a hand flying to his lips to stifle his giggles. His attendant confirmed it. Jiang Killen had indeed passed the first round. The man burst into full-throated laughter, tears welling in his eyes. That was absolutely hilarious. How on earth did she even think of something so insane? Wiping a tear away, he sighed contentedly. She was just so funny. His subordinate reminded him that there were 3 more rounds, asking if he wished to observe. In an instant, the man's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy, calculating gaze. There was no need, he stated coldly. The preliminary contest was nothing compared to the true competition. If she couldn't even pass these simple tests, her chances of winning later were non-existent. The subordinate flinched under the sudden, suffocating pressure. A faint, knowing smirk touched the handsome lord's lips as he gazed out the window. "Don't you dare let me down, Killen." A vision of a future yet to come. Our heroine stands beside her ethereal, silver-haired master, a shower of delicate cherry blossoms raining down around them. Her gaze is soft as she looks up at the handsome man, a picture of pure innocence and budding affection nestled beside his quiet strength. The next morning dawns bright and peaceful, a cheerful hum filling the air as our heroine makes her way through the courtyard, full of energy for the day ahead. She was so excited to get to the quincunxal piles for some early practice, but her eyes widen in utter disbelief at the scene before her. An absolute sea of disciples throngs the area, a bustling, overwhelming crowd already gathered for the first test. Why were there so many people? Her heart sank. How long would she have to wait to even get a turn? A friendly young boy with a braided ponytail approaches, informing her that she's far too late. Everyone had been practicing since before the sun even dreamed of rising. A wave of bitter disappointment washes over her. It was clear she wouldn't be able to practice at all today. The boy's eyes then light up with recognition as he asks if she's the deposed master everyone has been gossiping about. He leans in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, revealing that the sect has set up a massive betting game for the competition. She stares at him, completely bewildered. What? He drops the humiliating bombshell. The betting is incredibly intense, and almost every single disciple has bet on her to be eliminated in this very first round. The insult ignites a raging fire within her soul. What? These wretched people dared to look down on her like this. A furious ojai explodes from her small frame as she clenches her tiny fist, her eyes burning with resolve. She absolutely had to win now, if only to shove their arrogance back down their throats. The new round begins, and the water is quickly filled with the splashing and pathetic cries of failed contestants. A stern voice booms, ordering the eliminated disciples to clear the area so the next contenders don't delay. Just as her number is called, she overhears 2 men snickering nearby, one asking the other if he also bet on her to lose. The other confirms with a smug gup, laughing as if her failure were a guarantee. These guys, a cold, dangerous glint enters her eyes. She was going to impress every single person here today. With a determined leap, she launches herself onto the course, jumping from one wooden pile to the next with shocking agility. Her feet are a blur, tapping lightly on the surface of each pole, a dance of pure focus. She moves like a pink whirlwind against the blue sky, her eyes locked forward with fierce concentration, skidding slightly on a landing but never once losing her balance. She skips effortlessly to the next pole, and a sudden, tense hush falls over the entire crowd. The two gossiping now clutch their bedding slips, their confident smirks wiped clean from their faces as her foot lands perfectly once more, a brilliant sparkle emanating from the point of contact. But then, disaster strikes. She leaps, her body soaring through the air, but her eyes widen in pure panic. The next pole is too far. Oh no, she can't reach it. The crowd erupts, the men who bet against her screaming in delight, waving their slips in the air as if they'd already won. Just as she begins to fall, her foot slips on the very edge of the pole, her body plummeting towards the water below. In that moment of crisis, a vision of her and her master flashes in her mind. A silent reminder of the unwavering bond they share, a testament to the one person who still believed in her. The crowd freezes, their cheers dying in their throats. Were their eyes deceiving them? It was as if she was suspended in mid-air, defying gravity itself. No, she wasn't falling! In a breathtaking display of agility, she uses the side of the very pole. She slips as a foothold and jumps. She lands flawlessly on the final platform. Complete. The stunned official hands her a golden token, his expression one of pure disbelief. She had passed. A radiant smile blooms on her face, pure, unadulterated happiness radiating from her as she clutches the precious seal. This was it. This was the seal Yun Wei had given her. He'd told her to put it in her shoes before the contest, and now she finally understood why. She puffs her cheeks out in an adorable pout. That wretched man really should have told her it was for absorbing the quincunxial piles. She'd almost missed the trick entirely. Her little friend rushes over, his eyes wide with admiration, congratulating her on the very impressive feat. He then grins slyly, handing her a piece of paper and declaring that she'd made a fortune. She stares at it, completely lost. This is... Don't pretend, he teases. You're the one who spent a whopping 10 taels of silver on yourself, aren't you? She examines the betting slip, which declares a massive win for her John Killan. But there was no name on it. How could he possibly know who placed the bet? He just shrugs, saying the only way to know for sure is to check the records at the betting pool, before insisting it wasn't him. He then dashes off with a cheerful wave, leaving her standing there, slightly offended but deeply curious. Back in the quiet of her room, her mind whirls with the question, who on earth would bet so much on her to win? A memory of her master, Yun Wei, surfaces, his calm, statuesque figure filling her thoughts. 10 taels of silver. She never dreamed anyone would believe she could pass the first round, let alone bet on it. A warm, fuzzy feeling blossoms in her chest, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears of gratitude. Someone out there still believed in her, and this person could only be... Her heart settles on the image of her handsome, silver-haired master. She recalls him taking something from his sleeve, his elegant hand pausing mid-air. Who else but him had that kind of money and held such impossibly high hopes for her? Even after he banished her from the Sword Pavilion, he was still watching over her from the shadows. She pushes the thought aside, deciding to focus on preparing for the next round. Suddenly, Yun Wei is there, handing her a small, glowing crystal. She looks up, confused. A crystal. He simply tells her to pass it back when she's done. He coolly explains that the next round will likely involve climbing the Sword Mountain and racing, and that he is going to prepare the necessary props while she gets some rest. But as he turns his back to leave, she calls out for him to wait. With her cheeks burning with embarrassment, she makes a desperate plea. She'd given all her savings to Tang Huan and used the rest on coins for practice. Could he please lend her some money for dinner? She swears on her life she'll pay him back. He looks down at her with that same infuriatingly icy expression and delivers a single, crushing word, no. He then turns and walks away without another glance, leaving her utterly aghast. Why are you so mean? She fumes silently, her cheeks puffing out in indignation. Defeated, she trudges back to her room, resigning herself to a bleak future of eating plain congee every day. But as she slumps at her table, her eyes fall upon a small, gleaming silver ingot that definitely wasn't there a moment ago. Huh? She stares at the unexpected money, a wave of complete and utter confusion washing over her. The next day, a soft knock echoed through her room before the door slid open. The ethereal silver heron stood there, his presence filling the space with a calm yet intimidating aura. He'd come to return the silver from last night, but seeing her, he had another idea. He tossed a thick stack of golden seals directly at her face, which she barely caught with a startled cry. He instructed her to stick them on her body before climbing the mountain. Though he admitted they weren't a magic solution, she'd still need to rely on her own strength. Sitting down, she thanked him, and he then presented her with a beautifully crafted sword, telling her to take this too. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she held the weapon, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her. Jingren simply waved it off, claiming it was just cheap, common sect equipment, chosen specifically because it wouldn't draw attention to her wealth during the competition. With a curt "see you," he vanished, leaving Crystal utterly bewildered. Why did it feel like he was angry with her? Outside the sword den, the rules for the third round were announced. A grueling race where only the first 50 to finish would pass. The test was exactly as she had predicted. As the crowd gathered, a voice called her name, but it was drowned out by the announcer's booming command. The preliminary contest began. A wave of disciples surged forward in a mad dash. a chaotic blur of pushing and shoving. But then, a few figures shot into the sky, their swords carrying them above the fray, leaving the earthbound disciples staring up in shock. Crystal observed the scene with a sharp gaze. Only a handful of newcomers were skilled enough for sword riding. A sly, confident smile graced her lips. This was her chance. Soaring through the air, she left the struggling masses far below, a lone figure claiming a definite advantage. She landed gracefully at the finish line, the first to arrive. An official handed her a wooden tag, noting she was number 7. He seemed surprised she wasn't celebrating her victory, and she recognized him as the senior from the sword shop. He explained with a humble air that anyone who joined the sect within the last decade could compete, so it was only natural for a 10-year veteran like him to be ahead of newcomers. Crystal felt a jolt of realization. This man was both incredibly powerful and incredibly modest. A flush of shame crept her neck as she admitted to herself that she'd grown a bit too cocky. These people were her true rivals. With renewed determination, she walked toward the final stage. Before them loomed a majestic, the final selection. The rules were brutal. They had to climb to the top on foot, with no sword riding or flying equipment allowed. Crystal clenched her fist, her eyes burning with resolve. This was the last one. 2 hours later, that resolve had melted into pure, agonizing exhaustion. Panting heavily and leaning on a makeshift walking stick, she felt despair creep in. This was impossible. She couldn't even keep up with the man just ahead of her. As she struggled onward, her legs trembling with fatigue, she noticed the man in front of her had frozen in place. She called out to ask if he was all right, but he just turned a hand over his mouth, warning her to stay back. Deciding it was better to focus on the test, she pushed past him, vowing to report the strange behavior later. The higher she climbed, the more bizarre the situation became. More and more disciples were standing stock still, lost in a daze. Suddenly, a handsome but unsettling disciple appeared at her side, leaning uncomfortably close. He whispered that she was pretty and offered to carry her, making her skin crawl. She shrieked, telling him to stay away. He pleaded for her to come back, explaining that she had woken him from an illusion laid on the mountain, and he only wanted to thank her. His explanation was even creepier. He claimed the mountain's formations were a test, and when he smelled a young girl to his left, he knew he was in an illusion and managed to wake up. Crystal was thoroughly disgusted, wishing with all her might that he had stayed asleep. Finally reaching the summit, she stumbled past the gate, her body screaming in protest. Potential is all about persistence, she gasped, forcing herself forward. The strange disciple watched her with a pained expression, clutching his heart as if she'd wounded him. An official congratulated him on reaching the top, handing him the tag for 15th place. Crystal collapsed over the finish line moments later, earning herself 16th place. Just as the preliminary contest was declared over, the strange disciple called out to her. A malicious, twisted his features. Since she hated him so much, he would show her no mercy. He pointed an accusing finger at her, his voice ringing across the plaza. He reported this disciple for cheating. He held up a stack of seals, the very ones Jingaran had given her, claiming they fell off her. He insisted these seals protected her from the illusions, giving her an unfair advantage. His eyes glinted with sinister delight. It was obvious she knew the rules and prepared in advance. That was cheating, he snarled, demanding she be eliminated. Crystal's world shattered, her wide, horrified eyes reflecting the raw shock of his venomous betrayal. A beautiful memory, fragile as cherry blossoms, shows a silver-haired man standing beside a young girl, a moment of peace before the storm. The story that unfolds, however, is one of trials and illusions, buried deep within the tomb of famed swords. In the hallowed grounds of the Divine Sword Sect, the air was thick with anticipation. An official fretted nervously. Since there was no precedent for this kind of situation, the final decision had to be left to the esteemed Master Kinmu. As if summoned by his very name, a flock of graceful cranes soared over the ornate rooftops. The disciples below murmured in awe. Master Kinmu was here. He had divined that 16 people had passed the grueling tests, and now he had come to see for himself. And then he appeared, descending from the heavens like a deity stepping out of a painting. His long silver hair flowed around him, his robes the color of jade, and an ethereal of lotus blossoms and shimmering water surrounded his statuesque form. The test official deeply, but Master Kinmu simply waved a hand, his voice as calm as a tranquil lake. There was no need for words, he said, for he had already divined the outcome. The 16 people stand him were their qualifiers. His serene gaze swept over the crowd, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he addressed the disciples. He was sure they had guessed the true intent of this, he mused. It wasn't just about raw power. The ironwood was a simple test of basic force, while the quincuncial piles were meant to weed out those who were nimble and determined enough to strive for a goal. The racing portion tested one's specific skills, and the final, brutal ascent of the Sword Mountain was a trial of pure physical endurance and heart. His logic was flawless, his expression knowing. Since using advanced sword techniques on the piles wasn't a violation, then naturally using an illusion formation while climbing the mountain couldn't be considered cheating either. Killen's heart fluttered with a mix of gratitude and anxiety as she met his gaze. She worried that if she passed so easily, others would be unconvinced, whispering her favoritism. She had to ask what his solution was. Master Kinmu's eyes held a glint of amusement as he presented his challenge. She would re-enter the illusion formation, but this time without the protection of a seal. If she could break free from the illusion and return to her senses within the time it took an incense stick to burn, she would pass. A bold and dangerous proposition. Without a moment's hesitation, her voice rang out clear and firm. She accepted. In an instant, the world dissolved around her, plunging her into a dizzying void of stars and nebulae as a burning talisman fell from above. Her body felt weightless as she descended, a lone figure in an endless, sparkling darkness. She landed softly, the illusion solidifying around her. Suddenly she was a child again, standing in a familiar courtyard. A voice from the past echoed, warning her to be careful of the cabinet corners. Her eyes, wide with childhood innocence, took in the scene, a sense of dread slowly creeping into her heart. Her gaze then fell upon a portly, sneering man, her uncle overseeing servants carrying furniture out of her home. A surge of righteous fury filled her small frame as she ran to him, demanding to know why he was taking their things. The wretched man scoffed, his face a mask of greed. Her mother had stashed away a fortune, he spat, yet she hadn't contributed a single penny to the family shrine. So why shouldn't he take her furniture as compensation? Tears welled in Killen's eyes. Her mother was too weak to even leave her bed, and this monster didn't care at all. He was breaking into their house and robbing them blind. The whispers of the onlookers were like daggers, mocking the uneducated child of a concubine for daring to yell at her elders. Her uncle shoved her away with a grunt, telling her to beat it. The sharp, stinging crack of a slap echoed through the courtyard, her head snapping to the side from the force. He loomed over her, his voice dripping with false righteousness, scolding her for yelling when her poor mother was so ill. He would her a lesson on her mother's behalf, he sneered, his shadow completely engulfing her small, trembling form. But in that moment of terror, a primal rage erupted within her. With a wild scream, she lunged forward and sank her teeth into his arm like a cornered wolf. He in pain, calling her a crazy girl as she kicked and fought with all her might. But then a faint, weak sound from inside the house cut through the chaos. A cough. Her blood ran cold. Mother. She scrambled inside, her heart pounding. To find her mother hunched over in bed, coughing weakly into a cloth, she rushed to her side, her voice trembling as she asked if she was okay. Her mother gave her a faint, pained smile, telling her it was fine and to come here. She gently warned her daughter not to fight with them, that a girl would only suffer. But how could she not? Tears streamed down Killen's face, that their uncle had emptied their entire house. Her mother's gaze was filled with a deep, heartbreaking sorrow. Stroking her daughter's tear-stained cheek, she whispered that it wasn't important. Her voice was fragile as she delivered the devastating blow. Her days were numbered, and Killen had to go for father. Killen shook her head frantically, sobbing that her mother was getting better, that she had to get better. She didn't want a father who had abandoned them. All she ever wanted was to stay with her mother forever. Her mother's own tears began to fall, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. It was all her fault, she confessed. The father Killen resented had left them a fortune, but she couldn't protect it, and their relative had taken it all. She grasped Killen's hand, her grip weak, whispering how sorry she was. Killen could only choke out that it was enough, trying to soothe the woman who was her entire world. But the bitterness was a poison in her heart. Even if he had left a mountain of gold, nothing was better than him staying with them. If he had been here, would they have been bullied by these snobbish, wretched relatives? Her mother sighed, a sad smile on her lips. Her father had the world in his heart. A man like that could never stay in one small place. Killen's head drooped. Her mother always spoke up for him, always defended the man who wasn't there. With her last ounces of strength, her mother gave her final instructions. After she died, the funeral should be simple. Sell the house. Go find your father. The words were a death sentence, reflected in Killen's wide, terrified eyes. He was well known at the Divine Sword Sect, her mother whispered, her voice fading. He would protect her. The scene dissolved into a flurry of white funeral ribbons and paper money carried on a column. A small figure in white mourning clothes stood alone in the rain. She didn't want a life of luxury, she thought, her heart an aching, empty void. She didn't expect any from the man called father. All she ever wanted was her family. Her gaze fell upon a group of ants devouring a crumb on the stone path, a stark reminder of her scavenging relatives. A fragmented memory of a happy family meal flashed in her mind. It was like the thought snagged. A strange feeling washed over her. She was forgetting something important, something crucial. The world of the illusion began to waver and crack. In the real world, the last wisp of smoke curled up from the incense stick. Killen's eyes fluttered open, tears still streaming down her cheeks, her face pale and drawn from the raw, painful memory she had just relived. She had returned, she had passed. Master Kinmu watched the small girl, a frown creasing his brow as he wondered why she alone looked so utterly miserable. Everyone else had been blissfully lost in the illusion, a trial designed to present the deepest, most tempting desires of the human heart, be it unimaginable wealth, absolute power, or carnal lust. The scene then shifted to the vast Divine Sword Sect Square, where hopeful newcomers lined up for the next grueling test. An assessment of their spiritual roots. A gnawing feeling settled in Inglin's stomach. She was forgetting something vital. She just knew it. But it was useless to dwell on the hazy feeling. She had to focus on the spirit roots test now. The line had been agonizingly long, but finally it was their turn. A cheerful girl beside her, Tang Huan, wished her luck, hoping for a single spirit root for herself. Killen's own heart hammered against her ribs with nervous. Tang Huan went first and came back beaming, proudly declaring her father was a gifted man, so of course she was no different. But then the assessors voiced Kellan's result, a number that made her blood run cold. 5 spirit roots. Her face froze in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The judgment was swift and merciless. Outer disciple next. The crowd behind her buzzed with a mix of pity and scorn. Whispers followed her like shadows. Her spirit roots were so cluttered, she'd be better off farming. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over her, chilling familiarity with this crushing disappointment. Her heart sank to the very bottom of her stomach. She thought she was special, but here she was, right back at the bottom of the food chain. Just as despair began to set in, a friendly voice broke through. It was Tang Huan, who gently told her not to worry, admitting her own spirit roots weren't the best either and that they might even be assigned to the same department. Tang Huan reached out a warm, welcoming hand. Kellan took it, a small spark of hope igniting within her. Maybe even if she was a loser, she could still make friends like this. But as their hands touched, a blurry, fragmented memory slammed into her mind, a group of smiling faces calling her name with such affection. The world around her dissolved into a chaotic mess of black scribbles as the memory intensified. Tang Huan's voice cut through the haze, her hands on Kellan's shoulders, asking what was wrong. The illusion tightened its grip, pulling her into a vivid past that felt so real, so painful. A furious master smashed a precious vase, his voice dripping with contempt. Imbecile. Why did he ever take on such a useless apprentice? She was on her knees, apologizing profusely, the shame a physical weight on her shoulders. It was all her fault. She was so honored to be his student, but her limited abilities meant she was destined to fail him. The memory shifted, her master's rage still echoing. He had taught her and another disciple, Feng Yi, yet she couldn't even cast a simple discus. She was useless, couldn't even speak for herself. She covered her face, tears streaming down, whispering her apologies. Master, please don't be angry, she begged, her voice trembling. Just then a handsome and gentle young man named stepped in, wrapping protective arm around her. He soothed the master, reminding him that Kellan was still young and that he would take better care of her. He turned to her, his eyes full of warmth, telling her not to be scared. She knew the master's temper. He leaned in closer, his voice a comforting whisper, explaining that even though their master talked tough, deep down, he cared for them both. Cares about me? The words triggered another flash, a vision of an ethereal man with flowing white hair, standing beside her under a sky full of stars. Who was he? The question screamed in her mind as the image swirled, showing his silver hair like moonlight. The conflicting memories became too much, and Kellan cried out, clutching her head as a searing pain tore through her. She felt like she was drowning, the world turning to water around her. This strange familiarity, these had to be her real memories, was doing this. Stealing my memories, she was sinking, pulled down into a cold, dark abyss. A disembodied voice echoed from a swirling cosmic vortex, cold and persuasive. Why was she resisting? She'd just forget the memories that don't matter. The voice painted a beautiful picture for her, the friends who cared for her, the master she respected, and the ever-reliable Feng Yi. They were all here, waiting, and most importantly, the voice promised if she stayed, she would find her father. But a fire of pure defiance ignited in her soul. She didn't come to the Divine Sword Sect to find her father. She came to punch him in the face. Wait. There was something else, something even more important than her wretched father that she had forgotten. She bit her thumb, her mind racing. Then it came flooding back, not the illusion, but the truth. Visions of her real companions, her true family. No matter how useless she was, they recognized her, they relied on her, they cared for her. They were her family. Her eyes snapped open, burning with righteous fury. Those people in the illusion weren't her father or her master. Her real family. They were the ones who needed her. With a primal scream of determination, she vowed to remember every last detail. She threw a punch with all her might, and the fragile world of lies shattered around her into a million pieces. Her vision cleared, her eyes focusing on a single stick of incense burning in a censer, its smoke curling into the air. A slow clap echoed in the now silent room. Master Kinmu smiled faintly. She woke up just in time. Congratulations, he said. She passed. Red token was placed in her hand, the word pass stamped on it in bold gold. She bowed her head, offering her thanks. Later, in the tranquil morning sword den, her true master sat before her. He had compiled a scroll detailing information on all the competition's participants. He instructed her to memorize her opponent's shortcomings and characteristics. She promising to have it all memorized by that night. The godlike man with silver hair waved a dismissive hand. There was no rush. She just needed to focus on a few strong contenders as they were guaranteed to advance. She looked up from the daunting scroll, her expressions. Who were they? His gaze was sharp as he listed them off. The toughest one was He Jingfeng, followed by Yu Cheng, Deng Deming, and Liu Yun. She nibbled on her finger, a thoughtful frown on her face. He Jingfeng, that name sounded strangely familiar. Her master continued, explaining that since the duel order was decided by drawing lots, it was to avoid those powerhouses for now. Utterly drained, collapsed onto his lap, mumbling that it wasn't like she had a choice in the matter. Lying there, she sighed that the other competitors were probably just as strong as she was, if not stronger. He looked down at her, a rare, amused glint in his eyes. Fair point, he conceded, before dropping a bombshell of a condition. He would coach her, but if she dared to lose, she would have to return every last coin he'd lent her and spit out every single meal she had eaten on his dime. She shot up, pointing an accusing finger at his handsome face, her own a mask of betrayal. "You monster!" The two sat across from each other, a hilarious tension hanging in the air between master and disciple. The day of the final competition had arrived, but Crystal's ever-doting master assured her it was still early, his serene smile a contrast to the storm brewing in her heart. He gestured towards a document, his silvery hair catching the light like spun moonlight. He would tell her about 3 crucial matches ahead, his voice a calm anchor in her sea of anxiety. The scene shifted to a grand, bustling square, the air thick with anticipation. A massive tournament bracket detailing the final competition was on full display for all to see. The disciples gathered before a traditional pavilion, their fates to be decided by a simple draw of lots. Crystal's hand trembled slightly as she clutched the small, folded paper, a silent prayer echoing in her mind. "Please, please, just a little bit of luck, don't give me a monster for the first match," she pleaded with the heavens before tearing the paper open. Her breath hitched. Staring back at her was the number 5, bold and unforgiving. A nearby disciple confirmed her opponent on the bracket number 5. Yeah, her eyes darted to the board, searching for her name or her opponent. And then she saw it. He Jingfeng. Her blood ran cold. Not him. Anyone but him. "I'm going to lose," the thought screamed in her mind, her face paling in utter despair. The name felt so familiar, and then it hit her with the force of a physical blow. It's him. Her mouth fell open in a silent gasp of horror. She desperately tried to find a silver lining, her fists clenching at her sides. At least she wasn't up against the absolute strongest person in the first round. She probably wouldn't have to face him until the finals. But as her gaze drifted back to the bracket, her moment of relief shattered. Her eyes traced the lines connecting the names. Wait. He Jingfeng's opponent, what? Ding Sheng? It couldn't be. The 2 strongest disciples were pitted against each other in a duel of masters right from the start. She watched them from afar, Jing Cheng wishing his rival good luck, while He Jingfeng remained as cold and unreadable as a statue. So he was just pretending to be so before. Crystal huffed, a little annoyed but mostly relieved. "I'm glad they're up against each other, and not me." But her relief was short-lived. A smooth, sickly sweet voice purred from right behind her ear. "Yo, beautiful." She froze, a jolt of pure shock running down her spine. That voice, that sleazy tone, damning that womanizer. The man with the obnoxious teal hair leaned in, his face far too close, a smug grin plastered on his face. "Long time no see, did she miss him?" She squeaked, stumbling backward. Why was he talking so close to her? Why did he hate her so much? He simply chuckled, informing her that since he was her opponent in the first match, now would be a good time to start sucking up. She retreated as he advanced, his predatory gaze never leaving her. Her mind raced. "Are you number 6? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Deming fanned himself with an air of absolute victory. He was so lucky. Only 2 girls made it to the finals, and he got one of them. Awesome! A wave of dread washed over Crystal. He was one of the strongest Yunwei had warned her about. Crap. This match is against him. I'm done for. He continued to mock her, saying that while he didn't want to fight a girl, he had his reasons to move on. And he whispered, his eyes glinting with condescension from behind his fan, was very beatable, aren't you? Something inside Crystal snapped. The fear vanished, replaced by a cold, burning fury. Her amber eyes, once wide with panic, now narrowed into dangerous slits. A defiant smirk tugged at her lips. "Since you're so confident," she challenged, "bring it." The dramatic flick of her sleeves, she turned her back on, leaving him utterly speechless. Deming's heart hammered against his ribs badum. He hadn't realized she could be so breathtakingly attractive. As Crystal stalked away, she muttered under breath about how weird He Jingfeng was, catching the attention of the man himself, who looked on in confusion. Just then, a familiar voice called out Master Kinmu. The handsome silver-haired man gave a gentle wave from a distance. Mortified, ran for the nearest patch of trees, her face burning. But there was no escape. "Crystal, I know you're here." His voice echoed through the leaves. Her master appeared before her, looking ethereal. He told her it wasn't a bad draw. She slapped her forehead in exasperation. Really? She was up against one of the top 4. He simply smiled. Although her opponent was strong, his weaknesses were obvious. For her, it shouldn't be a problem. What did he mean? She asked, confused. He just told her not to worry. He had a plan. Back at the arena, the battle between He Jingfeng and Ding Cheng was a furious clash of steel. The betting must be heated for this match, Crystal mused, a mischievous thought entering her mind. I wonder if anyone is betting on me to win. Her master, as if reading her mind, mentioned her odds were probably 100 now. Many people would bet on her, he explained, but those who did were aiming to make a killing. Interested, he teased. She huffed, cheeks puffed out. Hey, she insists she was just curious, not planning to bet. Why not see for yourself? He offered with a sly smile. He could show her where it was. Her eyes widened. Wait, you know the odds and the location of the gambling den? A sudden suspicion bloomed. Did Dayu bet the 10 taels last time? Her master's composure finally cracked. It's at the side house of Sword Den, he said quickly, avoiding her gaze. A triumphant smirk crossed her face. Are you embarrassed? He stammered that he didn't know what she was talking about and then vanished in a blur of motion. He ran so fast. Giggling. She found the side house of Sword Den just as he'd said, and it was packed. The place was absolutely bustling. It seemed like half the sect was involved in the secret gambling ring. The master didn't even care. Putting on her most innocent face, she approached the betting table. Hello, I'd like to see the record of everyone's bets, she chirped sweetly. The man looked at her blankly. You can't see it if you don't bet. Her sweet facade crumbled into a pouting mask of despair. Fine. With the most miserable expression she could muster, she shot a single, lonely coin and placed it in the man's outstretched hand. Inside the bustling betting house, the air was thick with anticipation. But one woman's fury cut through it all as she slammed her hand down on the table with a loud bam. Everything was on He Jingfeng, she roared in frustration. She turned to Yun Wei, her face twisted in annoyance, complaining that no one was betting on anyone else. It was so boring. Even if they won, the payout would be pathetic with such skewed odds. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yun Wei's face. She leaned in, her pretty pink eyes focused, asking to see the betting book for herself. As her gaze scanned the pages, her eyes widened slightly. It was just as the woman said, name after name, bet after bet, all placed on He Jingfeng to win. Later, under the gentle rustle of golden leaves, Yun Wei walked, lost in thought. The ethereal Qi Xiao appeared behind her like a silent spirit, his voice soft as he asked if she saw the record in the betting book. Yun Wei flinched, quickly denying it, but her hesitation gave her away. He could see something was troubling her. He gently pressed, asking what was wrong. Her thoughts immediately went to her friend, Tang Huan. Her mother was sick and needed money, she explained, her voice laced with worry, but she couldn't understand why Tang Huan would resort to gambling. She knew Tang Huan wasn't that kind of person. There had to be another reason. Didn't she give her enough money last time? Her resolve hardened. She had to go ask her directly. But as she turned to leave, a firm but gentle hand wrapped around her wrist, stopping her. Don't. Qi Xiao's voice was low and serious. He told her that she didn't have time to be distracted right now. Even if Tang Huan was in dire straits, Yun Wei's priority had to be winning the match and regaining her position as master. Only then would she have the power to truly help her friends. His words struck a chord, and the fight left her eyes. He was right. She confessed that it just felt upsetting to be kept in the dark by a friend she cared about. The moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the world as night fell. Yun Wei's face was flushed a deep crimson, her heart pounding. Was she sure about this? Did she really have to go this far? She had made her decision. Across from her, the devastatingly handsome Qi Xiao sat with an air of perfect calm, simply humming in agreement. She looked at him, her voice small, asking if this would really help her win the match. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, followed by a faint, knowing smile. Have I ever been wrong? He asked, his confidence unshakable. Yun Wei could only manage a defeated little pout. He had her there. He assured her that the costumes were being handled by Qi Tsing and Ruby, who were working through the night. Everything would be fine. He presented her with a beautifully lacquered box. With a flourish, he revealed a stunning collection of high-end cosmetics, from delicate powders to vibrant pigments. Yun Wei gasped. Ruby had lent her all of this. It was far too much, but she insisted she would need every last item. Her shoulders slumped in adorable defeat. But even with all these treasures, she had no idea how to put on makeup. Don't worry, he said smoothly, his silver eyes sparkling. Ruby had given him a crash course, and he would do it for her. They would set her makeup tonight so she could focus solely on the competition. He picked up a pot of lip color, his expression suddenly sharp. This wasn't made by Ruby, and its color was fading. He told her to throw it away. Then he picked up another item, frowning in confusion. Was this a stone? That's eyebrow ink. Young yelped, explaining that a stone must have fallen in by accident while Qi Xiao looked on skeptically. She clutched the ink stick, pouting. What good was makeup in a fight against a philanderer anyway? She thought herself that Crystal, her nickname for Qi Xiao, couldn't possibly know what he was doing. Yet she watched, mesmerized, as he expertly inspected a pot of blush. Ruby really teach him? He declared that he would do her makeup exactly as instructed, and they would see how it turned out. Yun Wei could only watch, a mix of hope and terror in her heart. Miles away, under the starry sky, Ruby let out a sudden sneeze. She confessed to her companion that she'd been feeling restless, wondering how things were going. The other woman simply told her to leave it to Yun Wei. Let's go get Killan's new clothes, she suggested, adding that she hoped Killan would be worthy of a dress she made with her own hands. Ruby pouted, but her friend just smiled with serene confidence. Back in the room, dawn was breaking. Qi Xiao stared at his masterpiece with a horrified expression. He had followed the instructions, but something had gone horribly, horribly wrong. Yun Wei at her reflection, her face a comical dizzer of bright red clown cheeks and a crooked forehead marking. What was with this? He examined the makeup again, utterly baffled. He didn't think it was Ruby's problem. Yun Wei was now a crying chibai of despair. What was she gonna do tomorrow? Qi Xiao panicked in the background, their perfect plan having devolved into a hilarious catastrophe. The next day, the thunderous bang of drums echoed through the air, signaling the start of the competition. An official announced the rules. Weapons were permitted, But poison was not. This was a competition to find talent, not a bloodbath, so death blows were forbidden. With a final declaration, the 68th disciple competition began, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The announcer then called for the first pair of contestants to take the stage. Contestant number 1, Liu Yun, versus contestant number 2, the burly and intimidating Jin Yuan. But all eyes were on Liu Yun. She was an ethereal beauty, looking gentle and calm as a summer breeze, and the crowd was already completely captivated by her grace. 15 minutes later, the result of the previous match was clear for all to see. The loser lay sprawled on the stone ground, his face a grotesque canvas of bruise and swelling, groaning in pathetic agony. The announcer raised a small red flag, his voice booming across the arena as he declared Liu Yun won the victor. She stood elegantly over the bleeding, broken man, offering a polite, almost chilling thank you for the match. In the crowd, Killen's friend could only stare in horror, her hands clasped to her cheeks. That was vicious, she thought. How could Liu Yunwan go against a monster like that and come out on top? Her thoughts then immediately shifted to her own friend, a new wave of panic rising in her chest. It was almost Killen's turn, so where in the world was she? Elsewhere, in a quiet, sampled grove, Killen was having a moment of doubt, thinking that her current appearance was a little weird. But the ethereal silver-haired man beside her disagreed completely, his voice a soothing balm on her frayed nerves. No, it suited her perfectly, he assured her. He could sense her anxiety, gently asking if she was nervous, and she admitted that she was. Just a little. He told her not to panic, to simply remember the lessons Yun Xiao had taught her. She could do this. With the delicate touch, he adjusted a flower in her hair, his handsome face breaking into a soft, encouraging smile as he urged her to go ahead. He gave her a gentle, supportive push, sending her on her way. Back in the bustling arena, the next match was announced. After Feng Jiansheng won his bout, the official called for the third pair to get ready. A handsome young man with striking teal hair stepped forward, fan in hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He was ready. He glanced on the empty stage. A flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Where was his opponent? Just then, a voice as soft as a spring breeze floated through the air, announcing her presence. An explosion of pink petals seemed to materialize from nowhere, and through the beautiful storm, she appeared. Jiang Kelajin, an ethereal fairy cloaked in a flowing white and green gown, flowers woven into her magnificent hair and ribbons dancing around her like living things. Her opponent, Deng Ming, and her friend in the crowd were both struck utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the official had to do a double take, questioning if that breathtaking creature was truly Jiang Cullen. The crowd buzzed with excitement. She was so cute, a complete transformation from the girl they'd seen before. Deng Ming couldn't reconcile this vision with his memory. Was this really that annoying little girl from the other day? Cullen caught his angry glare and pouted, silently telling him not to be so mad. Then, in a brilliant display of weaponized cuteness, her expression shifted into a dazzling, innocent smile. Her eyes sparkled as she tilted her head, sweetly asking if something was wrong. Deng Ming was completely flustered, cheeks flushing as his fan opened to hide his face. Damn it. He cursed internally just like Liu Yunwan. He couldn't resist a pretty little girl either. The announcer, seeing the two contestants finally ready, cleared his throat and brought his flag down with a sharp motion. The third competition had begun. Deng Ming steeled himself, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Even if he didn't want to, he had to fight. He let a confident smirk turn to his face, clicking his fan open with a flourish. He'd go easy on her, he decided magnanimously. The moment he said it, the sweet fairy vanished. Killen's eyes turned and cold, her hand gripping the hilt of her sheathed sword with deadly intent. He lunged, expecting an easy victory, but was met with a deafening ping as she blocked his attack perfectly. He was genuinely surprised. Her reaction was incredibly fast. But he was still the superior fighter. In a blur of motion, he twiped and shoved, expertly disarming her and sending her sword flying into the stone floor some distance away. He stood over her, his victory all but certain. She had lost all her weapons, he stated coolly, so did she still want to continue? Killan was on her knees, unarmed and seemingly helpless. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Deng Ming's skills were top tier. How could she possibly beat him now? Some were already bored, claiming she had lost. What was the point of dressing up so beautifully if she was going to be defeated so easily? But Killan was far from defeated. She looked up, her crimson eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding fire. They would continue. Deng Ming let out a condescending tut. If she wanted to make a fool of herself, he would gladly oblige her. He unfolded his fan with a dramatic flourish, a cruel smirk on his face. But as the fan opened, his smirk froze and shattered. Attached to the delicate paper were several explosive talismans. His eyes widened in absolute terror as a massive explosion right in his face. The blast sent smoke and debris everywhere. From the stands, the master's retainers watched in awe. One admitted he hadn't even noticed when she'd planted the seals. The other in agreement. She was really something special, destined for greatness. Out of the smoke, the shattered remains of Deng Ming's fan came hurtling through the air. With a flick of her wrist, Killen snatched from its trajectory. Armed with his own broken weapon, she rushed forward to the smoke. She whipped one of her long, silk ribbons forward, the fabric wrapping tightly around his ankle and yanking him off balance. He tumbled through the air, but with incredible agility, he caught himself on one hand, grabbing the ribbon that had ensnared him. But it was all a feint. While his attention was on the ribbon, Killen threw the sharp-bladed frame of his broken fan straight at his head. The projectile spun like a deadly shuriken, aimed right between his eyes. Ming just smirked, thinking she'd have to be faster than that. But Killen's eyes were cold and calculating. It was already too late. Before he could even react to the projectile, she was on him. She slammed the blunt handle of the fan directly into his chest with brutal force, making him choke on a pained grunt. With a desperate cry from the sidelines, Killen went tumbling through the air, her light green dress above motion, before she landed with a theatrical flop on the cold stone ground. From a distance, Deng Ding simply stood there, offering a single, hollow word of apology. But this was all part of the plan, a memory of her ethereal master's words echoing in her mind. She wasn't strong enough to deal with Deng Deming through sheer force. He had an Achilles heel. There was only one way to handle a boy like him. As Deng Deming finally approached her crumpled form, her master's final instruction surfaced: when you feel pain, you must cry. And so, she summoned the most heart-wrenching sobs she could muster, her eyes filling with big, glistening tears that threatened to spill over. She clutched her arm, her voice trembling as she whimpered that it hurt so much. Deng Deming froze, his face a mask of pure panic. He waved his hands frantically as her cries escalated into full-blown wail. His mind racing, he had to admit defeat. He couldn't keep fighting her. He felt like an absolute monster. The crowd of boys erupted in laughter, pointing at their friend's pathetic state, teasing him for being so unbelievably soft-hearted. They jeered, telling him to just get on with it and kick her out of the arena. The win would be his. But Deng Deming couldn't take it, hiding his crimsace behind his hand. He just couldn't do it. He had a fatal weakness for beautiful people. With a final, decisive movement, he vaulted onto the nearby wall, shouting that he conceded the match. Killen looked up, feigning shock, and asked him what was wrong. Didn't he have a very important reason he had to win? A goofy, lovesick blush crowned to his cheeks as he can confess that of course he did. The reason was to fight Liu Yun in the next round if he beat her. He then grabbed her arm, leaning in conspiratorially, explaining that he went easy on her, so wasn't she going to thank him? Just then, the judge raised the red flag, officially declaring Jiang Killen the winner, and she offered a sweet thank you for letting her win, while Deng Deming collapsed to the ground, sobbing comically over his forfeited match. Tang Huan rushed over, calling her name and offering to bandage her up, and she greeted him with a bright smile. But her cheerful expression vanished as a flurry of notifications about the betting pool flooded her vision. Everyone who bet on Deng Deming had lost, while the shrewd He Jingfeng had won a fortune. She gently pushed Tang Huan away, apologizing and saying she needed to be alone for a little while. He looked confused but agreed, watching with concern as she walked away, her shoulders slumped with a sudden weight. She found a quiet corner under the shade of a large tree, needing a moment to process her hollow victory. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle voice called out to her. "Crystal, are you here?" Her master appeared like a spirit in the wind, asking why she had such a long face when she had just won. Tears immediately welled in her eyes as she confessed it was because she felt she had won by unfair means. She buried her face in her hands, her body shaking with sobs. She had used her opponent's sympathy to advance, and it felt like she was dishonoring all women with such a shameful tactic. Her master listened patiently before asking what exactly made her think she didn't deserve to win. Her opponent's weakness for beauty was his own failing, and knowing how to use her own strengths, even her perceived weaknesses, was a strength in itself. He then shifted into an adorable chibi form, wagging a finger at her. Would she pity a strong, brawny man and feel the need to train to be just like his in order to win? Would she think she was insulting men if she didn't? His logic was so absurdly sound that it caught her off guard, her cheeks flushing as she stammered that it wasn't the same thing, earning a playful pinch on the cheek from him. As she yelped in surprise, he offered to give her a quick bandage. His fingers worked gently, expertly tying the cloth around her arm as he reminded her that the competition was still going on. He lifted her chin, his thumb wiping away a stray tear. It was a rare opportunity, he said, his voice a low murmur. Didn't she want to see what the other opponents were truly capable of? He led her back to the viewing area, where the next match was already in full, brutal swing. Steel met steel with a deafening clang, sparks flying as two warriors moved with blinding speed. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Ding Cheng was unlucky to be matched with the formidable Jingfeng so early, but it was an incredible fight to watch. Jingfeng was a whirlwind of merciless attacks, leaping through the air and grabbing Ding Cheng by his hair with a cold, vicious yank. He followed up with a savage kick that sent a pained grunt out of his opponent. Ding Cheng was sent flying, his body flipping end over end through the air. But he landed with the grace of a cat, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He let out a sharp breath, his eyes blazing with an unyielding fire. With a powerful surge of energy, he launched himself forward, a crimson blur of motion intent on turning the tables. The arena was a blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel as two masked swordsmen clashed with breathtaking speed. Jiu and her companion watched from the sidelines, their mouths agape. He was so impossibly fast. Jing moved like a phantom, his dark robes a shadow that danced around his opponent's clumsy strikes. With his eyes closed in serene concentration, he glided his hand along the flat of his blade, a moment of calm before the storm. Then in a gravity-defying leap, he soared into the air, a silhouette against the rainy sky. He landed with the force of a thunderclap, sending water splashing high before launching himself back into the fray. He descended like a hawk, his sword aimed true, meeting his opponent's blade in a cataclysmic impact that seemed to fracture the very air. A swift dodge, a sharp kick to the chest, and it was over. His rival was sent tumbling through the air, landing unceremoniously outside the designated combat area. The official raised his flag, his voice ringing out across the stunned silence. Ding Cheng was bounds, and Jingfeng was the victor. A woman with a kind smile offered her congratulations, her voice filled with admiration. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar of approval, cheering for their champion. But Jiu could only stare in abject horror, her face squished in despair. How could she ever hope to beat a monster like that? Later that night, she was a pathetic puddle of defeat, sprawled across her bed and moaning about her impending doom. Her ethereally handsome master, with his flowing silver hair, simply told her not to worry. Things would work themselves out. Hope sparked in her chest as she shot up, her eyes wide. Did he have any brilliant ideas? He gently flicked her forehead, telling her to snap out of her daydreaming. Taking her hand, his touch was warm and steady. He couldn't possibly let a few days of her chaotic training outweigh the 10 long years of Jingfeng's blood, sweat, and tears. Wah! A head pat, he ruffled her hair with a soft, reassuring smile. They shouldn't think that far ahead. For now, they just needed to focus on how to beat the next guy. Jiu's expression turned serious. Her opponent tomorrow was Ding Hao, and the rumors about his incredible double sword style were terrifying. But her master just smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. No, he was actually the easiest one to beat. Jiu could only blink, completely baffled. The next day, as the tournament continued, a young man was excitedly telling his friend about the much-talked-about rookie, Wildgrass Jiang Kellen from the sword shops. Jiu's face flushed with rage from nearby. Why was that Wildgrass Nickthil following her even after she moved? Tag is duplicate. Correcting to match the image content. Why was Wildgrass still there after moving to the sword shops? Then came the announcement of her opponent, Ding Hao, the heir to the double sword. She nearly choked on her own spit. A cocky young man with spiky silver hair and twin swords strapped to his back smirked at her. So she was the one who won her last round with a beauty trick? He scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. Those unorthodox tactics wouldn't work on him, so she'd better not waste her time. Jiu just stared back, her expression unreadable. The match was declared to begin, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Ding Hao wasted no time, launching forward in a devastating cross-slash of pure energy. The attack tore through the air, a whirlwind of deadly blades closing in on her. A massive cloud of dust and smoke exploded on the stage. But when it cleared, there was nobody there. Ding Hao looked around, confused. Hey, where did she go? Then he looked up. Jiu was hovering serenely in the sky, balancing on her sword like it was the most natural thing in the world. Her master's words echoed in her mind. Ding Hao was highly skilled. He had one fatal weakness. He didn't know how to ride a sword. The plan was simple. All she had to do was get some distance, and then she pulled out a paper talisman, a flicker of apology in her eyes. Sorry about this. What in the world was she doing? Ding Hao demanded from the ground. Come down. Helen yelled, watching as the single piece of paper floated lazily from her grasp. He tracked its slow descent, his brow furrowed in confusion. It landed softly on the stone floor. He erupted in laughter. Haha, was this a joke? She thought she could beat him with a piece of paper that wasn't even near him. Boom! A massive, fiery explosion engulfed him, his laughter turning into a cry of agony. The crowd gasped. That was completely unexpected. They wondered if Ding Hao was okay as he knelt amidst the scorch marks, glaring up at the sky. From her safe perch, Jiu rubbed a small, round pellet between her fingers. It was hard to target him from so high up, but this should do the trick. Hey, now, he shouted, seeing her preparing another attack. She zipped through the air, a graceful arc of vengeance, dropping a volley of explosive pellets that sent him scrambling and screaming in a series of fiery bangs. Battered and singed, he collapsed to the ground, pointing a trembling, accusatory finger. It's out of order. You don't pay battle morale. Just you wait until you're down. Her expression was faintly guilty, but his words hardened her resolve. She was feeling a little bad for him, but now she was with a vengeance. She unleashed an entire barrage of bombs, sending him fleeing in terror. Absolute regret filled Ding Hao's heart as he ran for his life. He shouldn't have provoked her. He really shouldn't have provoked this terrifying girl. The arena floor erupted in laughter as Ding Hao was utterly humiliated, one spectator pointing and jeering about how he'd ended up in the gutter. Ding Hao scrambled to his feet. The ground around him cracked and shattered from the force of her relentless attacks. He glared up at Kellan, his voice a mix of disbelief and bravado, questioning if she was even trying to hit him or if this was all just some pathetic attempt to scare him. him. From her vantage point, Killen's expression was conflicted. She never intended to seriously hurt him, but she had no other choice. She had to force him to concede, and quickly. But the risk of disabling him and carrying that burden forever weighed heavily on her mind as she clutched a talisman. But there was no more time for hesitation as a fresh barrage of seals rained down, forcing him to a desperate dance of defense. He whirled his swords, blocking the projectiles with a series of sharp pings, screaming in agitation as he wondered when this would end. But one slipped through, landing with a soft thud right on his forehead. His eyes widened in shock as an ominous light began to glow from the talisman attached to his own sword. A deafening boom ripped through the air. Killen launched herself backward, propelled by the force of the explosion that consumed the stage in fire and smoke. His sword clattered uselessly onto the stone floor as a pained groan echoed from within the haze. When the smoke finally cleared, it revealed Ding Hao kneeling in defeat, his clothes singed and his body trembling from the shock. Killen stood opposite him, casually cleaning her own sword, her victory absolute. The sight was too much for him. His bravado shattered, and with a terrified yelp, he threw his hands in the air, his voice cracking as he cried out for her to stop, that he surrendered. He couldn't believe her audacity. Wasn't she afraid of seriously injuring him? Killen let out a silent sigh of relief. That was far too close, and she was grateful he'd finally given up. As the defeated Ding Hao was helped away, vowing to never mess with a woman again, Killen stood tall among her friends, a silent apology in her heart. But her resolve was firm. She had goals that simply had to be reached. The official announcement echoed through the grounds. Jiang Killen had successfully advanced to the next round. The fierce competition of the day faded into a tranquil evening. The moon hung high and full, casting a silver glow over the silent estate as the sound of crickets filled the air. Inside, Killen sat with her ethereally handsome master, who praised her for performing well. She admitted that while her opponent had a big mouth, she felt she might have gone a little overboard. A cute blush dusted her cheeks as she nibbled a pastry. She had wanted to apologize, but the poor guy had run away the moment he saw her. She could just picture him screaming and fleeing for his life. Her master's tone grew serious as he changed the subject, asking if she had seen her next opponent. Her expression sobered instantly. Yes, she had. Liu Yun, a swordswoman whose blade was as light and swift as the wind itself. A flash of memory showed Liu Yun in action, her movements a blur of deadly grace as her opponent was sent flying without a chance. Killen recalled the image of Liu Yun's last opponent, covered in blood despite none of the stabs being fatal. A cold dread washed over her. She wasn't going to get prodded into a sieve, was she? This woman was not only physically stronger but could even ride a sword, and that fool Deng Deming was utterly obsessed with her, treating her like an angel. Her confidence wavered. In pure swordsmanship, she was completely outmatched. She looked at her master with wide, pleading eyes, asking what on earth she should do. A serene smile graced his lips as he unrolled a scroll. Now, he said, it was time for her to learn the winning formula. He then playfully flicked her forehead, making her pout as he gently reminded her not to rely on him too much. This was a battle she had to win herself. Rubbing her forehead, she insisted she wouldn't have gotten this far without him, her eyes burning with a sudden intensity. She didn't want a temporary relationship with Herd. That was why she had to work so hard to return to the Sword Pavilion and stand by his side. Her heartfelt confession caught him completely off guard, a flicker of surprise in his silver eyes. Seeing his reaction, Killen's face flushed a deep red as she nervously asked if something had happened. He turned his head away, his long silver hair hiding his troubled expression as he murmured that it was nothing. He finally admitted that he'd been gradually recovering fragments of his memory, and it left him feeling uneasy. Were they terrible memories? She asked with concern. He couldn't say. They were just messy, disconnected pieces. Killen's radiant smile returned. She passed him a piece of fruit, telling him not to overthink it. It was a good thing his memories were returning. He took the fruit with a soft hum of agreement. But just as he did, a violent cough racked his body, and a spray of crimson blood burst from his lips. Panic seized her heart. She cried out, asking if he was all right, scrambling to her feet to find a handkerchief. As she rushed out of the room, he remained perfectly still, holding the fruit she gave him, his gaze distant, unreadable. A slow, enigmatic smile spread across his lips, a stark contrast to the trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Elsewhere, under the shadow of the estate's eaves, a clandestine meeting was taking place. An older man cornered a younger woman, his voice laced with condescension as he chided her for betting against Jiang Killen. Then his tone shifted, becoming sly and conspiratorial as he suggested they make some money together. He pressed a gleaming sword into her trembling hands, telling her he thought she knew what to do. Her eyes widened in horror, the terrible implication sinking in. Left alone in the courtyard, the woman collapsed, her shoulders shaking with silent, desperate sobs. As night deepened in another room bathed in moonlight, a quiet clang echoed as a wooden chest was unlatched, revealing its dark contents. The night before the duel, the air in the room was thick with anticipation as the ethereal, white-haired man presented her with a folded garment. His voice, smooth as silk, commanded her to wear this tomorrow. Her eyes, wide and curious, questioned what it could possibly be. He revealed it was a set of light armor, a masterpiece designed by Cheng Ying and forged by Long Yuan, reassuring her that it would be light enough for her to wear with ease. A spark of hope ignited in her chest. Was this her defense, her key to becoming invincible tomorrow? He tempered her expectations with a dose of reality. It would merely keep her limbs from being prodded into a sieve. Her opponent tomorrow, he warned with a grave look, was incredibly fast. The true key to success, he imparted with a gaze that seemed to see right through her, was all about controlling the boundaries. What did that even mean? Her mind raced, trying to decipher his cryptic advice. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she paused, glancing at her reflection. A figure cloaked in a deep, suspicious red stared back at her. She was going, but wearing this cloak so blatantly felt it obvious. With a deep breath, she approached her friend Tang Huan's door, rapping her knuckles against the wood. Tang Huan's face, etched with surprise, appeared in the doorway, questioning what she was doing here in such a strange outfit. Killua put on her most cheerful smile, claiming she came to cheer her on and that they should head over together. She feigned concern, noting that Tang Huan looked like she hadn't slept well. Her friend's expression softened, a seemingly kind offer on her lips as she suggested holding Killua's sword so she could save her strength. Killua accepted with a grateful thanks, but as she turned away, a shadow fell over Tang Huan's face, a chilling, malicious glint in her eyes that went completely unnoticed. The competition grounds were abuzz, vibrant red banners bearing the sect's insignia snapping in the wind. As Jiang Killua and her opponent, the formidable Liu Yunwei, stepped into the arena, the crowd began to murmur. The ladies in the audience were utterly baffled. Why on earth was she wearing a heavy cloak in the bright daylight? It was so disappointing. The official raised his flag high, his voice booming across the courtyard as he declared the match to begin. In an instant, a blur of motion erupted. Liu Yunwei was a whirlwind of grace and deadly speed, a phantom closing the distance in a heartbeat. Killua's heart hammered against her ribs. She was fast. There was no way she could dodge this. The cold steel of a sword flashed before her eyes, but with a deafening slang, she managed to block the strike, the impact via her arm. Liu Yunwei's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. With a dramatic flourish, Killua threw off the heavy red cloak, the fabric billowing away to reveal her secret weapon. Underneath, she was clad in shimmering, protective light armor. Liu Yunwei stared, her elegant composure shattering. Armor? Seriously? Was she for real? Killua's cheeks puffed out in a defiant pout as she declared this wasn't cheating, it was tactical. With newfound confidence, she brandished her swords, challenging her opponent to bring it on. Liu Yunwei's eyes narrowed, a storm of fury gathering in their depths. Hidden amongst the lush green foliage, a pair of piercing silver eyes watched the entire exchange, the handsome strategist observing his plan unfold. The clash of steel echoed through the arena as Killua parried another swift attack. But her opponent hadn't noticed a crucial detail about her own blade. From his vantage point, the white-haired man saw it all, his expression a mask of cold calculation. The two girls became a blur of motion, a desperate dance of attacking and defending. The clang of their swords sent sparks flying. Killua was being pushed back, her feet skidding closer and closer to the edge of the platform. It was just as Yunwei had said. She was being forced to the boundary. Liu Yunwei saw her opening, lunging forward with a triumphant cry, yelling that Killua had nowhere left to hide. But as the blade swung, Killua ducked, letting her opponent's momentum carry her past. A pain escaped Killua's lips as Liu Yunwei stumbled, turning around with a victorious smirk, convinced she had won the match. But then she froze. Something wasn't right. Killua was perched precariously on the raised edge of the arena. Balancing like a cat on a fence, she grinned cheekily, pointing out that it doesn't count as leaving the boundary if your feet don't touch the ground, right? All that practice on the plum blossom poles hadn't been for nothing. Liu Yunwei's face contorted with rage. All this girl knew were sly, wretched tricks. A ridiculous chase ensued, with Liu Yunwei shouting for her not to run, and Killua taunting back, asking if she was supposed to just stand there and let herself be hit. The audience could only stare in bewilderment, wondering if they'd stumbled in circus instead of a competition. Liu Yunwei clenched her jaw, refusing to be led around by this frustrating girl any longer. She launched herself from the wall, a murderous glint in her eye, determined to see how Killua would run with an injured leg. Killua's breath hitched as the attack descended upon her. Here she comes. With a powerful leap, Liu Yunwei was airborne. Her sword aimed for a devastating downward strike as Killua desperately moved to dodge. The blade sliced through the air, a silver arc of death. Killua's mind screamed in panic. Oh no, she was going to get hit. Killua scrambled down the stone steps in a desperate flurry of movement, the fabric of her elegant dress whipping around her. With a heart-stopping leap, she threw herself from the stairs just as a hidden weapon twanged behind her. She landed gracefully, her heart pounding in her chest. That was far too close. But the assault wasn't over. A golden coin sliced through the air, narrowly missing her face. Her opponent, a smug brat in red, was relentlessly flinging coins like daggers, her voice dripping with scorn. As long as she could stop her from getting close, Killen's vaunted sword skills would be utterly useless. Just as Killen dodged another volley, the girl vanished in a blinding flash of white light. A chilling presence materialized behind her. Killen's eyes widened in sheer terror. She hadn't even sensed her approach. A sharp crack echoed through the courtyard as a hand struck her cheek, the stinging pain a burning mark of humiliation. How despicable, the girl sneered. Killen clutched her face, a wave of pure fury washing over her. Didn't this wretched girl know the cardinal rule of fighting? You don't hit someone's face. All semblance of dignity evaporated, replaced by childish rage. She was going to kill her. With a furious scream, Killen tackled the girl, sending them both tumbling to the ground in a chaotic, undignified catfight. The onlookers watched, mortified and blushing. Women were truly terrifying creatures. From the crowd, a friend watched with deep worry, whispering Killen's name in fear. The brawl continued, her opponent now pinned beneath her, shouting for her to go away. But in that moment of chaos, the girl's hand found the hilt of her sword, her fingers closing around it with deadly purpose. A cold, determined look hardened her features. It was over. The brat was back on her feet, blade drawn, standing over her defeated foe. But in a blur, Killen gracefully leaped away, landing at a safe distance with a confident smirk. Talking big won't win you anything, she mocked. The girl scoffed, making a hand sign to summon her sword for flight. Killen's taunt was merciless. Trying to run? Don't you know how to ride a sword? She raised her own hand, grandly calling for her weapon. Sword! A beat of silence. Nothing happened. Killen's expression faltered into confusion. Why was there no reaction? A faint creaking sound made her blood run cold. Her sword was still stuck in the stone where she'd jumped from. Oh no, she left an opening for that brat. The horrifying truth dawned her. The girl was trying to get rid of her with an explosion talisman. Did she really think such a trick would work? The ground erupted in a violent blast of fire and rubble, the shockwave launching her precious sword high into the sky. But as the smoke cleared, Killen was airborne, her hand closing around the hilt of her blade with breathtaking elegance. Thanks for getting my sword for me, she thought with biting sarcasm. The girl below stared in utter disbelief. How did the spot-holding, heart sword explode too? Hovering in the air, Killen was a vision of power. A fight with me in the air. Sure thing. The opponent's eyes narrowed, a cunning glint replacing her shock. A naughty grin spread across her face. No, she chirped sweetly. Killen felt a prickle of unease. Did this girl still have another card up her sleeve? Take this, the girl shouted, launching several round, brown objects into the air. They looked like steamed buns. The buns sailed towards Killen and then detonated with a deafening bang, catching her completely off guard. Her opponent, now riding her own sword with ease, had unleashed a full-scale aerial bombardment, trapping Killen in a terrifying and utterly absurd series of mid-air explosions. And the dust settled on the shattered arena floor, a testament to the brutal fight that had just concluded. But as our heroine stood victorious, a sharp footstep echoed behind her, pulling her attention away from her defeated opponent. Suddenly, a sharp clack rang through the air as an ornament on her uniform snapped clean off. Her eyes widened in alarm as she felt herself losing balance, tipping backward into a sudden, dizzying fall. Just the world tilted, a shadow moved with impossible speed. Strong, steady arms wrapped around her, catching her just before she hit the ground. She found herself cradled against a firm chest, looking up into the impossibly handsome her senior, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, asking if he was all right. He gently set her back on her feet, giving her a reassuring look before an official's voice boomed across the courtyard, declaring that competitor Liu Yun was to leave the boundary. Jiang Killen was the winner. As Liu Yun knelt in defeat, a murmur went through the crowd. How did the sword like that? Our heroine looked down at the cleanly snapped blade on the ground, her own mind reeling in confusion. She had no idea how it happened either. But then an image flashed in her mind, the pained, guilty face of her friend, Tang Huan. A nervous laugh escaped her lips. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? The fight must have just been too intense, that was all. She turned, her eyes scanning the crowd, a dreadful feeling beginning to coil in her stomach. Then she saw her. Standing alone on a balcony was Tang Huan, her expression etched with a sorrow so deep it was painful to see. As their eyes met, Tang Huan couldn't bear the weight of her gaze and quickly looked away, her shoulders trembling. In that moment, an invisible wall slammed down them, the name Tang Huan echoing in our heroine's mind like a funeral bell. The victory suddenly felt hollow, replaced by the cold, sharp sting of betrayal. A flashback revealed Tang Huan's desperation, running from a crowd of angry faces. She was cornered by her younger sibling, their small face twisted in fear. "Sissy, get more money," the child pleaded. Their mother's illness couldn't drag on any longer. What should they do? Huan finally exploded, her voice cracking with anguish. She screamed that she had already betrayed her friends and even sold their mother's precious hairpin. But the child shot back, accusing her of being the one who lost the money in the first place. Tears streamed down the little one's face as they confessed that they didn't know the physician was a wretched scammer. Sobbing, they begged her not to be angry, to just find another way to save their mom. Tang Huan collapsed to the ground, her body racked with helpless sobs. Back in the present, under the cold light of the moon, our heroine let out a long sigh. Jiang Qilan sat with her, trying to offer comfort, mentioning Tang Huan how lucky our girl was that her own sword didn't break during the fight. She sat up, her face a mask of concern. There was no time to be sad, Jiang Qilan warned her. The competitor tomorrow would be a difficult one, and she had to find a way to win. Frustrated, our heroine tapped her temples, trying to think. She flopped onto the table in despair, whining that her opponent had almost no weaknesses. There was really no good news at all. But then as she lay there, a spark ignited in her mind. An idea. She bounced up, her eyes shining with newfound determination. Jiang Qilan could only look on, curious about what plan she had cooked up. The next day, the air was thick with anticipation. The final match was about to begin. The crowd buzzed with gossip, surprised that the little wildflower had made it this far. But they all agreed against such a powerful opponent she probably wasn't going to make it. Her face was grim. This was it, the final battle. She faced her opponent, a tall and imposing figure, and respectfully stated that she would definitely do well. He was unmoved, his voice cold as he cut her off. There was no need to say anything else. He stated flatly, they should just start. She nodded in agreement. The crowd roared as her opponent took his stance, an aura of pure power radiating from him. She quickly mirrored him, readying her own sword. With a terrifying whoosh, he unsheathed his blade, unleashing a wave of energy that sliced through the air. She instinctively jumped back, her eyes wide with shock. The ground where she had been standing a second ago exploded into a spiderweb of cracks. She landed heavily, staring at the shattered stone tiles, her heart pounding in her chest. His sword kai was so powerful it was suffocating. This was the true strength of her final opponent. A cold dread washed over her as she looked at the calm statuette before her. Could she really win against a monster like this? The dead of night is shattered by the sharp crack of a slap, followed by an enraged roar. A man looms over a trembling servant girl, his voice dripping with venom as he berates his useless lackeys for failing such a simple task. Her face is already bruised, but her spirit isn't completely broken. She knew this would happen. After Qilan discovered she'd tampered with her sword, there was no way she could get close enough to drug her. With a flicker of defiance, she declares that she has no intention of helping him ever again. He sneers, grabbing her by the collar with a fist of iron, his words a low hiss. What, does she not need money anymore? Just as his rage boils over, an older woman's voice cuts through the tension. She tells him to stop, or she'll fetch the steward. The kind woman approaches the battered girl, draping a coat over her trembling shoulders and asking if she's all right. The girl can only whisper her thanks, too ashamed to meet her gaze. Later, hiding in the shadows, she watches Qilan walk away, a wave of guilt washing over her. Qilan was trying so hard, and she was just dragging her down. She was too ashamed to face her, only able to pray that everything would go well for her friend. But things were not going well at all. On the tournament stage, Wildflower crashes to the ground with a sickening thud. Her opponent, the formidable Jingfeng, slams his sword down, cracking the stone tiles with his immense power. He drags the blade across the ground with a terrifying whoosh, the sheer difference in their strength hanging heavy in the air. Wildflower lies defeated, knowing that a head-on fight is pure suicide. She'll just get beaten up again. With a groan, she struggles to stand, her body screaming in protest. Jingfeng watches her, his handsome face an unmoving mask of cold indifference. Her heart pounds in her chest. She needs her sword. Focusing her will, she calls to her weapon. And with a flick of her wrist, it rises into the air. But that's not all. A fan of glowing golden talismans materializes in her hand, and with a fierce cry, she unleashes them upon him. Jingfeng moves like a phantom, his sword a blur of silver as he effortlessly deflects the magical projectiles. He advances, his every step a testament to his overwhelming power. Wildflower watches in horror as a talisman lands harmlessly at her feet. He's too fast. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sends her own attack flying back at her. The talismans collide midair, one piercing the other. They erupt in a massive, fiery explosion. The shockwave sends Wildflower hurtling through the air like a broken doll. It's useless. Attacking from a distance won't work either. She falls from the sky, her body limp. She hits the ground with a heavy thud, knocked senseless. From the pavilion, the master watches with an unreadable expression, his thoughts a mystery. The crowd goes wild, cheering for Jingfeng's complete victory, though some murmur that he was a bit too heavy-handed. On the ground, Wildflower lets out a pained gasp, her face pressed against the cold stone. She grits her teeth, her eyes burning with a fire that refuses to be extinguished. Jingfeng stands in the settling dust, looking towards the spot where she fell, but his eyes widen in shock. She's gone. He looks down at the cratered ground, but she has vanished without a trace. She has completely disappeared. The space is empty. The entire arena is in an uproar, the spectators craning their necks, wondering where the fighters went. Someone reasons she must still be on the podium to avoid losing, but she is nowhere to be seen. Jingfeng stands at the edge of the stage, his brow furrowed. Was it an illusion? He closes his eyes, focusing his senses to listen for her. Did she realize he was also using an invisibility talisman? Suddenly, a figure shimmers into existence behind him. It's Wildflower, her sword raised high for a deadly strike. Jingfeng reacts in a split second, ducking as the blade slices through the air where his head was. His eyes narrow, dangerous glint within them. Wildflower darts past him as he whirls around, his own sword clanking against the floor in a missed counterattack. The crowd is baffled, he's fighting the air. Her friends in the crowd start cheering her on, amazed that this average girl can hold her own against their top senior. Go Wildflower, their shouts echo. Jingfeng parries another unseen blow, his frustration mounting. Fighting an enemy he can't see is too passive. He leaps back, creating distance. He holds sword before him, gathering a storm of energy. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a massive wave of force that sweeps across the entire stage. Wildflower cries out as the wind rips at her, the invisibility talisman on her shoulder crackling before disintegrating into dust. The powerful gust clears the arena. She's visible again. Death is gone, and her trump card is useless. Her eyes find the master in the distance, his ethereal face as calm as ever. Her mind flashes back to when she begged him for one last resort. She had knelt before him, asking him to teach her the forbidden instant movement array. He had refused immediately. No way. He warned her that using such a technique would drain her very life force. But she was desperate, willing to pay any price to return to the Sword Pavilion, promising to only use it when she had no other choice. He had sighed, telling her she didn't understand the true cost. Even with instant movement, it wouldn't change the outcome against a superior foe. But she insisted she had her own way of fighting, pleading for him to trust her just once. She had given him a cheeky, confident wink. Back in the present, a shadow of regret crosses the master's face. He shouldn't have taught her that. On the stage, Jingfeng watches as Wildflower begins running in strange circles near the back gate. What is she up to? His eyes suddenly widen in alarm as he notices a bright light tracing her path on the ground. An array. He tries to stop, but it's too late. In a blinding flash of light, she appears directly in front of him, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Caught completely off guard, he has no time to react as she lunges forward, her blade stabbing true. A crimson spray paints the air as her desperate gambit pays off. With a sickening thud, her blade strikes true, hitting him right in the chest. His cold, handsome eyes widen in disbelief. She actually his acupoint. With tears of pain and exhaustion streaming down her face, Jiang Qilan stretches out a trembling hand, her body screaming in protest. This is her only chance. She shoves him, with every last ounce of strength she possesses. The man, momentarily paralyzed and caught completely off guard, stumbles backward as she plummets past him toward the ground. He collapses onto the cold stone floor with a heavy thud, utterly defeated. The crowd gasps, erupting into a chaotic commotion. What just happened? How could their strongest senior possibly lose? Hidden amongst the lush greenery, an ethereal, silver-haired man observes the outcome with a knowing look. His brother was always a gambler, he mused. This time he'd well and truly lost to that little Wildflower. Back on the stage, Jiang Qilan clutches her bleeding side, the pain a searing fire. Even though this wound was an inevitable part of her plan, it still hurt so badly. The world begins to spin, her vision blurring into dizzying swirls as her strength finally gives out. Just as she's about to collapse, elegant hand reaches out to steady her. A commanding voice cuts through the haze, ordering someone to hurry up and clean her wounds. She falls into the arms of an impossibly tall and statuesque figure, her head resting against a firm chest. Looking up, she recognizes the silver hair and piercing eyes of her senior. Her feet dangle uselessly above the ground as he holds her effortlessly. A cool, shimmering energy flows from his palm into her wound, the light gently dispersing as it miraculously seals the injury. He tells her softly that he stopped the bleeding, his voice a low murmur as he warns her not to move. She can only manage a quiet thank you, her heart pounding in her chest. But then, the man she just defeated leaps back to his feet. Her eyes widen in shock. How did he unblock his acupoint so quickly? He stands there, his imposing aura fully restored, his expression unreadable. She braces herself, her mind racing. What is that look on his face? Is he furious that she won using a trick? To her utter surprise, the corner of his lips quirks into a small, almost gentle smile. He admits his loss, his voice calm as he asks if she's alright. He even confesses that while she was reckless, she was also incredibly brave. He extends his hand to her, a gesture of peace. Jiang Qilan is dazed, completely caught off guard by his sincerity. A brilliant, relieved smile spreads across her face as she assures him she avoided her vital organs. So it wasn't too rash. As she takes his hand, delicate petals swirl around them, sealing her victory in a moment of breathtaking beauty. The crowd goes absolutely wild. The winner is Jiang Qilan. She's a dark horse. They can't believe it. Go Wildflower. The arena echoes with her name, a roaring chant of victory. Jiang Qilan. She won. Her senior brother leans in close, his voice a warm breath against her ear. He asks if she can feel it, the acknowledgement she has fought so hard for. She turns to him, her ruby eyes filled with confusion. Senior? His gaze is intense, his silver eyes seeming to pierce right through to her soul. He asks if she was always curious about the competition. He reminds her of the painful past, how when she was pavilion master, no one thought she was worthy, how they all bullied her. He hadn't interfered because he knew she needed this chance to prove herself, to show them all her true abilities. His voice drops thick with a promise that sends a shiver down her spine. But from today on, they will all bow down to her. Her heart flutters uncontrollably. He really thought all this through for her? Does he have feelings for her? A polite cough, the intensely charged moment. The Sectmaster appears, his presence as serene as a calm lake. He addresses her as Victor, noting that since she already has a master, she may request a different prize. He gracefully opens his fan, inviting her to state her desire. This was it, the moment she'd been waiting for. She takes a determined step forward. Facing the Sectmaster, she brings her hands together in a formal salute, her posture radiating confidence. Her voice rings out, clear and unwavering. Please let me lead the Sword Pavilion again. The scene shifts to a joyous celebration inside the Sword Pavilion, the halls filled with laughter and cheers. Everyone congratulates their pavilion master on her triumphant return. Announces that since injured, she will drink tea instead of wine, prompting everyone else to raise their cups for a celebratory drink. One of her former detractors even apologizes, admitting he was wrong about her and never realized how awesome she was. He laughs, saying he's had too much to drink already. Jeon Killin just smiles warmly, telling him it's not too late for them to get to know her again. She picks up her own teacup, her heart full. She raises it in a toast to everyone, her voice full of hope. Let's all work hard for the sect together. A roaring yes echoes in response. Amidst the celebration, a disciple comments that he was going to train her, thinking she'd stay away. Another invites her to come and play in the future, and she happily agrees. As she watches her people, a hand suddenly tugs on her sleeve. It's Changel, looking pale and swaying slightly. She feels a little dizzy. She whispers. Jeon Killin seizes the opportunity, adding that her wound hurts too and she can't sit for long. She tells everyone to enjoy themselves while her friend hosts on her behalf. Her friend smoothly takes over, announcing that the pavilion master needs to rest. Jeon Killin slips away from the lively party, walking down a quiet, moonlit corridor. She finds the senior she defeated sitting alone in a private room. Senior brother, she asks softly, may I sit? He gestures for her to join him, and she sits, thanking him for going easy on her today. Is sharp and direct. How did you find out? She explains that while others were fooled, she could tell he wasn't using his full strength. She wasn't sure at first, but when his secret weapon only pushed her back instead of attacking, she knew for certain. If he had fought seriously, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Why, she asks, her eyes searching his for an answer. He looks away, his expression unreadable. He simply tells her that she should already know the reason why he joined the competition. The serene pavilion, nestled amongst blooming lotus flowers, was the stage for a shocking revelation. Gu Qingmo calmly stated that he had admired Master Qianmu for ages, joining the competition solely for the chance to be his disciple. Xiao Yun couldn't help but gently tease him, reminding her senior uncle that he was, in fact, eliminated because of her. But he just smiled, dropping a bombshell that sent her world spinning. The master had already accepted him as his inner disciple. Her mind went completely blank, her face contorting into an adorable, confused chibi expression. He continued with a smug little look, telling her not to thank him. He did it all for himself. Wait, hang on. None of this was making any sense. Patiently explained that the esteemed Master Qinmu had approached him before the competition even started. The elegant master had given him a secret mission. He would be accepted as a disciple on one condition. He had to test Xiao Yun on the podium, and if he acknowledged her abilities, he had to lose to her without anyone finding out. Of course, he had agreed. Xiao Yun's brain felt like it was short-circuiting. Her senior uncle did all of that behind the scenes, but that wasn't all. He leaned in, a knowing glint in his eye, and asked if she remembered the unusually loud cheering crowd. She confessed she was far too nervous to notice anything, but he admitted that he'd had to listen to them, and their cheers had seriously affected his performance. It turned out Master Qinmu had planted those cheerleaders there in advance. It was all a subtle message, a reminder for King Mo that he was being too strong-handed and needed to tone it down. He smiled gently, telling her that so many people were watching out for her. The weight of all these schemes and secret considerations crashed down on Xiao Yun all at once, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. She just needed to rest a little. Later that night, the full moon cast an ethereal glow over the forest as Xiao Yun walked alone, her path lit by a single paper lantern. The victory, which should have been sweet, now felt hollow and unearned. She sighed, admitting to the silent trees that she didn't feel happy about winning anymore. Just then, a deep, familiar voice called out to her. She looked up to find her devastatingly handsome senior brother standing in the moonlit clearing, his silver eyes filled with angelic concern. He asked if her wound was feeling any better. A small smile touched her lips as she assured him she was pretty much okay. All thanks to his miraculous treatment, there probably wouldn't even be a scar. His expression softened, telling her she'd worked hard and deserved to go home and rest. Her heart filled with gratitude, and she beamed at him, thanking him for signing her up for the competition in the first place and promising she would definitely repay his help. With a cheerful wave, she turned to head off. He remained perfectly still, watching her small figure ascend the stone steps until she was just a distant light in the darkness. Repay him? Dangerous smirk crept across his gaunt features. He would make sure she remembered the words because he fully intended to collect on that debt. Back at her residence under a starry sky, a guard named Liuzi was waiting with a carefully wrapped package. Her eyes lit up. Was this a congratulatory present? He slyly explained it was nourishing food to help her injury heal, and she thanked him with a warm smile. She assured him she was fine now and waved him off into the night. But as he left, a sudden, intense heat bloomed on her wrist. Her bracelet was glowing. Before she could even wonder what it meant, another voice, smooth as silk, called her name. It was her ethereal master, his white hair like spun moonlight. He mentioned that the others in the sword chamber knew she was back and were excited to see her. She smiled, assuring him she would go see them. But there was one thing she had to do first. With newfound determination, she walked to a nearby residence and knocked firmly on the door. A timid voice from within asked who it was, and the door creaked open just a crack. The girl's eyes widened in sheer terror as she saw who stood on her doorstep. Panic set in, and she immediately tried to slam the door shut. But Xiaoyun was ready, swiftly blocking it with her foot. They were locked in a tense standoff, face to face. Xiaoyun's voice was quiet but firm, asking Kalan when she would finally stop hiding from her. The girl couldn't meet her gaze, her eyes darting away in shame and guilt. Instead of anger, Xiaoyun simply held out a small box, saying she just wanted to bring her something. Killen's hands trembled as she took it and opened the lid to reveal several gleaming silver ingots. She stared at the money, completely stunned. Tears immediately welled in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. Why? After what she had done, after Xiaoyun had found out about her betrayal, how could she be kind? But Xiaoyun's expression wasn't soft, it was comically furious. She puffed up her cheeks, declaring that Killen had made her really angry. So angry, in fact, that she wanted to beat her up, even though she had a pretty good idea why she'd done it. With a sharp flick, she poked Killen right on the forehead. The girl flinched, stunned into silence by the unexpected attack. How could she be so stubborn? Xiaoyun reminded her of what she'd said before. Her mother was still healthy and alive, and in this world there was absolutely nothing more important than that. The simple truth of her words broke through Killen's defenses, and fresh tears streamed down her face. The box of silver slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. As Killen turned to flee, Xiaoyun cried out her name. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the trembling girl from behind in a tight, unyielding hug. She was sorry, so sorry. Killen froze, her eyes wide with shock. Xiaoyun held her tighter, whispering that she knew she understood and pleading with her not to push her away next time. At last, Killen's walls crumbled completely, and she buried her face in Xiaoyun's shoulder, letting out all the sobs she had held back for so long. The tranquil night was shattered by the soft creak of a sliding door echoing through the grand hall. Inside, a group waited with bated breath, their faces illuminated by the warm lanterns. The handsome, dark-skinned swordsmith's green eyes lit up with joy. She was here. Killen was finally back. But as the doors slid fully open, a gasp of confusion rippled through the room. It wasn't their Killen who entered, but a statuesque man with flowing ethereal white hair, his presence both elegant and out of place. The fiery, pink-haired elf, Xiao Hong, felt a surge of irritation. Her expression turned to ice as she pointed an accusing finger, her voice dripping with disdain. Why was him? Where was that last? The silver-haired man remained unruffled by her temper, calmly explaining that Killen was busy and would arrive later. The swordsmith tried to placate the fuming elf, adding that she'd just finished the arena fight and needed rest. It would be the same if she visited tomorrow. But Xiao Hong was having none of it. How could it possibly be the same? It had been so long since they'd last seen her. Her tirade was interrupted by a tiny voice, as a little boy with silvery hair peeked out, begging Xiao Hong to hurry up and come. Xiao Hong immediately rounded on the child, her cheeks puffed out in anger. You hurt her, shut up. The little boy's face crumpled, tears streaming down his cheeks as he sobbed that Xiao Hong was being so fierce. Suddenly, a gentle voice cut through the chaos. A stunning young woman with blonde hair, our heroine Killen, had appeared beside the white-haired man, a soft smile on her lips. It had only been a few days, she teased, and Xiao Hong's temper had already gotten worse. The man who had been arguing with Xiao Hong looked utterly shocked. He thought Killen had gone to sleep. Everyone's attention snapped to her, a wave of relief and joy washing over them. The young boy Xiaopo cried out her name, asking if she was while Xiao Hong's usual thorny exterior melted into pure concern, remembering the news of her injuries. Killen's smile widened, her eyes sparkling as she asked if they all missed her. Of course they did. Xiaopo wailed, launching himself at her. He'd lost weight from not eating, he declared dramatically, begging her never to leave them ever again. Killen enveloped the small boy in a warm, doting hug, her heart swelling with affection as she playfully teased that it was his stomach that missed her, not him. Xiao Hong, unable to restrain herself any longer, shoved the white-haired man aside and rushed to Killen's side, fussing over whether the clothes she made fit. She then turned her fiery gaze on the man she'd just pushed, scolding him for being in such a rush just to ask a silly question when he hadn't even combed his hair properly. The man just scoffed, unimpressed, sparking a playful challenge with another companion while the long-haired, dark and broodingly handsome man watched with a smirk. Amidst the familiar, chaotic bickering, Killen stood in the center, her heart so full it felt like it would burst. She looked at her precious found family, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Thank you, everyone," she whispered. The words filled with a gratitude that ran deeper than any ocean. Flashes of their unwavering support filled her mind. The dark-haired man's quiet assistance, Xiao Hong's meticulous sewing, and even little Xiaopo's diligent work on her armor. She knew with absolute certainty that she would never have made it to the end without them. They were the ones who had painstakingly reconnected the broken threads of her life. Xiao Hong crossed her arms, trying to maintain her tough facade despite the emotional atmosphere. "Don't go getting all sentimental," she huffed, was a simple thank you all she was going to get. A mischievous glint appeared in Killen's eyes as she gave a playful wink. She had prepared a gift, she announced, inviting them all to come take a look. A moment later, Xiao Hong found herself holding a powerful invisibility talisman, her eyes wide with curiosity. Killen skillfully slapped the glowing talismans onto each of the legendary swords, their spiritual energy momentarily subdued. After placing the final one on her own sword, she turned to the group with a confident smile. Once she stuck one on herself, she could head out. The handsome, dark-haired man's brow furrowed with worry. She had only just returned. What would happen if they were discovered? But Killen simply told him not to worry. This time would be different, she assured him, her eyes burning with newfound determination. She had been too foolish in the past, but the brutal competition had taught her the value of flexibility. Little Po-si was practically vibrating with excitement. They hadn't gone out in so long. He took an eager step forward, only to be met with a loud clank as he slammed into an invisible barrier, crying out in pain. Po-si, Kalar, in a dizzy heap, stars spinning around his head as he groaned about forgetting the restriction in his excitement. Killen, completely unfazed by the minor setback, simply declared it was time to go, leading the way as the invisible swords floated obediently behind her. They stepped out into the crisp night air, the sky above them a vast, dark canvas sprinkled with diamond stars. Their destination was revealed to be a secluded rooftop, offering a breathtaking view of the palace grounds. Killen looked around, slightly bewildered, asking what they were doing up there. When the dark-haired man suggested they sit, she wrinkled her nose, complaining about the dust and demanding to see her present. Xiao Hong shushed her impatiently. She said it was about to start. Look! A single streak of light shot into the heavens with a deafening whoosh before erupting into a magnificent, crackling blossom of pink and gold fire that painted the night sky. As more fireworks exploded in a dazzling symphony of light, the dark-haired man watched Killen's awestruck face, contented smile playing on his lips. Po-si gasped at how pretty it was, while the swordsmith mused that organizing the whole thing was worth it just to see their happy faces. Even Xiao Hong, who tried to play it cool by saying it was just alright, couldn't hide the faint blush dusting her cheeks, a fact her companion was quick to point out. The brilliant lights reminded her of a past she'd left behind. She no longer needed her father's warmth. She had this, her true family, and she shouldn't be greedy for more. Her heart ached with a sweet, unfamiliar feeling. She only hoped that this perfect moment could last forever. And so they stood together, a group of misfits silhouetted against the vibrant, bursting colors, a family not by blood, but by unwavering loyalty and love, sharing a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. The gentle ringing of wind chimes was the only sound that broke the peaceful afternoon. For the first time in a long while, Tang Huan felt a sense of calm settle over her. Things were finally back normal, she thought, content smile playing on her lips as she practiced her calligraphy. But that peace was shattered when her friend suddenly gasped, her eyes wide with alarm. Oh, there was something she forgot to tell her. She confessed that she had a message to pass on, admitting she'd been avoiding Tang Huan and it had completely slipped her mind. A message? Tang Huan's curiosity was piqued, wondering what could be so important. Her explained that the girl she'd rescued remembered something, a clue that might be helpful in finding her father. The word struck Tang Huan like a bolt of lightning. Her brush clattered onto the table, ink splattering across the delicate paper. In a flash, she was on her feet, her voice sharp with urgency and disbelief. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" she cried, already rushing out the door, yelling for her friend to wait for her. They found Madame Gu near the kitchens, but her words doused their fledgling hope with cold water. It was useless, she explained, to simply look for someone with the surname Jiang, as many of the sect elders who traveled nicknames and their appearances often shifted, making them impossible to identify so easily. However, she did recall a few who had been gone for many years before they returned. Who were they? Did she remember? Tang Hun leaned in, her heart pounding with anticipation. Madame Gu squinted, her memory hazy from the passage of time. She could only recall one name for certain, Qin Mu. Both girls froze, their eyes ning in shock. Senior Uncle Qin Mu? As they walked away from the kitchens, the name echoed in their minds. Her friend leaned in close, whispering conspiratorially. "I think your father is probably Senior Uncle Qin Mu," she breathed, her words sending a jolt through Tang Huan. Her friend laid out the evidence with conviction. "Look, he travels randomly, and the timeline matches perfectly. And think about it," she pressed. "He's been taking such good care of you ever since you joined the sect. He even helped you so much during the competition. Why would he treat you so well if he wasn't your father? Besides," she added, grabbing a lock of Tang Huan's hair, "even your hair color is about the same." Tang Huan scoffed, pulling away. "Didn't Madame Gu just say that masters often change their appearances out there?" Her friend pointed a finger at her. "Exactly. Maybe they can even change their hair color." But Tang Huan puffed out her cheeks stubbornly. I already said I got my hair color from my mom. Her friend's playful expression faded it into one of concern. You already have a clue about who your father is, so why don't you seem happy about it? The question made Tang Huan's heart ache. If her father had changed his appearance, it meant her mom had been lied to all this time. The thought was a bitter pill to swallow. Of course she felt conflicted. Seeing her distress, her friend grabbed her cheeks playfully, telling her not to overthink it. Let's find him first. All right, let go. Tang Huan swat hands away, a new resolve hardening in her eyes, asking if her friend was coming with her. I hate avoidance, she declared, her gaze on the path ahead. Now that I know, I have to go and ask him about it myself. Her steps were determined as she made her way to the meeting hall. Inside, the impossibly handsome senior Uncle Kin Mu sat with serene elegance, a teacup in his hand. He greeted her warmly, congratulating her on returning to the Sword Pavilion through her own efforts, and promising to handle anyone who bullied her. Go on back then, he said with a gentle smile. But she couldn't move. She just stood there, her gaze fixed on him, 1,000 questions swirling in her mind. He noticed her hesitation. Is there something else? He asked, his voice calm and inviting. Her face flushed a deep crimson, her heart hammering against her ribs. She took a shaky breath, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. Senior uncle, are you my father? The question hung in the air, so shocking that her friend, who had followed her, spat her tea out in a fine mist. Kin himself choked, coughing violently as he clutched his chest, his serene composure completely shattered. Senior uncle, she cried out, worried she had caused him harm. He waved a hand, still coughing, trying to catch his breath. Are you okay? She asked timidly. He finally looked up, a faint, almost pitying smile gracing his lips. I have always practiced Taoism, he said, and have not been with a woman. His gaze was soft as he asked her, why would you think I'm your dad? The hope that had soared so high in her chest came crashing down. She whispered, the disappointment of physical age. She mumbled an explanation, her voice barely audible. My father, a few years ago, and you've always taken care of me. So I thought. She bowed her head, mortified. That's why I'm sorry. He simply reached out and patted her head, his touch a small comfort. No matter what, he assured her, the sect will always be your home. A single tear escaped and traced down her cheek as she nodded mutely. Yeah. She walked away under the rustling leaves, each step heavier than the last. The investigation was back at the starting point again. Her one promising lead dissolved into nothing. A dark thought crept into her mind. What if the news that her father was in the Divine Sword Sect was also a lie? She remembered her mother's frail voice telling her not to blame her father, that he was a great man who had a moment of folly with a woman. I knew this place won't make him stay, her mother had whispered with her dying breath. Fresh tears welled in her eyes, blurring the path before her. Why did I insist on coming here then? The hope had been nothing but a cruel joke. Her gloomy thoughts were interrupted by a small voice. What are you doing? She looked down to see the little boy, Chunjin, watching her with curious eyes. She managed a small smile, explaining that she was folding ingots with paper. Can you spend them? He asked, tilting his head. It's for ceremonial worship, she said softly. Today is my mother's death anniversary, and I will burn them as an offering to her later. Elsewhere, the boy's parents watched their interaction with quiet concern. His handsome father called out to him, his voice gentle but firm. Chunjin, come here. Tang Huan finished her task, a small pile of golden ingots beside her. I think I have enough now, she murmured to herself. I'm heading out. Night had fallen as she made her way to a quiet, secluded place among the trees. She knelt before a row of stone tablets, the only light coming from the crackling flames as the paper ingots turned to ash. She prayed, her voice a soft whisper in the darkness. You have to be healthy and at peace in the other world. After a moment of silent prayer, she promised to visit again soon and rose to leave. But as she turned, a faint fragrance drifted past her on the wind. Where was that coming from? She paused, sniffing the air. It was a familiar scent, one she knew intimately. She peered through the dense leaves, following the source. It was the smell of incense. Someone else was here, worshipping today too. Her eyes widened as her gaze fell upon a single, unassuming tombstone just a few feet away. The carved characters sent a tremor through her entire body. Tomb of beloved wife, Jiang Min. Freshly lit incense stick stood in a small burner at its base, the smoke curling lazily into the night air. Her breath hitched. Mom, she whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Lying on the stone altar was a neatly folded handkerchief. She picked it up with shaking hands, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. As she unfolded it, tears instantly flooded her vision. It was her mother's embroidery, her favorite flowers. She clutched the precious cloth to her chest, her eyes darting around the silent graveyard. The incense had only burned halfway down the stick. The person who lit it must still be around. Did they leave already? She wondered, a desperate hope blooming in her chest. But that's great, she thought, a tearful smile breaking through her grief. It meant someone was here, someone who remembered her mother. She slowly approached the grave, a profound realization dawning on her. She fell to her knees, pressing her forehead to the cold ground as sobs racked her body. Mom, you didn't get cheated, she cried, the words muffled by the earth. Father's here. He's in this sect. Mom! Under the vast, starry night sky, a luminous full moon hung like a pearl, casting a silver glow over the quiet pavilion. But the beauty of the night was lost on Jiang Qilan, whose shoulders slumped in defeat. Her companion, the ethereal silver-haired man, delivered the bad news with a sigh. He was sorry, but he couldn't find the buyer. There were simply no clues to be found about the mysterious purchaser of the Queen of the Night incense. He gently reminded her that this sort of incense was extraordinarily expensive, something only a core member of the sect could possibly afford, and she should be more familiar with them than he was. Qilan propped her chin on her hand, her expression weary as she denied it. She wasn't familiar with them at all. Her mind a whirlwind of confusion and frustration. If these people were willing to spend a fortune to worship a deceased loved one, why on earth would they ignore her, the living, breathing key to it all? Her gaze drifted to a memory of the cemetery, a place of silent stone and unanswered questions. Besides, who did the nameless tomb next to that one belong to? The next day, under a bright blue sky, white sheets flapped gently in the breeze, a stark contrast to the turmoil in her heart. As she and her friend hung the laundry, her friend gave her a light-hearted tap, reminding her that the stern senior uncle was definitely not her father, a fact Qilan had to begrudgingly accept. A mischievous glint entered her friend's eye as another thought popped to her head. Could it be her master? After all, he did take her in as his disciple. Qilan physically shuddered at the mere thought, her whole body rejecting the idea. Impossible, she thought, absolutely impossible. Her friend pressed on, pointing out the obvious flaw. If it were a master meeting a daughter he hadn't seen in years, would he have treated her with such callous cruelty? A flashback seared through her mind, the master's face twisted in rage, his voice booming with insults like useless and waste of space. Both girls' sweat dropped at the memory. Yeah, that was a fair point. Her friend mused that it could be someone else then, perhaps the head of the sect or the assistant head. But as Qilan reached for another sheet, she lamented that they had no way of verifying that either. Her friend shot back that, as the pavilion leader of the Sword Pavilion, she of all people must have opportunities to interact with the sect's leadership. As if on cue, a disciple's voice cut through the air, summoning Jiang Qilan to the meeting hall at the head's request. Qilan froze, startled by this sudden call. Her friend couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide a smug giggle. Pointing towards the grand meeting hall, she chirped, "Wasn't that the perfect opportunity?" Inside, the mood was far from productive. The sect head, a flustered old man, looked around at his grim-faced colleagues, asking them why they looked so sour when he had such a wonderful idea. He had only been suggesting they send a few disciples out to spread the good word about their sect. An elder buried his face in his hand, the very picture of exasperation. He pleaded with the man, "Sir, they were already critically short on manpower. He couldn't cause them any more trouble." In response, the sect head slammed his hand on the table, making the nearby porcelain rattle dangerously. This was the last straw for another elder, who erupted in fury. Did he really call them here at the crack of dawn? His ideas were only worthy of being pig-feed. The harsh words struck their mark, and the sect head immediately burst into tears, sobbing like a child. Meanwhile, a devastatingly handsome elder with long, flowing hair announced with detached elegance that he planned to travel for a few months and couldn't possibly help. Peeking from behind a screen, Qilan watched the chaos unfold. She remembered her father being a gracious, dignified man, which meant it certainly wasn't the sobbing mess in the head seat. The furious elder declared the meeting a waste of time and stormed out of the hall. The weeping sect head turned to the remaining few, his eyes pleading. Was he leaving like that? Surely they would support him, right? The others awkwardly averted their gaze, muttering that they were busy and had other things to do. As the reliable and serious senior uncle walked past, a spark of hope ignited in Qilan's chest. This man, so composed and stern he had to be her dad. She rushed to his side, her voice laced with genuine concern. He didn't look well at all. Had he not been resting? The senior uncle's eyes darted around nervously. Everyone was looking at him's disciple, the other elders, the whole room. Pressure was immense. He let out a heavy sigh, the exhaustion clear on his face. If the others were more serious about their work, he wouldn't have to be so tired. The handsome elder teased him, suggesting he should take a break and travel sometimes. The senior uncle shot back irritably, asking if the sect was supposed to survive on air. This confused Qilan. Had senior uncle really never traveled or taken leave? His reply was a death knell to her hopes. He had never rested, not once since the day he joined the sect. Qilan's world shattered into a million pieces. Never rested. Then who in the world was her father? She crumpled in comedic despair, her grand investigation back at square one. Elsewhere, in a quiet courtyard, a disciple approached his master's quarters, calling out to see if he was there. He entered the room, announcing an urgent letter had arrived. A calm voice from within instructed him to come in, asking who the letter was from. It was from young Master Xiao, the disciple replied. The master told him to hand it over and leave. Just then, another disciple burst in, bowing low with panic in his eyes. "Sir, something terrible had happened at the Sword Peak. He had to come at once." The master's voice remained unnervingly calm, telling him to simply leave the report on the table and go. At last we see him, a statuesque man, with piercing blue eyes and long dark hair, his handsome face a mask of tranquility. He walked to a wall and slid open a secret door. revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, a single memorial tablet stood in the darkness, incense burning before it. The inscription read, "In memory of beloved disciple Su Yunwei." The master stared at the name, his serene expression slowly cracking. A shadow fell over his face, and his lips twisted into a chilling, utterly terrifying smile as a low, haunting laugh escaped his throat. His maniacal laughter echoed in the suffocating silence of the secret room, a sound of pure, unadulterated madness. Later, surrounded by beautifully crafted pastries, Killan packed snacks into gift boxes. Her friend asked if there was any news about her father, but Killan seemed at peace, simply saying she was going to let nature take its course. Since no one had come forward about the handkerchief left at the tomb, she had decided to stop worrying and just live her life. Her friend sighed, thinking she'd given up so quickly. Changing the subject, she asked who all the snacks were for. Killan listed them off with a gentle smile: senior uncle, eldest senior, senior he, and others from the Sword Sect. She felt a warmth spread through her chest. Everyone in her sect had been so good to her, taking such wonderful care of her. With a bright, genuine smile that could light up a room, she vowed to herself that she would slowly repay their kindness in the future. But just outside, the supposed harmony of the nice sect was nowhere to be found as two disciples were screaming at each other over money. Another disciple could only look on, utterly shocked by the chaotic scene. In the hallowed halls of the Sword Pavilion, Sikh infants gathered around the handsome Senior Fengi, their voices dripping with false sincerity as they praised his hard work. But behind his serene mask, a single thought echoed with icy clarity: how utterly fake. He walked the long, crimson corridors, his presence alone a silent judgment on the mediocrity around him. As a few junior disciples caught sight of his statuesque figure, their chatter died down, replaced by a nervous awe. He gave them a curt reminder that there were still 2 hours left in the workday, and they were not to slack off. They scrambled to agree, their yes ringing with faint enthusiasm as they fled from his intimidating aura. His sharp eyes then fell upon a familiar ugly scene. A senior disciple berating a trembling junior, his voice filled with scorn. The poor boy was accused of being useless, of destroying precious raw materials, and could only stammer out a terrified apology. Another disciple attempted to mediate, gently reminding the bully that everyone makes mistakes, especially a newbie, but it was Fengi's quiet intervention that settled the matter, earning him a grateful thanks. But inside, Fengi was seething. This wasn't discipline. It was violent and abusive. It was a symptom of a deeper sickness, a complete deterioration of the sect's rules. This entire sect had rotted to its very core. Standing before the roaring flames of the forge, his handsome face cast in shadow, a dark resolve hardened in his heart. With a swift motion, he plunged a glowing piece of metal in water, the violent sizzle mirroring the storm within him. It was time to tear it all down and start over from the ashes. Back in the present, high on a pavilion balcony, two disciples spotted a familiar figure approaching. They exchanged a quick, conspiratorial glance and moved to block her path. For a moment, it seemed like trouble was brewing, but then the unthinkable happened. They bowed deeply, their voices ringing with newfound respect. Rongrong was amazing in the arena, they gushed. She had totally embarrassed those arrogant pricks. They pledged their undying loyalty, promising to do anything she asked and vowing never to bother her again before scurrying away. Rongrong was left completely flustered, a cute blush spreading across her cheeks. Her victory had been a little suspicious, she admitted to herself, but if it inspired others like this, well, she would just have to let that be a secret forever. Just then, a calm, deep voice spoke from behind her. She'd finally been accepted by the people of the Sword Pavilion. It must have been hard on her. She spun around to see her handsome senior brother, Fengi. Instantly, her face turned beet red. Being praised in front of him was incredibly awkward. He noted she must be tired and suggested they get going, an offer she quickly accepted. Elsewhere, the sect elders were deep in discussion. One of them suggested it was time to leave the sect's affairs to Fengi, to properly groom him as the next successor. The sect master readily agreed, completely ignoring the sputtering protests from Rongrong's own master. The decision was made. Picking Fengi was the wisest choice. Rongrong, who had been listening in, was floored. Senior brother was already the next sect leader. Her mind reeled as she thought of his endless accomplishments, planting in forests on Sword Peak, cultivating beautiful flowers at the Sword Abode, and managing the Sword House with perfect efficiency. Wow, her senior brother was simply amazing. A moment later, the admiration curdled into insecurity. She had been so pleased with her own progress lately, but she now saw the truth. Was the gap between a genius like him and a mere mortal like her truly so vast and insurmountable? Later, as they walked through a breathtakingly beautiful garden, the soft rustle of leaves was the only sound between them. Fengi noticed her contemplative silence and gently asked if she was tired from the day's events. She shook her head, her curiosity bubbling to the surface. She just couldn't understand how he managed to juggle so many responsibilities at once. If she were tasked with even one of his duties, she'd be completely overwhelmed. He simply smiled, his gaze warm as he told her she could achieve anything too, as long as she had a clear goal. He then then turned the tables, asking what she thought of his sword-making skills. Her answer was immediate and absolute. He was a genius. Fengyi reached out, his long, elegant fingers gently a spray of pink blossoms as he refuted her claim. He was no genius, he insisted, merely a man of mediocre talent who had to work relentlessly to achieve what he had. Rongrong's brain screeched to a halt. If he wasn't a genius, then what was she, the girl who once crafted useless blobs of metal? He continued, his voice low, explaining that compared to true geniuses, his own talent was nothing. The words true geniuses sparked something in her memory, and her eyes widened in realization. A long-forgotten warning echoed in her mind, an elder's stern command that it was forbidden to mention that girl in the sect, especially not master or senior. The memory shifted to her own master, his face etched with a profound sadness. He asked if she knew he once had another disciple, one who had passed away. The revelation hit her like a physical blow, leaving her stunned and breathless. And in that moment, an image of Fengyi surfaced in her mind, his expression filled with a gentle, sorrowful nostalgia as he thought of their senior sister, a girl named Su Yunwei. Pink cherry blossoms drift on a gentle breeze, painting a serene picture of the ancient martial arts school. But inside this tranquil courtyard, a storm is brewing in the form of a very small, very angry boy. With his cheeks puffed out and steam practically coming out of his ears, little Fengyi's foot, his voice a furious squeak demanding to know where his master has gone. An older disciple tries to placate the tiny terror, explaining with a nervous sweat that their master left on a trip without a word. Just as his tantrum is about to escalate, an elegant, statuesque woman approaches. She introduces herself as his senior sister, Su Yunwei, tasked by their master to look after the little boy she correctly identifies as Fengyi. And with a gentle smile, she invites him to come with her. His anger vanishes in an instant, replaced by wide, sparkling blue eyes filled with curiosity as he eagerly is to go. He daff ahead, leaving his new caretaker slightly flustered by his boundless energy. The scene shifts to a memory, a hall filled with the greatest smiths in the land. A perfectly forged blade glimmers in the light, its creation deemed a success. The crowd murmurs in awe. He succeeded on his very first try, a true genius. Old Master beams with pride, remarking on the boy's incredible skill at such a young age, even offering him a place as his successor. But another master, stroking his long white beard, corrects him, clarifying that the boy isn't his disciple. He then wonders aloud why his own young pupil Fengyi didn't participate in the sword crafting competition. The first master scoffs, dismissing Fengyi as someone who only wants to cultivate the way of the sword, not craft them. Hearing this, the fiery Su Yunwei steps forward, a challenging glint in her eye, declaring that she is far better at sword skills. She points a finger at Fengyi, her voice ringing with confidence, demanding they compete right then and there. Fengyi barely spares her glance, a bored look on his face as he mutters a single word under his breath. Idiot. An hour later, Su Yunwei is a sobbing mess on the ground, her spirit and her sword completely shattered. Through her tears, she vows that even though she lost this time, she will absolutely win the next. Onlookers sigh in exasperation, watching another challenger fall. They can't understand why anyone would be foolish enough to compete with her. A junior sister turns to an impossibly elegant young woman with long, dark hair, praising her effort victory. After all, senior sister wasn't even serious, so of course she won. The senior sister, whose name we learn, closes her eyes with an air of absolute confidence, confirming that the outcome was obvious from the start. The junior sister, completely struck, asks for the name of the person Wei just defeated, but Wei simply replies that she forgot. How cold! The junior sister exclaims, but Wei just calmly states that if her opponent had been memorable, she would have a stronger impression of them. Watching this display of untouchable strength, a fire ignites in young Fengyi's eyes. His goal was now crystal clear. He was going to win against her. The years that followed were a blur of peaceful days and relentless training. At the dinner table, their master would dote on Wei, piling her bowl with food as Fengyi ate beside them, a small, happy family. In quiet moments, Wei would read while Fengyi napped peacefully, his head resting in her lap, the picture of serene domesticity. But in the shadows, his sword was always moving, a silver blur cutting through the air as he honed his skills, driven by his singular goal. And then the day came. On the podium, their blades met in a shower of sparks, the air thick with tension. With a final, decisive move, Fengyi's sword was at her throat. He had won. "Senior sister, you've lost," he stated, his voice steady. Their faces were inches apart, his victory hanging in the silent air between them. A faint, knowing smile to her lips as she looked into his eyes, asking if he would remember her forever now. Leaning in even closer, her voice a soft whisper against his skin, she challenged him once more. She would be the one to win against him at sword crafting. Fengyi, now a handsome young man, stood resolute, his gaze unwavering as he made a solemn vow to his senior sister. The memory fades, and we are back in the present. Our heroine listens to the story, her eyed with shock. She asks if he was interested in his senior sister back then, all those years ago. Fengyi looks at her, a gentle, almost nostalgic smile on his face, if it was really that obvious. She processes this revelation so that was his past, the person he liked. He seems so different now. He just chuckles, dismissing it by saying he was young back then. His soft laughter fills the air, and she finds herself smiling along with him. She had always thought she would feel a pang of heartache, a sting of jealousy, hearing about the great love of his life. But strangely, it wasn't difficult to accept at all. The only question left hanging in the air was, why?